when you think that you lost. Oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
We are at the second to the last day here at week 2, day 2 of the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Season Philippines South Luzon group stages, and time is running out for these teams. Their remaining matches are numbered, and they're going to have to give it everything they've got, as only the top 2 teams will advance to the summer season playoffs against the best teams all over the country. Mika Fabs over here back on the panel with Otolus and Osiris here to break down all of the action. Thank you, of course, to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series here. And of course, this event is organized by Mineski and Globe.
And of course, our official mobile partner, Picture Life, together with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, control oils to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And if you want to hang out with these guapo gamers right here, you can do so via Globe Virtual Hangouts, because Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And you know what? We actually do have a giveaway ongoing for our lovely viewers out there. We actually have 2 giveaways ongoing, one major and one minor. For our major giveaway, which happens all throughout the broadcast week, we will be giving 10 lucky winners 1,650 wild cores simply by watching the Sea Icon Series PH live stream. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Post a photo of yourself with these guapo gamers right here. Over here. And make sure that post is public with the official hashtags, hashtag Sea Icon Series, hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag OL together now. That's a total of 10 winners, and we'll be announcing the winners of the 1,650 wild cores tomorrow. That's the last day of the broadcast week. But today we do have another giveaway ongoing as well. Isn't that right, Osiris?
Yes, of course. And get a chance to win 380 wild cores by voting your favorite team. All you have to do is first, like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Second, like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. Make sure that it's on South Luzon. You got Execration, Omega, Liyab, and Sunsparks. And we have 5 hashtags. So make sure the post is on public with the hashtags hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, and hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and the last one will be hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. 4 winners will be announced at the end of each day. Once winners are announced, please message the PPGL Facebook page to know how to claim it. And this giveaway is only available to Facebook.
That's right, because we are live on 4 different platforms. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. And if you are in a rush and want those wild cores as soon as possible, all you have to do is to log into Coda Shop and use your Globe Load or TM Load to buy those skins right away.
Yeah, so if you guys are watching via YouTube or Twitch or TikTok, just hop on over to Facebook, quickly join the giveaway, because you never know, you might win, and then just hop on over back to Facebook or whatever platform of your choosing. All right, guys. So apparently, I missed a lot yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you, by the way, Riku, for filling in. Thank you so much. You did a great job. But guys, Annie made an appearance.
Nani?
Exo said Nani. And I heard that Exo said was on Ari. I missed that. Oh my god, of all days. And Leona finally made an appearance. You know what? Fill me in as we check out the series highlights from yesterday, because the audience isn't the only one that needs a recap. Apparently I do. Let me know what happened yesterday. Let's start with you, Otolus.
Wow, last day was crazy, or yesterday was crazy because of the 9 game series that we have, right? 3 games or 3 matches all went to the distance, and we saw metas after metas being trying to, having our South Luzon teams challenging the meta. Specifically speaking, or I actually would like to shout out Omega's attempt to break the meta by having those double smite on the Baron laner and on the jungler. Fortunately for them, Omega Esports did not come up with a win because, Liyab did prepare, and their preparation was at the backs of those Annie picks and also the Rakan by Boy.
And what about you, Osiris?
Well, one of the highlights yesterday that I would love is the heart of the underdogs is really happy right now as Sunsparks taking a win against Execration. But Execration proved a lot on that game. Everyone also challenging the meta is the correct term from yesterday, and we've seen a lot of different plays. We've seen a lot of mind games, even from the drafting phase. So what I love also is that the Dedene on that area really looking good, and everyone really is on fire yesterday, and that's the full level of Icon series with 2-1s across the board.
Mhm.
And I mean, a full 9 games, that's pretty incredible in itself. But I do have to ask, Autolus, you brought up the double smite. I was actually wondering how this actually worked, if it did at all. And do you think we'll see it again today?
Okay, well, to answer your question, it didn't work, right? Mainly because they were prepared upon, right? They did try to invade onto the blue buff, and that's the strength of a double smite composition.
Yeah.
You can risk it of having 2 junglers farming at the same time, and you will really have to punch the jungler of the opponent. That's the reason why you take double smites. Now, is it going to happen? I don't think so, but there is still slim chance of a possibility that it will appear, because then again, the penalty of having or on running double smite is negative 20% on the gold and on the experience, which isn't really that much evident, I guess, because when you look at the way XP is being shared here in Wild Rift, you will see that the experience isn't really that big when it comes to the difference between the solo laners and the dragon laners. So I can see the logic in trying the double smite out. It just so happened that the other thing to consider is the combat spell. If you are going to take smite on your Baron laner, he's going to let go of the barrier or the ignite or the exhaust that can be used in skirmishes.
Yeah, and that's one big point right there that you don't have as a barrier, and you're playing on Shyvana. You wanted to fight because you got the Dragon's Descent, which doesn't have a cooldown. I think that was just 1 second cooldown when you transform. But as long as you have the rage or the dragon rage, you can just go ahead and transform. So what's worse about that is they took Chilling Smite, which is something that only removes the movement speed. If you are on a Baron lane, you are mostly a duelist, and you wanted to go for a challenging smite just to go for a reduction on the damage of your enemy laner. So I think that's something that they need also to improve on, this decision making in terms of choosing in between, just making sure that you have that full dragon rage and then goes for the dragon's descent, and then that's it. You can jump everyone into the back line. You can shred. Shyvana is one of the champions that can shred the maximum health because of the skill set that she has, and I think that's something that they can capitalize against Gragas, against Camille. It's just that the double smite isn't really something that you wanted to play with an aggressive lineup as Liyab does with the Annie, that they can go fight. Summon T-Burst is on 80 seconds cooldown. You can just drop it again and again.
I do have to ask about that. Annie is a champion that we haven't seen yet, actually, in the Sea Icon series until yesterday. How did that fare? Autolus, let me know your thoughts.
It was brought out during the preseason. It was also a win for the Annie pick during that time. So the logic behind the Annie pick is it's very telegraphed, right? If you don't have a flash Tibbers combo, it's very hard to initiate. But
Yeah.
when your opponents are going towards you, right? They are going very aggressive. You can set up those death brushes, and those stibbers will be very impactful. And I think from yesterday's game, it just showed the amount of preparation that Liyab Esports did to make sure
Mhm.
that Omega cannot just go ham in invading their junglers. The anti-pick, it was genius, if you're going to ask me, because
Mhm.
that allowed them to just put on the pressure during the early game.
And I also do have to point out that yesterday, Sunsparks finally got that elusive win as well. So let me know your thoughts on what went right for them and what you think they can bring into the matches today, because I do know that they do have quite a big day today as well. What are your thoughts, Cyrus?
Well, the same as how they read Execration, they need also to capitalize on their own strengths, and that's what they did yesterday. They got the correct timings. They got Fate as one of the junglers we're talking about. Put a lot of damage, putting him into the Graves pick. The shot calling. There's a huge improvement also from yesterday that they
Mhm.
are thinking which fights to take. They are not the ones who's aggressive. And from the interview that we saw, they are well disciplined right now, and they are patient as well.
Otolus, what about you? What are your thoughts on what went right for Sunsparks?
Right, Osiris was right on cue. Yesterday, I was just fanboying on Fate's performance, right? He was put on the Gragas, and normally on the Gragas pick, you have two alternatives, or you have two options. One is to go tanky and set it all up for your team,
Mhm.
and one is to go full damage. What he did was he really tried to carry his team by buying those damage items. In game number one, it didn't really pan out, but on game number two, yeah, it's all about I will be the carry, secondary carry. I will be on that Graves, dishing out damage, not just onto the front line of the opposing team. He was also doing menacing things to the back line, making sure to maximize the gritty part of the Graves, which is basically his passive, right? He also earns armor and extra survivability as the fight goes on, and that I think is the reason why Sunsparks went from a 0-win team to now a 1-win team.
And let's not forget also that we saw Tristana yesterday. I'm
Oh,
really
yeah.
happy also with that one. And
Another one.
Battle Gunner.
I respect Execration putting Tristana because everyone's tired, to be honest, with a Saya pick, and it doesn't really have the
Chicken
correct.
dinner.
I mean, come on, we know the stats. Okay, Saya is putting those in. Come on, check her page as well. That Saya doesn't have a good win rate. So putting up a Bandle Gunner, the Tristana, the sieging power, then get that they can capitalize. We can also put it with a Ziggs combo with a support or a mid lane. Then you can destroy towers all day.
Well, you know what? We're going to see if Fate is indeed smiling upon Sunsparks today. They do have a couple of series later on into the day. But for now, we do have a special guest joining our pre-show. We are very, very lucky to have over here joining us Supremo over here from Execration. Supremo, thank you so much for joining us. Hello,
Hello po.
hello.
Hello. Good
Uh,
afternoon. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon to you. So, just quick questions for you. First of all, it is the last round robin. So, how are you guys preparing for each series, knowing that each one is so important?
We do know that it's very hard for us to come into the playoffs, but I think it is very possible. We just need a lot of preparation, as well as we have to get out of that uncomfortable zone, or we have to get out of our comfort zone to be able to win this series, because these games are very crucial right now.
I love that. Getting into the uncomfortable zone rather than staying in the comfort zone. Otolus, do you have any questions for Supremo?
Okay, well, my questions will be for the viewers because I normally, this, right, Supremo? I go and watch your stream and I interact on the chat or on the comment section. But my question is, number one, where did your IGN come from for the viewers' perspective so that they will know? And second is, in the upcoming patch, Kha'Zix versus Rengar, who are you going to pick? Kha'Zix or Rengar?
First of all, my IGN Suprema actually came because our bloodline actually came from Tayuman Tondo, which is where Andres Bonifacio actually lived, or
Uh,
that was where his birthplace was. And my family is actually related to Andres Bonifacio. That's why my dad told me to pick up the IGN Supremo. So a little
Oh
fun
my
fact.
gosh! That's amazing! That's
Yeah,
amazing!
yeah, yeah.
Wait, my reaction is so genuine right now. That is so cool. Okay, yeah, I'm probably gonna like PM you other questions aside this, but we have to keep the show going. Osiris, do you have any questions for Supremo over here?
Yeah. I wanted to go back with Autolus, which you're going to pick because I'm a bit curious as someone really good at jungling, Kha'Zix or Rengar, and the follow-up question as someone who was not good at jungling. Is there any tips that you can give to me or the viewers on how you do it pretty well?
First of all, I do think that Kha'Zix will actually fit my playstyle very, very well due to his like the ultimate, which has like if you evolve his R or his ulti, you get like three consecutive invisibility, which really since my playstyle is mostly around outplaying and burst damage, so I will go for Kha'Zix. Rengar as well is also really good, but I really like how Kha'Zix has a reset jump as well. And for people that are aspired to be jungler mains, I recommend that you guys pick up the role and just play with it. You really have to have the experience to be able to play jungle really well. It's not just a one-time pickup, then you can play the role very well.
Ooh.
You really have to like practice. You really have to practice and practice and practice because it's a very dynamic role. Everything can change. Every second there's a change in movement that you have to do. So it's not really telegraphed. That's why it's a very hard role.
Ooh. Wow.
I can feel that Kaisaya is very, very happy
Yes.
with what you said, by the way, as a jungler herself. Now, we do have this tradition started, of course, by Yuko. I need to ask, what did you have for lunch or breakfast?
We had garlic fried rice and tuyo and scrambled
Wow.
eggs.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, I ate a
So
lot.
Filipino.
I ate a lot. Yeah, I ate a lot. Yummy.
I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't with that? I'm suddenly hungry again. I just had lunch. Last but definitely not least, before we let you go and prepare for your match, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give?
I want to shout out, especially, of course, my own page, Supremo. You can search it on Facebook. I stream. I try to live stream daily, and my stream is all about educational, about jungling and all parts of the game. If you guys ask questions or interact with me on stream, shout outs to my family that supports me all throughout the way. It wouldn't really be possible for me to be here if my family didn't support me. And shout out to Execration, Wild Rift, to my coach, Coach Reckmeister, my teammates Bambi or Deden as is IGN, Tonte, Aisen, and Arjuk.
All right, we're gonna see you guys in just a bit, of course, as you are the first series of the day. We're gonna let you go, Supremo. Good luck in your series, and
Thank you
we
po.
will see you in the Rift. Thank you. Okay, I was not expecting that. I did not actually think that he was actually related to the Supremo himself. That is so cool. It just gives another dimension to the player. But yeah, that took me completely off guard. But right now, just really quickly before heading into our first series of the day, we have to give Supremo a little bit of time. He has to go and get some of that leftover Theo over for a bit. But we're gonna check out the standings first and foremost and see what went down from yesterday and how it translates to today. Of course, we have Omega Esports in first, we have Liyab Esports in second, Execration in third, and Sunsparks in fourth. And Sunsparks does have a couple of series to get through today. And Otolus and I were actually chatting a little earlier about how hot it is today
Oh,
and
yeah.
how that might be that might be the sun sending a message to Sunsparks. We will see. But checking out just our overall standings over here, of course, Team Secret and Next Play from North Luzon, and over here in the South Luzon group stages, we are going to see who our top two will be as we get closer and closer to the playoffs of the summer season. And just checking out, of course, our Globe Cup points standings over here. Each series, of course, has 50,000 Globe Cup points on the line, and one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So we see here Omega Esports with 300,000 Globe Cup points, Liyab Esports with 200,000, Execration with 50,000, and Sunsparks with 50,000 as well. And as you can see, guys, these teams are really raking it in. And, each series really does matter because that is still 50,000 Globe Cup points. Whether or not you qualify for the playoffs, that's still 50,000. That is quite a lot. I would definitely give it my best if I was out there. I mean, come on. And right now, of course, I know this can be a little bit confusing. We have the summer season, we have the fall season too. So we actually have prepared this video for you guys to get a sort of like nice bird's eye view of the whole thing. Check it out.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
So there you have it, guys. We do have the fall season coming up as well. So if your favorite team actually didn't qualify for the playoffs of the summer season, there is still fall coming up. There's lots of time for the teams to improve, to change it up a bit, and to maybe exact revenge on those that did qualify. So that will be incredibly juicy going into the whole year, the whole season for the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Philippines. But right now, of course, let's deal with the present. And first up, we do have, of course, our first series of the day, which will be Execration versus Omega Esports. Now, guys, I do know that Omega was feeling a little playful yesterday, I would say, as we check out Execration's lineup over here. I want to know your thoughts on how Execration might deal with this, a little bit of an unpredictability coming from Omega. Autolus, what are your thoughts?
Oh, okay. So speaking of unpredictability, we have to know first who Execration's lineup is, right? These are the new kids on the block, right? They haven't been in the pro scene for the longest time now. They all came from a League of Legends PC, and under their new coach as well, in Coach Shrek, they have shown that they can stand toe to toe against the players that has been in the scene for the longest time now. So regarding your question, who is really going to be unpredictable in this coming series? Is it really going to be Omega or the new kids on the block? We have Tante, Supremo, Dedene, Ison, and Arjuk, and I will pay close attention to Tante on that Baron lane.
Speaking of which, actually, you know what? He is our solo player highlight right now. And Osiris, just let me know your thoughts on Tante over here on the Baron lane.
Tante, he's the one who's running that Darius again and again. He's really effective at that one. He's taking place, the flash apprehends. He was there just to make sure that everyone can go for a free hit. And you can see that there's a lot of damage taken per minute, which is the reason why this guy is the frontliner. And yes, he does know how to play Akali, but mostly he's the one who's bullying the Akali right there. So I think Tante plays really or mesh well with the team, especially right now that we've saw the Tristana, and that's something that can play on the reset play with the Darius.
That's right. Omega Esports isn't the only unpredictable team over here. Execration does have a few tricks up their sleeve. And, as we talked to Supremo earlier as well, they are taking each series, one at a time, just focusing first on the whichever game comes up first so that they can reset properly and eventually, make their mark here at the South Luzon group stages. Now, of course, on the other side of the ring, we do have Omega Esports right now, the top team here at the South Luzon group stages. And Audalus, just let me know your thoughts on, this I know it gets redundant, but very impressive lineup over here.
The Alpha and the Omega boys, right? They want to start the series or the tournament with no losses, and they want to end it with the same standard or same record, no losses at all. Definitely the pressure is on their hands right now. Okay, but if we are looking at how they play, it is very evident that they are just having fun on the Rift right now. They're going out and just being wild with their strategies, and I'm so excited as to what they will bring to the table in this particular series, because if yesterday it was all about that double smite, maybe this time we're going to see that Ashe support from Stronger. Come on!
Do you really think so? We'll get to Stronger a little bit later and what kind of wild cards Omega could possibly pull out. But first up, let's check out our solo player highlight for Omega Esports. I believe we do have time-lapse over here. And Osiris, just let me know your thoughts on time-lapse.
Well, time-lapse playing at the Draven and scoring a lot. The early game is for them to take. So you wanted to take away that Draven from this guy. Or if not, if Omega is going to experiment for today, I would love to see time-lapse on a Varus and Stronger on that Ashe. So, Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the chain of corruptions. That's something that we wanted to go for, especially that's more plausible, or that's something that they more winnable compared to the double smite, which is a bit iffy. So I think Omega, if you are experimenting, might as well go for the wide champion pool. And time-lapse is one of the AD carries that we wanted to see on a different champion.
And we were talking about possibly crazy support lineups. Let's actually check out our Globe key player clash over here, which will be between Arjuk and Stronger over here, the backbone of the teams, the support players. So Audalus, take me back to that Ashe support. Do you really think we're gonna see that?
Ashe support was the cheese pick by Omega Esports during the preseason. It was brought out Game 5, right? So it was a do-or-die scenario for them, and yet they have full confidence that it can work. And it actually works the same way as a Ziggs support. Ziggs support is all about poking. It's all about damage. Only with Ashe, you can engage fights, or you can initiate fights with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So, if there is going to be a dream matchup for me, maybe a Ziggs support versus Ashe support. Let's go. Let's do it, Arjuk and Stronger.
Oh my gosh. You know what? If it's going to happen, Omega Esports don't put any ideas in their head, because they actually will make it happen, and they can make it happen, right? They are the team that actually does that. They're like, oh, okay, the panel say that? Yeah, sure, we'll try that. And then they actually win everything. They're that crazy of a team. But of course, heading into our predictions for this series, where do you think it's going to go? Audalus, let's start video.
Omega Esports is just on fire, and I'm just a fan of the pressure that they have brought upon themselves. Lossless record, flawless record, it's on the line, so it's going to be 2-0 for Omega Esports.
That's right, that was their promise. Cyrus, what about you?
Yes, and we're on the second day. We are getting closer, and I think that's 0 plus the Mega. I think Omega right there is the one who's going to finish this group stage as the undisputed or undefeated South, we say, against the Kings of the North, and Omega all the way 2-0.
Oh, the undefeated South. That does sound really, really good. So far, Omega Esports actually has a pretty clean record. So I also think it will go 2-0 in favor of Omega Esports. But Execration, it's gonna give them hell, of course. But you know what? Nothing left to do but to step into the series, the first series of the day, Execration versus Omega Esports. Casters, let's take us into the rift.
It is the second to the last day for the summer season of the South Luzon region for Wild Rift Sea Icons Series Philippines. Thank you so much, panelists Mika, Autolus, and Osiris. Good day, everyone. We'll be our casters for today. I'm Kaysaya. With me is... Where's Riku? Where? There.
This is
That's
Riku.
Yes. Well, Riku, you know what? Despite this being the last 2 days for this region already, I feel like there are still a lot of unpredictable things that could happen. Omega Esports versus Execration. What do you think about this matchup? Do you predict that this could be still a one-sided game?
I mean, what we saw last time between Liyab and as well as Omega yesterday, we thought it could have been a 2-0 based from what we saw last week, but it is a big NO. So the trend could fall towards the second to the last day, even trickle down towards Sunday. So I feel like this could be a 2-1, but still in favor of Omega.
With that, still in favor of Omega. I love the idea because, they are currently in the top rankings for this region. So I would agree on that one. I'm going to give a 2-1 in favor of Omega Esports as well. They have been consistent since the start. And I think for the second and up until our fourth ranked teams, it's still kind of dancing. Still, we still don't get the tune. How consistent will they be still on the last 2 days? But yeah, this is gonna be so exciting. Especially, I know you did as well. We love that interview from Supremo a while ago, right?
Yeah, that was insane. Having to share that, part of they have like Andres Bonifacios blood running through their veins. That's a very, very cool fact, and excited to see his performance again coming into this Omega match, especially what we saw yesterday coming from Execration as well. So they did have 2 matches up against Liyab and as well as Sunsparks at the end of the night.
Yes,
very intense, 2-1 everything.
Yeah, for sure. And even that, everyone was caught off guard about that trivia of the day coming from Team Execration, of course. And you can imagine, like, we have the Philippine hero Andres Bonifacio and now we have the Philippine esports, maybe, hero or champion as well, which is, of course, himself, the Supremo. So, yeah, the matchup between these two teams, they have some similarities in terms of the champion that they would pick up, especially in the jungle side. There's the favorite Lee Sin and Camille for both impressive and Supremo, and we cannot deny the fact that there has been a situation wherein Execration tried to copy what meta has been shaped by Omega Esports. We can see Execration most of the time since I think day 2, week 1, wherein they would go for the Brom Kaisa priority as well, and even the Garen. So what do you think about that one, and what do you think might be the strategy this time as they meet up again?
I like how you touched upon, the Brom Kaisa, because time and time again, it has been sort of the priority, either you're on red side, and we've seen Sunsparks rather target ban Isen time and time again last night, and I feel like maybe we can see a different champion coming from Isen aside from the Kaisa, aside from the Saya, who's still sitting at a 0% win rate, sadly. So excited to see what the draft looks like.
Yes, indeed. I know we were talking about that. Maybe no more Tristana, or maybe are they gonna be pushing up that Tristana once more? But here we talked about the common picks in the jungle side, which is of course Lee Sin gonna be respected away from Supremo as well. The Braum, since both of them have been running this, they're gonna be banning it out. However, that Ziggs. Riku, I haven't, I wasn't able to ask you your thoughts about the Ziggs getting banned still, despite the adjustments of him from the previous ban. What do you think about why is he still getting banned? But yesterday we did not see a successful Ziggs from the plays.
I think most of the time the nerf on towards Ziggs is definitely more on towards the early game, and when we look at South Luzon matches, most of the matches finish around 15 to 20 minutes, so at that point Ziggs is still pretty strong. But of course Omega Esports will first pick this Camille, definitely either for impressive because he uses that champion as that as a phantom thief or that smite god, and of course for Execration this rotation is understandable. Gragas is open. Kaisa again has been the go-to for Ison ever since this South Luzon stage started.
Who definitely that Gragas pick is a counter onto the Camille pick of Omega Esports. Very understandable. I'm so curious about what could be the jungle pick for Supremo this time, because we've seen him very successful in the Camille Lee Sin pickups in their composition, but for other jungles it's kind of it is not having that high successful rate. But with the rest of the progression of this draft, how do you see that the Yana pick in the competition, as well as the Mundo, and that is getting a hover, getting picked right now, and as well as the Lux?
I am loving this. Okay, for Execration, they have, that means 2 tanks and a lot of utility. So this is sort of forming into, we're going to be relying on Ison in the later stages of the game. It still could be a Gragas Dedenne, unless we're going to be seeing something different that can carry the squad as well towards Dedenne. For Omega this time around, I like this Ezreal pick as well. A really good mid-game spike. And the Garen, of course, falling into JLC. I guess that is a no-brainer. But this one, though, if they pick the Wukong here, that means that could be a Dedenne mid lane, jungle Wukong, and then top Tante on towards this Mundo pick.
We'll see about that, however, and I'm pretty sure you love that Ezreal pick rather than, showing off a different set of available ADC that we have in the champion pool. But this time, as we finish the pickings, do you see any any disadvantages or weak points currently in the finished composition of both of the teams? Maybe we'll just to be fair, let's just discuss, of course, the win conditions and of course the losing conditions of these comps.
Okay, for Execration, for sure, they are going for that 5v5. You see they've got 3 tanks, 1 utility support with a bunch of shields, and Kaisa being your late game carry for Ison. This is definitely Execration wanting to peel as much as they can. They have a lot of wombo combos and a lot of shielding power for this Kaisa. So the losing condition, just as you mentioned, is for Execrate. If Omega finishes the game 15 minutes and below, around that time they manage to gather a 10k gold lead, that is the time Ison will sort of struggle here and there to reach that power spike. For Omega, we mentioned their mid game is incredibly strong with the Ezreal. We'll have to see whether or not we've seen a bunch of straight to Triforce, maybe the Manamune Triforce power spike, which I assume Time-lapse will use here on towards this Ezreal. Same concept with the Diana pick, which can snowball in the early stages of the game, which is definitely what Omega likes to do. Out of all the teams, Omega has the fastest games, and I feel like they can definitely sort of reach that win condition for themselves as well.
I agree on that one. I like that you mentioned that if they finish this game as early as possible, then there will be maybe no chance for Execration to get this game. So I think during the start of the game, early to mid, we have to check out if Omega will get the early snowball that they're going to be looking for, either for that Camille or maybe for that Israel and Diana as well. But of course, the types of compositions that they got in here, poke type for Omega Esports, for sure they're going to be letting Execration to be at the start of the objectives, and they're just they will just try to get some pickups from there. But now I think it is time for us to vote some, just maybe just personal preferences in terms of, they got their pros and cons, but we gotta do this for fun.
Definitely for fun. Okay, so Omega, I'm a little bit half and half for Omega. Of course, gotta give it to Janna, and as well as the Diana pick can actually be really good together or sometimes be awkward in execution of ults. Either you push them away from the moonfall or you push them towards the moonfall. So I imagine that could work as well for Omega. And as well as you do have that Hextech ultimatum as well. So you can combine it with the moonfall here and as well as the Hextech ultimatum. No Galio, so it's not the Venn diagram. It's different this time. It's still maybe a Venn diagram. I don't know, a hexagon. But I can imagine once they sort of pile in all of the CCs and as well as the True Shot Barrage, I feel like it's going to be really, really huge when it comes to damage. So I'm going for Omegas.
Omega's lineup in here. I'm pretty sure that somehow, if we go for rank games, the type of composition that Execration has is kind of easier to execute. It's just straight up, okay, let's go. If there's a fight, let's go. Just be in front of their faces and let's just fight them. But I think the idea on although a little bit, complicated, or will need more proper layering in terms of skill shots in here for the side of Mega. I like this because the pokes are in there, especially if we talk about the laning phase. They definitely can match up with what the Lux and the Kaisa do in the duo lane. So this is going to be very interesting. However, in the mid as well, you can see the matchup between the Gragas and the Diana. I'm pretty sure they can also deal with their matchup in that lane too. But in terms of getting the backline access, I think, yes, I'm gonna lean towards onto Omega because they definitely have a way to catch either that Lux or Kaisa in the back lane. And of course, someone to just silence them out. Garen is up there in front of you. So we'll see about that. The matchup between these two going to be very interesting. Other than that, do you see any reason how maybe what could be the ways for Execration in order for them to stop that snowball from Omega Esports?
I think the good news is Dedenne, I feel like he's gonna go for not the tanky Gragas build. He's probably going for, the super duper explosive, very painful Gragas, pure AP, if you will. So I'm guessing because for Omega, at least there's a bunch of squishy targets. Everyone is squishy, even the support, even stronger. So his burst can be very, very helpful in actually sort of bursting someone down immediately in the fight.
Well, we'll see about that. But the usual, as you can see in here, how Omega actually starts their laning phase is that they're gonna go for that early swap. And right before we see that Dragon pops up, we can see them just swapping back to their original or standard, quote unquote, like what we usually say, laning in the battlefield. So gonna be very interesting. But no invades has happened. Why do you think so? This is the case, Riku.
No invade so far. Usually we see something like a Lee Sin, something like a Braum and your Eternal. I mean, you do have that Janna as well, but I assume Omega Esports is just happy with that lane swap over there. This is the usual. Remember, last weekend, I think they've done the lane swap every single time except when they were against Liyab. So it's really nice to see this lane swap back again, and unfortunately, Tante will have a difficult time farming as well as JLC.
Gotta respect basically Liyab on that one. But for the meantime, you can see some pokes happening here between our two junglers. They're just happy to meet up in this particular. Flash has been burned, however, getting slowed down, getting poked down, and that is the first slot going on to the side of Execration. What do you think about that? I mean, Impressive was right just in front of the members of Execration. Does he think that he can actually match up against the Mundo earlier on?
That's the thing. I think something that we definitely, for Execration, their skirmish is incredibly strong, and they will happily attack.
There's some pokes maybe here and there. Go ahead, Riku.
One thing to note that Execration's skirmish is absolutely strong. Their 4-man is very strong. Wait, no, not their 4-man. Their 5v5 is incredibly strong, I suppose, when we're looking at the layering of CCs as well. When you look at the Cyclone, when you look at the Cask as well, with the body slam. So curious to see, especially when you put Arjuk into the equation with the final spark and as well as the light binding, they can easily burst someone down for sure. Therefore, sort of have a good trajectory waiting for Ison to scale up even more. Maybe they can even sort of accelerate that growth for Ison on this Kaisa.
Yeah, and we're actually have to look forward to seeing impressive gonna go for that gank as to where Ison is in the bot side. But that did not happen a while ago. But I mean, this is just the early stage of the game where we didn't even see Omega Esports having to give away free dragons from yesterday. It's a matter of course, I guess the doubles might just didn't work out, but we'll see how else we'll further go in this one. But for the meantime, tornadoes connecting here and there, whirlwind, nothing will happen as of yet.
Something that Ison should really worry about, I think, Kaisaya, you mentioned this earlier about backline access. There is impressive on that Camille for sure. Good thing Execration is basically Peel City for Ison here. So I think the biggest test is going to be in a few seconds when the dragon spawns, when we probably see 5v5. Maybe Omega's plan is to sort of pick someone off right away. They do have the capability of doing so with the Diana and as well as this Camille pick. This mid and jungle duo is going to be incredibly strong as well.
Yeah, for sure. Meantime, everyone's just gathering up in place where the first objective is. Ooh, that was an early ultimate coming out from time lapse. Maybe he was just checking because they do not have the vision into the dragon pit. They maybe just went for a preemptive ultimate on that particular area of the map. Meantime, it is quite obvious to see that everyone's just trying to prio the shoving of minion waves in the mid as well as in the bot.
You gotta make sure you got that priority just in case the minion waves build, you lose the fight, and then you lose a tower and a dragon as well. So patience is the key for both of these teams. No one wants to start as well, especially Execration. While they do have an amazing setup, they might leave Ison in an awkward position later on towards the fight. So that's what they want to do. They want to be a little bit more reactive. They want to wait for Omega to try and get that dragon first. Because again, they can afford to buy some time. That is their power spike.
But hold up, look at a dashing coming from Detonator. Really nice explosive cast as well. However, the final spark will connect onto the Giant, killing off the support of Omega Esports. Stronger is no longer in the map. Maybe Execration is in a position to get the dragon, but not as of yet because you gotta respect the death timers right now.
Yeah, a little bit soon, a little bit still pretty much short around this 5-minute mark, but still, this is the power of the Execration comp. You're able to burst someone down immediately, layer a bunch of CCs, and then just immediately burst someone down. Again, we talked about how the Dene here on the Gragas can still be incredibly strong early, especially if you build and focus on towards that pure magic damage. Especially you already have the tanks on the squad. You've got Tante already on the Wukong. You've got Supremo on towards this Mundo. But now they're starting the dragon.
They are indeed, while everyone else, or at least the Baron laners, are back to their home. But we can see some transition by the Garen already walking towards the dragon. Everyone's just super patient, Riku.
It's insane. 6 minutes usually the first dragon, but a fight.
Oh, unfortunately this time there will be no Steel Smite coming off from Impressive. It's not gonna work out. You can see that redemption actually working so well for them. Or if you go for an overextension, this is gonna be very dangerous, especially if they get napped out in here. Monsoon will be available. It will be, however, enough to at least save the life of Garen, who was actually quite overextended on that fight.
As we saw, the beautiful part of that was, of course, the cask for the peel. Execration was happy getting the objective, getting the dragon, and getting out, because they know that they will lose in that 5v5 at the early stages of the game, and now it could be round number 2.
Fortunately for them, they were fast enough. Everyone was in there to contribute into damaging the rift Herald. So gotta love how everything is transitioning so far. Despite the 2-kill lead of Execration, you can see that the gold is pretty much still balanced.
I just want to say how today, so far, at least for game number 1, it's the complete opposite of what we saw yesterday. Usually 7-minute mark, I don't know, we are already in a 2-digit kill scoreboard combining the two teams. So this is completely different. This is sort of a reset where Execration is happy. Both of these teams are happy not getting kills as long as they're going to be focusing on objectives as well. Again, we talked about the Ezreal waiting for the 2-item power spike. Once we see that 2 items for time lapse, that is when Omega Esports will, sort of thrive and be more aggressive in their calls.
First blood and first turret going on to the hands of Execration. That is going to give them that 2k gold lead into their pocket. You know what? I mean, Omega Esports is currently in the top ranking for South Luzon. No wonder everyone else in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranking is just basically watching over how to counter and stop them in this game.
Exactly, all eyes on Omega for sure. Especially, North Luzon already finished. Next play, already waiting for that playoffs to start. So, of course, teams from North Luzon are definitely having all their eyes on Omega Esports as well. But yeah, going back towards what Omega is doing at the moment, they're very, very happy, just trying to wait for time lapse again, completing that Triforce, already having that Muna on his inventory. And Executioners actually prioritize here just because you do have that Mundo in the opposite side as well as your enemy, so want to deny that healing as much as possible.
Final Spark, it doesn't matter, you're gonna be making use of that every time. I would want to help out clear of minion waves, but for the meantime, looks like there will be a counter objective that will be seen in the map. What is the idea right now of Execration, Riku? Seems like they are looking so good in terms of controlling the waves in this game.
Yeah, I think the beautiful thing about Execration's composition is they do have the explosive cast. Once they get the siege in, they just throw the cask. If Omega Esports is just gonna try something funny, they're gonna try to engage and punish Execration. The peel and the disengage coming from this team, Execration, is just too strong. That's the reason why they can get away from just taking away towers.
These teams, they are not really looking for fights. It's just everyone is just going for that objective place, rotating towards where the objectives are, and nothing else. They're not looking for casualties in here. So that is why the 0-2 score doesn't even matter. Maybe this is going to be the first time that Omega Esports will prolong a match. We'll have to prolong a match to past 15 minutes.
Yeah, because usually we see Omega already in a huge lead. At this point, usually when we look at the previous games against Execration and Omega. So this is a completely new situation for both of these squads.
Oh, this time Omega actually started off that dragon. Let's see how this one will go. You can see the Holy Gale connecting onto the members of Execration. The final spark has been used already to poke down some members of Omega Esports, but that's not going to be enough. And I mean, there will be no targets. There will be no locked targets for the side of Omega Esports. Was it Execration just getting caught off guard, or is this Omega Esports just positioning themselves so well?
Yeah, I think Omega really managed to do. Rather, Execration is the one that prioritized the waves, the side lanes more than getting the objective first, or getting dibs on that positioning around the objective. And Execration, again, they can just be patient, not be too antsy. They don't have to kill. They don't have to be antsy about kills at this point. They're very happy just creating space in the map with just removing all of the first tier towers to gain more space later towards the Baron, or maybe later towards the following dragons that will spawn. So Execration playing this very patiently, just waiting again for Isen to get more items on the board when they're ready to do the 5v5s.
And the kind of comp that Omega Esports has in here, though, yes, we do know that they can't be in the first position in the map, but maybe when they realize, okay, like what you said, Riku, the Execration in here keeps on prioritizing the lanes, then let's just go ahead and straight in the objectives. Like that of the dragon, second dragon that they managed to get for themselves. Maybe they have this realization, okay, we cannot just give every dragon to Execration, or else this is going to be tough for us, especially in the late game. In late game, we talk about this could be the Gragas, Kaisa, and Lux's game later on. Gonna be looking scary though.
Yeah, gonna be looking scary, especially Ison is basically on a ticking time bomb here. While Omega Esports has a lot of backline access in probably in the form of impressive here on the Camille, Ison will slowly build on towards safety items. We're talking about Zonius, we're talking about Guardian Angel. So that window of Ison being vulnerable may close for Omega.
We'll see about that. However, now everyone is just, I don't know, this feels like a very textbook play. Not much action happening. So, you know,
It's very
we don't
different.
really have
It's
this is very
different from
different.
last
I
night.
agree. And very different from our week one as well. But I love it. I mean, it feels like they're also giving us time to, at least for the play-by-play casters, to just, okay, you gotta chill down. It's fine. You can calm down for today.
That is true. After what happened, after all the 2-1s, the 9 games, but
Yeah.
action.
Alright, is going to be making use of that stasis earlier on. However, that final spark, however, did not connect. But I'm not too sure if he's going to be surviving this one. Unfortunately not. The backup came in here, but will this put the Garen, or rather JLC, yes, the Garen, onto a bad situation, getting locked down in the wall. However, I think he did manage to get a kill. However, I think that was Tonte's clone, rather, that he went in for an ultimate, but the chase is still ongoing. Pokes here and there. Will they continue to do so? No, they will be backing away. Well, at least it was a nice attempt. However, into the middle lane, I think there is also an action that is happening. No targets will be in here, but the prio now and the turrets will be done. And yeah, this is looking very interesting. Seems like Riku, the game is now moving towards, at least the map control is moving towards Omega Esports. What has happened from that game?
Yeah, they're slowly, getting toward, sort of moving toward the Execration's map already, because they had towers to catch up to because of the tier 1 turrets being already up for Execration for the first 14 minutes. Omega wants to sort of remove that to get space back, to get control back, so that they have more room for the dragon, especially it has spawned now. Execration, of course, will be a little bit afraid because you're up against Impressive, the great smite god, so we'll have to see how this works out.
We'll have to see if this is gonna be a proof of him being the smite god. Redemption has been used, however, there's just way too much AoE damage coming from the Mundo as well. The Wukong will fall down. The follow-up is indeed here as well. Backline axis, scaling of the Lux. Really nice target coming out from Impressive right over there. And in here, fight still not done. Silence here and there, plus the heals. Flash in and out. We can see how Omega Esports is poking the hell out of members of Execration. Could this be a potential early parenting? And yes, indeed they will.
Yeah, we mentioned, for time-lapse, he's very comfortable now with the items that he has. You see how the Mystic shots really, really hurt. Did any of those still lurking around?
Oh, nice secure coming up from Impressive there. He is not even done. I want to go for that Hextech ultimatum onto Supremo. And Supremo, hey, Supremo just went back alive, and then you're gonna kill him. That looks so bad. And the Baron buff is in here. I'm pretty sure that Omega Esports is gonna take this fight, get more turret takes, and whoa, what a game.
What a game, indeed. I think that is the disadvantage of, being on that Mundo as a jungler pick. It's not like you have a hook shot. It's not like you have a flag and drag. It's not like you have that Lee Sin, like a Lee Sin where you can just traverse terrain, no problem.
Yeah.
You are a Mundo. You have to consume a flash. If you don't have a flash, then you will not be able to enter fights, enter objective hits so easily to get that steal. So a huge, huge challenge. But Execration, again, their strength is when they're together as a squad. They have to protect Ison and make sure that they keep him alive. And that's how they can win the 5v5s. But again, Timelapse has reached his spike already. And that's the reason why Omega is so confident in the fight earlier in the Dragon.
You mentioned about the access through traversing through walls and everything else, and that did the Mundo did not have that. And I do agree on that one. Yes, he could have a flash no one, but how is he gonna go out? Yes, he'll be able to go for a Baron still, but he's dead anyway. But yeah, it's gonna be a risk for his life. Meantime, Joe, right after, I'm not sure if that was about around 14-minute time wherein somehow the transition happened, that the game went on to a flip side, going on to the side of Omega Esports. Now, do you think, Riku, this is gonna be it for Omega Esports anytime soon? What's the chances of Execration making a comeback?
We know Omega, once they have a 10k gold lead, but
But indeed, we can see in here more members inside of Execration getting punished. Gonna go for the Cyclone. Gonna go for that copy. The one will stay alive, but no, look at what this impressive doing. Gonna go under Nexus. It doesn't matter on team. He's just gonna go ham and wild, try to get more kills. He's very confident. He's got the GA for himself, and that was really nice play. Question, could this be it already for the side of Execration? Is this gonna be the end? They don't have the buff anymore. I think they're gonna go back and just respect the base for now.
they want the reset. They want to buy a bit of more items to come back stronger. And basically, Omega, mission accomplished. All of the towers are gone in the base of Execration. And Omega can just wait for the Elder Drake to spawn. And that will be, the final nail to the coffin for Execration. And of course, for Exe, I think they're looking towards what happened in towards this game, because it felt like Omega just accelerated the game, therefore Execration had a difficult time reaching their win conditions.
Just as to when you thought early game time, but all thought, some folks here and there, but no, that is a very tanky Garen. I don't care. So yeah, just when we thought maybe Execration can get this. I mean, they managed to secure the first blood, the first turret. They even managed to get the first dragon for themselves. But suddenly, was that just one mistake wherein they actually spent all their skills on the top side part of the map, just chasing JLC and trying to get a kill against him? Was the condition wherein things went different? But meantime, what is happening here? An exchange is being done. They don't care about the Elder Dragon anymore, it seems like.
But there's 2 minion waves marching towards the base already, and everyone is here.
Everyone is... Oh, whoa! Wait! What was that? What was that? The Garen with the ultimate! The Nation Justice was the answer to go for a steal, and this is gonna be it.
Victory!
Oh my goodness.
What a way to end that match. It's like, okay, impressive is the smite god, but JLC is...
He's gonna take the title. He's gonna take the title. I mean, I guess... No, Rico, I guess the reason why he was on Smite yesterday was for that reason. Was for that basic reason. And now... Okay, he doesn't even need a smite. He just needs that ultimate, the Nation Justice to get that seal. Wow.
I know. Impressive, gotta be careful. JLC is after your title as the smite god. But what a match, what a way to finish the game.
Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm still kind of speechless, but let's get this moving. Look at the graph. It's all... majority of the part, it's all going on to the red side, Team Execration, and it's not looking nice. Just so happened that I think Omega Esports was very patient in their take on the side of Execration, wherein I think they spent a lot of abilities onto targeting JLC, which was overextended on the top side of the map, and the flip side happened.
Yeah, I feel like, they had control, Execration had control over their first tier towers. They were doing a good job protecting that, but again, that punish, just as you mentioned, deep into the jungle. Therefore, Omega was able to punish, exchange it towards more objectives off of the map, and it fell apart from there. I think it would look pretty good for Execration, at least for the first 10 minutes of the game, with possibly a 3 to 5k gold lead up against Omega, which we haven't really seen that in this sort of matchup. So Omega was able to snatch that away, and then after that team fight, it was basically a 10k gold lead after.
I agree. Not a bad start for the side of Execration. I am I guess they even managed it pretty well. Maybe it's just, some disciplining factor. Okay, we don't really have to chase that JLC. I mean, this Garen, we could have just been, be wasting all of our abilities on that one. But that last part still cannot move on. I mean, usually that kind of steal by your opponent is usually blamed onto the junglers. Okay, jungler here speaking. the blame game. Here we go. But I think the added factor in that one is that no one is actually zoned out the Garen. I mean, they could have just shoved him away. Okay, you cannot belittle what the ultimate of the Garen can do, because that contributes a lot. I don't know. I mean, maybe I think Garen, or at least JLC, wasn't even sure about. Okay, is this gonna be a sure still for me? It was just an attempt. It was a risky attempt wherein he could also have died. But he knows that, okay, we also have the advantage in the lanes. The minion waves are flowing towards the base, the nexus of Execration, and that was it. So you gotta try before you know. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult because when we look at the Execration lineup with their composition, I think the question is, well, no questions. Your only reliable damage source, DPS, is from Ison. Without Ison, you'll definitely not be able to sort of burst someone down or whittle someone down like a Garen. Let's just say you do have that Leandris and everything else, but it's really difficult, especially as more items now.
True. For the meantime, let us take a look at the play of the game brought to you by Oppo Reno 5. Most of the fights in here. Actually, I love this part wherein Impressive was just trying to focus fire on who was making it hard for them. And I think mainly he found that it's the Lux because, the light binding is there. And when Impressive got his power spike, he is just calm and wild about going for the Hexic Ultimatum onto whoever it is. And the steal! Yeah, cannot move on. I'm pretty sure everyone, the viewers currently watching right now, are just pretty shook about what has happened.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, again, win condition. For Omega, kill Ison, then you're good.
Yeah, for sure. Meantime, master of the match, time-lapse, Gerald Bermudo with the Ezreal. What do you think about his play from that game?
Time-lapse, very patient, always moving with the squad as well. When I say patient, just waiting for, again, that 2-item power spike, added in an Executioners, delayed the Triforce a little bit, but no problem because the game was slow, because that's what Execration wanted it to be. Omega played with the music that Execration played. At the end of the day, they reached their spikes faster, and that's the reason why they were super aggressive at, the 10-minute mark.
Cool, and of course, gotta love the priority, really targeting the tanky frontliner, especially that Mundo. I mean, again, it's hard, especially if your opponent do know how to actually counter you. So gotta be careful on what Omega Esports can bring into the table. Now, the question is maybe for next game, I wonder who will be respected in this one. We're not yet sure if there's gonna be a swap in the positioning, in the picks, but who do you think must be respected? Should they ban out the Camille this time? Who's the main threat?
I think so. I think Camille is such a huge pick for Impressive in general, but once you remove Camille, let's just say if you're blue side, you definitely do not want to ban that. But in case you just want to deny that away from Impressive, what will you sacrifice to be open? Are you willing to open up Lee Sin? Are you willing to open up, we've seen Impressive play the Graves really, really well as well. It doesn't matter if he has a short dash. If he doesn't have a hook shot, he'll just dash right in, steal your dragon. I feel like he is definitely one of the biggest threats Omega has, and that's the reason why we'd see jungle bans when you're up against Omega. So for Execration, I want to see what the direction is this time around, because we saw Kai'Sa doesn't work anymore, at least from what we saw last night. It's definitely moving towards the Corki, the Ezreal right now, especially that the teams wants to accelerate the games at this point, but we've seen Kai'Sa win late games around the 20-minute mark. But biggest question is, will Omega allow you to reach that point?
Yeah, when actually to be fair though, at least this is one kind of late game, or one of the late games, few late games that Omega Esports has. But yeah, Kaisa, we're talking about that, but I don't want to talk about Kaisa in general. I think it's more of somehow we are noticing this about Aizen, kind of, I don't know, maybe he wasn't just finding the Kaisa plays starting from yesterday, but of course not discounting what he did from week 1. It was all impressive. It's just that maybe it could be the plays, or maybe in general how Execration is moving towards the game, or how they are progressing. But we'll see about that. Still, I think Kaisa could be a good pick. However, if we are going to be talking about an opponent having access towards you, backline access towards you, then that's going to be looking scary. So I think the draft is going to be super important for next game. Meantime, here we go. We are having a recap of what has been picked. I feel like I don't know. I just kind of did not feel the Diana from that game, but it wasn't that shiny. Maybe from last week. But how about you? What are your thoughts about the Diana pick of this one?
I think the Diana pick in general has been sort of soft countered. We don't get to see the usual Diana from North Luzon, where it's Diana versus Katarina, Diana versus another assassin, Diana versus another squishy target. Most of the time, if you see a Diana, you either sort of air quote concede your lane. Either you play an Oriana, you play a Galio, you play a Graga, something that will not allow any sort of assassination to happen. Therefore, you sort of cancel out the laning phase for a Diana to shine. But it doesn't change the fact how impactful a Moonfall is once the 5v5s happen. So that's the reason why we don't really see the Diana shine anymore, because we don't really get to see it snowball. That's the reason why we get to see more of a tankier build of a Diana, because again, the snowball doesn't happen during the lane for pure damage and just one burst on towards that squishy target.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of hard to execute now, and I think that's also the reason why we don't see much of Katarina for South Luzon. I think we did not even see Katarina once here in South Luzon. So sorry about you, Katarina, because there's just a lot of CC to deal with. The South Luzon teams and players just love high CC champions, right? So whether it be a hard CC or a soft CC, so you're just gonna be having a problem that one. And I think what's super popular in this one as well are the utility support. Still, they are making a comeback somehow. From yesterday, it kind of had a little bit of change, where we see Alistar once more, Galio support, Braum, Leona even, and now seems I'm not gonna be even surprised if we see a support Annie. Sure, why not? I'm ready for that. Will you be ready for that? Will you be ready for that just in case?
Everyone will be ready for that for sure. But the biggest question is which team will have to face the Annie pick. I mean, the Annie pick yesterday was such a huge surprise. I don't think, at least for the talent team, we didn't really get to expect that mid lane Annie. And it worked so well again with, it was Liyab up against Omega, where we saw Rakan, Sinzao, and Annie. And it's again, layering of all of these CCs, making sure the stuns and as well as the combo from the Tibbers just all falls in. And that is the first time we've seen Omega in a while to be defeated this weekend. So game-wise, so they're still undefeated series-wise, but game-wise, Liyab was able to dominantly defeat Omega. 10k gold lead in such an early time, not giving Omega room to breathe. So maybe Execration can take a page from Liyab's book and use that as well against Omega if they do want to sort of catch Omega off guard.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird. I mean, the draft of Omega Esports was weird. It's in itself. And how they actually performed in the game. So it's still questionable play for me. Have yet to. I was just, I just don't want to bother the players about, unless it's an interview maybe, wherein we'll be able to talk. I don't want to bother them about asking, why is your draft like that? Why do you get double smite? So let's just leave that aside for now. Maybe until the interview happens. But yeah. Lots of surprise picks in the champion pools, especially that Annie that went into the mid. And I gotta love the fact that Omega Esports did actually ban out the Annie just up against Liyab, if we can remember yesterday. So that gotta love that respect. So I don't know if we'll be ready about Shinzao showing again, Leona showing again. But talking about Leona, Riku, what do you feel about the Leona pick? It wasn't that successful, at least in getting a win. But what do you think is still lacking? I mean, there's some adjustments recently, but what do you think?
I think Leona is super good because of the buffs. I mean, Riot really wants to put Leona on the map as well with 2 buffs back to back from 2.2A and then B. So the range on the Zenith Blade as well as the cooldowns on more of her combo to get that strong initiate could put her on the map. I think what stops her from being popular is because of utility supports in general, and as well as maybe the Janna. We've seen, how the tornado can just sort of cancel out the Zenith Blade, although we've never seen the Janna Leona appear just yet, at least for the Icon series. So when you see maybe other tanks on the opposite side, then probably that's the time where you get to see the Leona pick. Maybe. Braum Leona was seen yesterday by Liyab and Omega. Unfortunately, just as you mentioned, it was a little bit difficult because, again, the peeling power of the Braum can get a little bit dicey.
Yes, and it's quite normal. If you can get kited, if you can get poked, that's definitely a hard task for you to just be in front of their faces, because before you are able to get a setup for your teammates, then you are already at poke. You don't have the HP to soak in even more damage for your teammates. So it's kind of like, in a way, we have to think about, okay, which support are they going to be picking? Are we, if in case we get the Braum, are we ready? That maybe we can also get countered by some high pokey champions, utility support kind of thing, some QTC word right over here, which I also just learned from Riku, by the way. So yeah, that's the idea. I think the matchup between, are you ready to go up against a utility support if you are a tanky frontliner? But yeah, the matchup, maybe in the Baron lane we can go towards that. It's always been a Singe, Garen, Prio in majority of the part for JLC. Why do you think that most of the teams, it's either they will just try to copy or take that away from JLC instead of just finding ways to punish this guy in his lane? What is happening in here in the Baron lane of Omega Esports?
I want to know too, but when we look at, players like JLC, we always think of him using champions that are very high ceiling when it comes to mechanics, but, tanks like Garen doesn't really equate to that. So when we finally saw JLC in the Akali, even though it wasn't really Assassin Kali, it was Tank Kali version for JLC, it felt like he was really, really in his element, but his tanky role here as well for Omega works so well. It just shows that Omega is just so flexible when it comes to dynamics. Who do they want to put the assassin? Do they want to put it on Impressive? Do they want to put it on a Rise? Maybe towards JLC. So the flexibility of this team is definitely insane. Going over to Execration though, one thing that I want to see, the Dene on the the Dedene's Ari is so good. So hopefully we get to see that earlier in the draft, or maybe when they're on red side, they'll think about it if they want to put Dedenne in that situation with the Rise later on. That's why I'm so excited for the draft later for game number 2, because I feel like as the South Luzon closes, that's where we'll get to see more interesting pocket picks for sure for these teams.
So, I don't know. Pocket pick, should we be ready for a Master Yi as well? And that Ash support that was mentioned a while ago? Sure, why not? I mean, we got surprised by the Shinzao from yesterday. It actually worked out, at least for that game wherein, the draft of Omega Esports is scheduled. But it was fun to see. It was fun to watch. It was fun seeing these champions also working out in the game. And you mentioned again that Ari, I think from North Luzon, that champion wasn't seen that much, if I recall correctly. But in here, we can see the power, the charms connecting, the assassination plays, super mobile and really hard to catch. Even though you got a Camille or someone who can just go hard CC lock onto an Ari. No, Ari's just gonna charm you, and then you're not gonna be able to catch her. You know?
Yeah, with the Spirit Rush as well, with very good mobility. And I feel like Supremo and Dedenne really have such a good mid and jungle synergy, which I think can also rival Impressive Arise. I feel like, based on what we've seen so far. So I want to see that a little bit more, because when you do Mundo and Gragas, it doesn't really spell anything. It doesn't really spell synergy. It just spells that we're going to be playing towards Ison instead. So maybe if they play a little bit more of that, use the early to mid, not early to mid and jungle as your early transition, waiting for Ison to sort of scale up. I feel like that will be a very, very interesting formula for Execration to try out again. Remember, Execration actually almost beat Omega one time. I think it was the first time we've ever seen Xin Zhao. It was used by Impressive at the first weekend, and Omega just kept going aggressive. Execration just kept punishing this sort of aggression. So maybe if Omega decides to play that tune again, Execration will definitely be prepared for that, because they've gone through that already.
We'll see about that though, but of course you don't want to go execute a play wherein you might be put into a disadvantage. So we'll see. I think I love how actually the teams in here in South Luzon are learning super fast. I mean, the learning curve is so steep. Most especially, I think, Execration, and starting this week too as well, Sunsparks, right? So gonna love that win that they got. It wasn't smooth, and during the interview, I can remember they did mention about that patience. Finally, they have it, because usually, of course, what was hard for them was closing the game. And talking about patience, relating it to Execration and Omega Esports, both of them were actually super patient at the start of the game. And I wonder if it's gonna be very similar for game 2. Maybe depending on, I don't know, maybe depending on how fast the jungle picks that they will have later on, and into the jungle camps, and how fast they could go for ganks. So this is gonna be super interesting. You know what? We are already in the second to the last day, but most of the time we're still clueless what will happen in here. And it's crazy.
It's so crazy, because remember, before we entered South Luzon, we were thinking every single weekend will be 2-1, right? And then when the first weekend finished, it was mostly 2-0. So we were expecting the same thing to happen the following weekend. That didn't happen yesterday. Full 9 games. It all went the long haul. Mostly 20-minute games with, 40 kills in total at the end of the match, and even more. That's how chaotic, in a good way, it was yesterday. So seeing the match between Execration and Omega, game number 1, be so calm, be so, let's retreat, we don't have to fight, is so refreshing to see. It makes me think, what just happened yesterday? Did all the teams decide to just go fight, and then decided to, okay, time out, let's take a breather today?
Yeah, I think it's a contribution for us casters and talents as well. So I'm gonna thank you guys for that. But I love how everyone is just well coordinated about, okay, everyone went onto a reset from during the weekdays, and then it's finally game time again. Let's go fight. And this day 2 of week 2, let's calm down a little bit to start. And yeah, it's crazy, but it's fun, and this is what we love as well. It makes us relate to the players too, so it's super lovely. But again, maybe Riku, we have to prepare ourselves as to what might happen in game 2, because this death group, they just love everything unpredictable.
Yeah, everything unpredictable we've seen so far. I feel like most of that happened yesterday. Again, with a double smite coming from Omega, the Shyvana and Graves combo. We didn't get to see that too much because Liyab, again, the panelists have mentioned you've got the 20% decrease on your gold and experience acquisition. So that 5 minutes window is very enough for Liyab. So we didn't get to see that prosper. So curious to see whether or not Omega wants to try that double smite again, perhaps. I mean, 5 minutes can be short and long at the same time when it comes to Wild Rift. Earlier, 5 minutes was very slow. Nothing happened too much, just 2 kills. For the Liyab match against Omega, a lot happened. a bunch of kills already basically happened. So that's the beautiful thing about Wild Rift, I suppose. Anything can happen, and this 5 minutes can mean a lot and can mean nothing.
Yeah, I think maybe that could work out if maybe there were invades that has happened. At least they're gonna get their upgrades in their smites. At least for both of these two champions or players that got the smite for themselves. But that did not happen. Instead, the Shyvana JLC got bullied in his lane, not getting the experience and gold that he very much needed to become an evolved Shyvana, an evolved dragon. So no dragons for him. So I was reading the comments during my VOD review last night. There were like comments like, okay, this is like an upgraded minion instead. Like no contribution at all. So yeah, whatever it is. But for the meantime, I guess it's time for us to check out what is gonna happen in here in the draft for Game 2 between Execration and Omega Esports. Who gonna be tough in this one, but still Ziggs is gonna get banned. And Riku, thoughts on what might happen in here?
Okay, so biggest question is Omega Esports, will you leave open this Camille pick so that Execration could possibly first pick it, give it to Supremo, or perhaps pick up the Diana as well for Execration on that first pick, see the Dene shine? We'll have to see. Camille is open, Gragas is open as well. JLC's Gragas, not Gragas, Garen is banned as well. So we'll have to see if JLC falls back into the Singed pick that we saw time and time again, especially yesterday.
Wow.
Never mind, Akali.
Yeah. Lots of open champions, so and I'm pretty sure they did it on purpose. They will just open up all these choices for both of the teams, so they are left to choose between, are they gonna go for an Akali or a Camille in here? So instead they want to go Pryo onto the Akali for Tante in the Baron lane. So Gragas and Camille, most likely this will be it for Omega. And your thoughts about the first 3 secure picks in here so far, Riku?
These are definitely the strongest picks that usually are banned, contested, first rotation. That means Execration, do you want to pick up the Kai'Sa again, Kai'Sa Lux, Kai'Sa Janna, if you will, for a better peel as well, considering Tante or Dedenne could possibly not be on that tanky role anymore because the Gragas has been taken. But this means if you pick up the Orianna, that means you sort of air quote concede the lane again, which is a very, very safe pick, a very, very neutral pick. But that means more towards the team fights, more towards the 5v5s, and Omega Esports secures again this Janna pick for themselves. Diana even went through. I thought we would see Diana for Dedenne this time around.
Okay, Diana, Dedenne. Okay, I just wanted to try if I'm gonna I'm gonna get that tongue twister as well. But Rico, I don't like this Orianna pick in the side of Execration. You know, it feels like she just countered herself. There is already a Gragas, and the Gragas can just go for an explosive cast if ever he goes for an attempt to go for a setup. Basically, I do not like it. What more? There's also an Alistar in here that can just get poked out by the Janna and the Ezreal. I don't know, but it seems like this time I'm gonna have an early prediction onto which side or draft I'm favoring on to. I'm gonna go for the Omega composition. Riku, I'm gonna leave the rest of the thoughts that you have in here for the draft.
Okay. Okay, so I do agree with you, Omega Esports, because they basically just replaced the Garen into that Gragas. It felt like impressive. It shines 3 times more when he's on this Camille pick. So I thought it would have been denied. But that means Execration is so confident that they're ready that they'll be facing the impressive Camille again once more. And they're prepared to face the Gragas. Gragas has a lot of kit. That means you have the Janna Gragas peeling combo. That means you'll have a hard time reaching the backline, basically. And when you look at Execration's composition, what is going to be your ball delivery system? How will you initiate the shockwave first? It cannot be Supremo. He's very, very squishy. Could be Akali. It could be Akali, but your main initiation would fall in the hands of Arjuk. A lot of pressure for Arjuk for sure to start the fight. And it may be a little bit difficult considering how, again, we talked about the peel. We talked about the disengage coming from Omega.
Yes, and so he got to deal with that. But of course, there's still the win condition for Execrations. The stuff it's going to be all work for Arjuk, I guess. He must make sure that, of course, the knock-ups will properly connect and that he will maybe able to find the champions or members, players on the side of Omega Esports getting caught off guard. So talking about peels and pokes, there you go. Time lapse already starting with it.
Yeah, at least the good news ish. You do have the Alistar on Arjuk, so you do have a little bit of that, a little bit of sustain, I suppose, from the Mad Cow. At this point, though, for Execration, it's the same game plan. You do want to sort of slow the game, not boost it, not turn it out of control. You do want to get Supremo farmed up on this Graves.
In here, early flash being used by Dedene right in there. So that's gonna be very dangerous if there will be another attempt for a gank in the mid side.
Absolutely, and impressive, working his wonders, even going towards top.
Yeah, we're not seeing the action, but so far this is a low HP Tante already. Seems like they don't want to let the Akali Tante to go online ASAP as well. So there's gonna be somehow a lot of work, at least decision making to put onto Supremo, or rather impressive as well, as to which lane he's gonna go for a prior gank.
We'll have to check, as Omega is having the time of their life, I suppose, at the duo lane at least. You mentioned they do have a lot of poke. They do have that Arcane Shift and Tornado as well to sort of push or deny any sort of aggressive plays coming from the Execration duo. And again, we'd expect that for time-lapse, we're looking at Muramana as well as the Triforce Power Spike for Omega to be more comfortable to work with their AD carry later on towards the fights. Now for Execration, again, we look at, you have a lot of damage. They have a double ADC composition with the Graves and as well as Kaisa. So the damage department this time around, complete opposite in game number 1. They have a lot of damage sources this time because they also have Tante as that assassin. As an assassin that can work towards time-lapse in that backline. Again, biggest hurdle is the peel coming from Stronger and as well as possibly from JLC.
Yes, for sure. And do not discount what time-lapse can do as well in that as Riel. So we'll see how this one go. Again, I think the hope in here for the side of Execration could be Tante just bullying the backline, the squishy targets on the side of Omega Esports. And when Ezreal is down and maybe even Jana as well, then that is gonna be an easy task later on for Execration. But it's gonna be tough still because again, these engages are present for the side of Omega Esports. They got away for that coming from Stronger as well as JLC.
Supremo is gonna get spotted by the ward in the brush. And again, you're working with a Graves and your only hard CC will be Arjuk's knockup from the Alistar. Omega bot lane is a little bit slippery with the Arcane Shift and as well as the extra movement speed, I suppose, coming from the side of that Janna from Stronger. So Execration still hasn't... I mean, your Graves, you do want to get that farm in till that 4-minute mark. Then you can either test to see whether or not you can sort of fight it out 5v5. Very curious to see how that's going to go. Again, pressure is towards Arjuk in starting the fight and being that solo tank for the squad.
Yeah, gonna be tough for him indeed. See how he's actually positioning himself in the map. He definitely cannot just overextend, or he will be put into a situation where, okay, he's gonna be onto this half-life already, or maybe even getting caught off guard by that Camille. And look how confidently Omega Esports is actually starting to go for an attempt, or maybe just a fake Dragon Start or a reset instead, just to attract the attention of Execration.
Yeah, Execration does have priority. Look at the Mystic shots. Very, very painful so far towards Ison. But we already see Omega lurking around and positioning themselves towards the Dragon. Already starting it, actually, and pulling it out of the pit.
We'll have to see.
Oof, look at that poke, very low, detonate in the middle lane. Gonna be very dangerous to actually join team fights later on. Gragas already moving towards the Baron Pit. They keep on resetting this one. Maybe this is gonna be for the third time just to stop or not allow Execration to go for this one. But no, this time I think like they are serious to start this one off. Are they gonna be ready? They have a lot of way to go for some disengage to not allow members of Execration to secure that kill. They're gonna be going for that Cloud Dragon. Smite will secure that, and there you go, Tante. Gonna go for that stock up in the Hextech Ultimatum of Impressive, and there's more chase. Folks here and there, not gonna get the kill, but that's fine.
Omega being just doing Omega things. Props to Arise here on Diana. Scared off Dedenne. Dedenne had to go back, therefore Execration had to deal with a 4v5. Omega called that dragon, and that's why they're rewarded with that objective, and they're able to get out alive. With not a lot of exchange via summoner spells, it's actually Execration having to burn a little bit here and there, especially on Dedenne's side on that barrier. So this is looking like what we saw in game number 1. Not a lot of action, waiting for the AD carries to get a little bit more of their item power spikes. Again, time lapse, we're looking at Muramana and as well as that Triforce. But here we have Rift Herald already spawned.
Yes, indeed. But meantime, they are seemingly just waiting for Impressive to actually be ready as well. I think they're just waiting for the ultimate to become available too. But if we take a look at the itemization, I think two members from the side of Omega Esports has the Rod of Ages available. Of course, balance, some sources of sustain and mana availability. They can dish out a lot. They can spam skills basically with the raw Aurora already being available as well. But meantime, patience. Again, patience game is present for both of these teams.
Yeah, Execration has to be the more patient one this time around. They're waiting for the Grave, Supremo, to get a little bit more items on towards this pick. You're looking at Ison again, looking to scale on this Kaisa. Dedenne cannot get those painful play changers, whatever you call it, shockwaves with a ton of damage.
Ooh, look at that though in the middle lane. Lots of members from Dedenne as well as Tante in here getting poked down by the members of Omega Esports, but JLC gonna be forced to use the flash, but the chase is in there. However, Arise might be able to go for a combat play up against what the Akali did, but this one, Micro here and there, was getting the last hit. Unfortunately, though, Arise will not be able to survive that one. The shields coming in from that Orianna did help out a lot into winning that Micro gaming, but at least Omega Esports did manage to get the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think that is worth on Omega's book. They're able to secure again another objective with no contest, and only able to sacrifice 2 out of that, and they're able to get at least 1 more kill off of that mid lane exchange. Omega itching to fight after such a air quote quiet first 10 minutes from game number 1, and we're looking at time lapse already with having that Executioners on the board as well, canceling a bunch of healing from the side of Execration, I suppose. Omega, very happy with what they've achieved for 8 minutes, but the gold is still very even for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I think the added factor was that 2 kills that was taken away a while ago by Execration. But still, again, like you mentioned already, looking pretty even. A while ago, we did see the Shadow Enchant actually being bought by JLC already, so we might expect in here a way for them. Like that, gonna be making use of the Shadow Enchant already. Look at that explosive cast, taking out Arjuk in here, getting poked down, not able to soak in so much damage, and that is the disadvantage that we can see if you have a tanky frontliner going up against utility support. But for the meantime, in here somewhere in the riverbed top side, we can see a chase, gonna be forced to flash, trying to dash away. Tante is still trying to eye for Camille for Impressive on the top. I think they're not yet even done. They're
not
fighting. They're not done. We just gotta imagine the action that is happening onto the top side. So as we imagine that, we can see Impressive falling down, and might be a chance for Akali to actually get the turret. But for the meantime, you can see a fight happening in here with the Dragon Fade. the reset will happen, and they gotta wait for Impressive. I do believe in here there is the creation of space. Seems like Execration will get the position in this one, and we have to wait 4 seconds. I don't think Impressive will be able to make it out to chase and get this one, but that's secure. Coming out from the graves will be on point, gonna get that secure on the dragon. However, they gave to Diana so much kills as well as the Ezreal.
No jungler, still a problem for for Execration, because yes, you're able to pick up at least that dragon as well. You're able to eliminate the jungler. That's the reason why they made that call. But because they took some time making that call, securing that area, Omega, Timelapse was able to poke here and there. Diana as well is able to poke here. Arise is able to poke. So by that time, Execration was practically very low at that point. So I think that is definitely the huge advantage of Omega over here when we look at their comp. Execration has to make snappy decisions, or else they will get poked into a very awkward HP.
Yeah, and I also would like to go back to what has happened on the top side. I feel like Impressive had a chance to back away from the Akali. Of course, Akali had a very long range way for her to get the blade to connect onto you. So you gotta be careful on that one. So hurts a lot as well. But as we can see, still the balance and minion waves are still pretty even for both sides. Meantime, we take a look at the fight that's happening between Tonte as well as JAC. Gonna be hiding in the Twilight Shrouds. The chase is in here, gonna be making use of that flash. Is there any way for Impressive to go for a chase even further? No. Because he'll just back away and just clear off the minion waves together with JLC.
Yeah, Impressive was looking for that kill. His flash is almost up, just a few seconds late. So that's the reason why he was hoping to get that kill, finish off Tante. But Omega still will try to push topside anyway, so not a huge loss from there. Omega, though, already building towards that gold lead, even just a little bit. It is sort of progress to where they want to be. Execration, in the meantime, is sort of slowing the game as much as they can. I want to point out how there's double Spooky Ghost on the side of Omega, and it works so well for engage, for the casket, for the explosive casket engage. You slow Execration, and then you get enough range to push them towards you with the explosive casket.
Yeah, not only that, I guess, of course, for Tonte, whenever he goes for the hiding on the in the Twilight Shroud, so that's gonna be an easy way to check out where this Akali is. So gotta love that idea. We're in fine. We just try to coordinate our Shadow Enchant. Sure, why not? Oh no! Oh, in here we see a fight that is happening again. Everyone has spent all of their important abilities, but I think the space creation is still just in there by JLC to scare off the members of Omega. Might this be a bad time that they actually went in for a retreat? No, it's okay. Gotta go back to what's usual.
Yeah, I thought it actually is a Baron call. Omega, though, that means Arise will go back late. It will be a potential 4v5. They have no idea this is happening.
Yes, they don't have any idea at all. That is a surprise that they want to give out up against Omega, and I think this is the first time we see ever Omega Esports getting caught off guard as to, okay, are they gonna go for a Baron? Did they retreat? So I guess that was a nice strategy by Execration, just confusing Omega from that part.
Yeah, definitely confusing, and as well as throwing Omega off into their usual pattern. They usually wait a little bit more, get a pick off of Execration, and then fall towards that Baron. Maybe use it even as bait if they're a little bit more comfortable. So this is so confident. I love the call very much coming from Execration. It will surely help them sort of get more towers on the board in the map, especially tier 1 tower. 2 tier 1 towers are still up for bottom and as well as mid.
However, I believe that Execration must need to take advantage of the Baron buff that they got. They should be shoving waves. And now that they actually attempted to go for a contest on the Dragon, they're kind of missing the important contribution of what the Baron buff can do. So meantime though, could this be the delayed attempt coming from Execration that they want to take advantage and get a turret out of the buff that they got?
Right now, at least you're looking at Omega with an okay wave clear. They've got JLC on the Gragas. They have a Rise on the Diana skill 1, so I think it works out pretty well. We'll have to see though. Arjuk already looking for the flank.
Oh, there you go. Yes, indeed. However, we can see some pokes coming in here and there from Omega Esports. The Monsoon will be there to give some life and hope for the rest of the members losing HP bars. They are sending away the members of Omega, or rather Execration. But look at the waves that the Akali, that Tante did down bottom part of the map. But you know what? I feel like somehow Execration should have taken advantage of the Baron buff that they got. They at least should be able to, you know, take away 1 or 2 turrets in the middle lane. But I think it was just Tante doing the work from the side lanes.
Yeah, because Impressive was there to match him and guard that tier 1 tower. I assumed the plan was Execration was going to put resources at the top portion of the map since the wave was already building towards the tier 2 tower, and Omega was busy securing that dragon. I suppose Execration really wants to put more dragons on the board for themselves, and that was the call. But the exchange is less time for that Baron buff. One thing that is also good from that one, Execration can worry less a little bit about that Baron threat for Omega to bait, so I think that's a little bit of an advantage.
And also, when you have the Baron buff, you don't want to fight. You don't want to be fighting in the jungle. You want to take advantage of the buff minions. So I guess still a missed opportunity by Execration. Apart, of course, from that one turret that they managed to take away down bottom part of the map. But look at what's happening in the minimap. It's turning red once more, at least on the top side, where in the next objective is about to spawn. And looking at the wards as well, it is well guarded.
Yeah, well guarded for Omega, just as you mentioned. A lot of red spots here as Execration's area territory slowly dwindling.
Gonna go for the Hextech ultimatum. Doesn't matter who it is. They will go for an attempt on trying to take down the HP of Arjuk. Nice try, however, but the response coming from the members of Execration was just on point. They are going 5-man rotation this time. Gotta make sure they are clumped up together.
Omega is sort of pressured to accelerate the game a little bit. Again, your threat is Isen as well, and a bunch of other damage threats.
They take away that turret, however, looks like they're going to be continuing the fight. Tante, however, very deep down in the back line, gonna get bursted down by the Diana, and that is one less member on the side of Execration. No more Akali, no more problem that is gonna be putting a threat on our backliners, squishy backliners in here. However, we can see JLC working towards providing.
JLC, you madman! Now here comes the cast, or rather the spooky ghost. Well, right now, we're taking a look at Omega with their amazing play.
Am I back?
You are back!
Okay, I'm glad I am back. I can see the action. So here we go with the Elder Dragon available already. And yeah, I gotta go back on what has happened a while ago. Gotta love how the zoning was made by JLC now on just throwing out the barrel roll and scaring away the members of Execration.
Pairing the Baron, or rather they've already attained that Baron. Elder Drake already getting hammer down. Execration though, we'll have to see if this position is worth.
Is this worth it? That is the question. However, though, we can see Impressive as well as Liana working towards the backline to take away the members of Execration. That is giving them a hard time. You can see Ison no more in the map. So was Dedene and Supremo Tante as well. And Arjuk very in a dangerous spot. And just like that, it is gonna be a team ace for Omega Esports. Wow, what a play. Riku, what was the problem with that positioning?
It was basically Omega already again with their spikes, with their win condition on the board. They've got the Baron, they've got the Dragons, and now they're on the Nexus.
They are definitely gonna be on the Nexus. I mean, no more prolonging onto this fight. Almost 20-minute game time. Not very fast, but the patience game did pay off so well for them. Wow, what a game. Any thoughts about that one? I mean, I think it all started pretty, very passive. Everyone's just waiting for the power spike and for them to get the game. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Usually we've seen 17-minute games with a bunch of kill scores. Like it would equate to 30 kills combining all of the team kills. So that was, again, Execration wanted to slow the game a little bit more, wanting the Graves to farm up as well, wanted to get Ison on the board with his spike. And unfortunately, we didn't really get to see that. More like Execration, for sure, with the composition, it's so hard to engage in these 5v5s because they do not have disengage. All they have is an all-in. We never got to see any sort of big shockwaves, and it's only because the way that Omega fights, you will be forced to be scattered. You'll be forced to break position. The way that Impressive, JLC, and the rest of the squad is able to break Execration's position sort of cancels out what Execration was trying to do with their comp. Again, you only solely have your one front line, and that is Arjuk on this Alistar. If the formation breaks, you have a bunch of squishy targets, therefore primed to be eaten by either JLC on the Gragas or Impressive or Arise on the Diana.
Yeah, it was a tough one for Arjuk. Even I would say even tough one for the Akali as well, because they gotta make a choice. Arjuk needed to make a choice. Is he gonna go for a protection play for Ison, or is he gonna go provide that knock-ups and tanky front line for the Akali to go for the play that he wants to go for? Because Akali is just like how we saw it when he attempted to go for an assassination play in the back line of Omega Esports. He just got bursted down. I mean, you gotta deal with Janna, with a Janna, with an Ezreal, as well as a Diana, and I mean, hell, it's just gonna be hell out of you. You will be forced to make use of the stasis. Maybe in the early stages of the game, that's gonna be an easy task because, of course, the power spikes aren't there as of yet. So we see the play of the game. Oppo, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5. What else did we see in the highlights? What else did we see in the highlights?
A lot of dragon fights. I mean, we've seen Execration secure these dragons, but at the end of the day, Omega was able to clean sweep, sort of exchanging gold towards and sort of equalizing that lead. So what a way Omega, they've shown patience. When they're unlocked, they just go all ham.
Let's go and call our master of the match. Meantime, Arise in the Diana, huge kill participation rate as well. Everything's just leaning towards damage output too, and of course, just a way to put some survivability for himself. And wait, do I see this correctly? Why did I not notice a while ago that he was making use of a smite? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was he really making use of the smite?
No.
No,
I
right?
think it's barrier.
Was it?
Yeah, he was definitely on a barrier earlier.
This is graphics. This is graphics issue. All right, he was on a barrier, not this one. Maybe we'll see this in the ranked games if we put this kind of information up here. But yeah, the Diana, again, despite the barrier adjustments, he is still looking good. You just need to find the perfect timing, of course. And I think it was really all about the composition of Execration as well, right, Riku?
Yeah, it was absolutely, even though let's just say it was an Orianna, usually it's what you use to neutralize the lane. Arise still stepped up into the occasion, was able to sort of scare Dedenne away off of his lane as that Diana pick. So what a wonderful way to end the match for Omega. Complete domination, complete patience. We've seen different sides of Omega this time around. From yesterday, a bunch of fights. We've seen them got defeated by Liyab, but looks like they're still in top shape and top form for day number 2.
Yeah, despite losing this game or this series up against Omega, they are pretty sure still in shape, very patient as well. They know the kind of play that they want to do. I think what they just need to work on is the drafting. Somehow it feels like there is still lacking or like loopholes in how they actually draft or react or answer back onto what their opponents have been placing in the picks and bans as well. So I think they just need to clean that one up. But in terms of execution, they are looking so well, especially that part wherein they got Omega Esports caught off guard in that Baron take. So that was super lovely.
Yeah, I love the confidence coming from Execration for sure. They're definitely a new and improved Execration, especially again, they're the only team that did a roster change from the preseason coming into the South Luzon group stages. So a huge improvement for sure.
Yes, for sure. But now let's see what will happen in the next series for today. For the meantime, we're going to go on to a short break before Liyab Esports versus Sunsparks. We're your casters. I'm Kaysaya. With me is Riku. We'll be back.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall,
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Omega Esports staying true to their promise of an undefeated South Luzon run, taking the first series from Execration. They win the series, the first series of the day, with another 2-0 under their belt and 50,000 Globe Cup points more to add to their winnings. You know what? This is really interesting. This is an interesting series because I feel like this is a bit of a change of pace. We're used to very fast-paced action, you know, 15-minute games, and I feel like we had a very chill, very calm, especially during game one. This was very calm, and then the clashes will only happen when they really did need to. I mean, game one we actually saw 13 minutes go by without anything eventful, so that was a bit of a refreshing sort of like, you know, style, I guess. But Osiris, let me know your thoughts on game one as we check out the series highlights.
Game 1, Execration did a good job on checking everyone at Omega. And think about that is they are maximizing the explosive pass. And at that point, they are peeling, they are pushing everyone. And you are playing on a JLC Garen that needs to run in front of you. It will take time. And yes, you may be having the movement speed from Janna, but you need to walk up front. So you you will be having a hard time on jumping in because of the cast. But this is why Omega is the alpha of the South Luzon right now. Their team fight prowess, the target lock that we've seen from NXP is they got that kind of eyes as well. The eagle eyes. They know where to go or who's going to kill first. And then at that point, they're just going to take the win. That kind of, we saw also the effect on games.
Yeah, you know what? Execration, I feel like they had a really good early game start. I mean, we saw that 4-man dive onto Impressive at the very, very start of game one. But then again, you know, when you're winning against Omega, sometimes you feel like, are you really winning?
Yes.
You know, right? There is that kind of mind game that comes in. And I also remember that really, once again, you know, awesome steal. I believe that was it. Yeah. And actually, you know what? Omega also proved, I think, in game two that they didn't really need the dragons. They actually gave several away over to Execration going into game two. Audaluz, what were your thoughts on that?
Oh, okay. Well, before that, I just would like to explain what happened during that dragon steal. So Garen's ultimate is now AoE in Wild Rift. So it is actually centered around as to how much damage you can deal to the champion that is beside the objective. Shout out to Gaji because he's one of those content creators that did actually show a clip in where Garen did 1,000 damage on a Baron in where yours. Yeah, so that's that's right. So that's actually one of the things that you can do as a Garen. Beside peeling, beside doing the assassinations using your ultimate, you can also steal objectives now in Wild Rift. Not applicable in LoL PC, I'm afraid. So anyway, all right. So just would like to also shout out the team, Omega Esports. I think they're using Master. Why? Because they're having a flawless run today, right? So not just today, but for the whole South Luzon group, right? And how can you have those flawless moves? Use Master. Secret na mga gwapo. Anyway, right, so game number 2 for Execration, we saw Tante going for the Akali, right? And that's a refreshing sight. In the past couple of games or days, we haven't seen the Ninja, and rightfully so. The Ninja is a very hard to control, but Omega Esports, we're talking about Omega Esports here, one of the teams that are very capable in handling the Ninja herself. You see the potential of having both Janna and Gragas for peeling away from those threats, right? And also, just would like to point out that I think Arise is one of the best Diana players that we have here in the Philippines, not just in South Luzon. Because every time a clash happens, you must look for Arise. Where is he coming from? And you will see that, with the red carpet or with the drum roll, whatever you want to do, but there is this flanking position that he will always do, and he will just make sure to come from a path or come from a spot that is least expected by the opponent, and that really just shows why Arise is a very deadly on-deck champion, right?
Yeah.
Impressive also got his hands on his comfort pick in the Camille, so you have Camille on Impressive, right? And you also have Diana on Arise. It's crazy to think how the draft went that way, but I really understand, right? You prioritize Akali every time you get the chance. However, in the end, we know Omega Esports being able to dish out the full extent of a 5v5 fight. Timelapse will do the poking, and then once you're half health, once you're critical, that's Arise's time to shine.
Yeah, it was surprise, surprise, it's Arise. And you know, you had no idea where he was coming from.
Oh my, from out of
Suddenly he was
nowhere.
there. But anyway, of course, Omega Esports, yet another addition to their yet undefeated run over here in the South Luzon group stages. They will, of course, be taking 50,000 Globe Cup points more home. And just checking out the standings for our Globe Cup point system over here. Just a reminder again that one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So you can just imagine how happy these teams are right now. Omega Esports with 350,000 Globe Cup points, Liyab Esports with 200,000 Globe Cup points, Sunsparks with 50,000 Globe Cup points, and Execration as well with 50,000 Globe Cup points so far. And it just goes to show, of course, how important every single series is, because that is still 50,000 Globe Cup points at stake. And of course, next up, we do have Sunsparks versus Liyab Esports. So hopefully Sunsparks can add a bit more over there to they've already started on their winnings. So of course, sometimes you need that one win to get the ball rolling. So this might be Sunsparks riding on that momentum. Autolus did joke earlier about how, it is a very, very hot day today.
Yes.
So that might be the sun, shining, giving a little bit of spark to Sunsparks over there. But if we're talking about wins, Liyab Esports already has a bunch. So it is quite an exciting series. It is quite an exciting match as to where the momentum will be going. Let's actually check out the lineup over here in Sunsparks. The guys who are probably responsible for the weather being as hot as it is today, of course, over here. Autolus, let me know your thoughts on this lineup.
All right, so we have WJ Faye 5722 Sets and Maze. We all know that Sets is the captain, and yesterday he was provided of an option to go for an alternative AD carry. We know his potential on that Kaisa pick, but yesterday he has shown flashes on the Corki. Now that's actually one thing that we have to pay close attention to, because we all know that Liyab really favors Corki, right? So regardless of the nerfs that did happen on that package, it still is happening. And right now, one way to unlock Sets is for Maze to step up.
That's interesting. And, speaking of which, thank you so much for the segue over there. We do have our solo player highlight, which will be Maze. And Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on Maze over here, and actually how much he improved from yesterday's match and what he can bring to today's series.
Oh my, Maze really stepped up yesterday with the win against Execration. And with that being said, right now, Maze, if he's keeping that momentum, if he's calling the shots right now better than the usual, I believe they can take a win against Liyab. But if you are playing on a Sunsparks preseason type of caliber, that's something that you wanted to consider. Maze right now, they are playing the discipline type of approach and the patience game. We saw Omega from the battle against Execution that you need to get that control, that kind of patience, that there's no desperation move as of now. And I think one thing Maze can do is focus on amplifying Sets right now, especially Fate that can play on a carry role. So all you have to do is peel for both of the carries right now, and then I believe Liyab Liyab will be surprised on how Sunsparks can snag a win.
It's very possible, and I believe because of yesterday's matches, we now know that it is indeed possible for these guys. You guys also mentioned earlier that timing was a very crucial part of Sunsparks' victory yesterday, so hopefully a combination of those two will bode well for these guys going into this series. But of course, they are up against Liyab Esports, and again, just refreshing our memories with this all-star player lineup that Liyab Esports has over here. Autolus, what are your thoughts?
Okay, well, All Star, the most explosive lineup, and that's the reason. And there is a reason why I call them the most explosive lineup. They are the team that is most likely going for the Ziggs, the Corki, and the Gragas all at the same time, right? So, all about explosions, all about those fights. And when I look at this roster, Nixu, Miggy, Exos, and Gambit, Marita Boy, every single one of them has the potential to just carry the game out of their roles, right? But one thing that I would like to pay close attention to is Miggy, because Miggy yesterday was a revelation on that Gragas pick. His explosive casks were immaculate, were perfect. And this is one thing that I would pay close attention to, because so far in South Luzon, Gragas has been the flavor of the weekend.
Oh yeah, and you know what? Let's actually take an even closer look indeed with this solo player highlight. Let's just pretend that this wasn't choreographed at all, that it happens to be Miggy. Thank you so much, Autolus. But yeah, Osiris, just let me know. Do you agree with Autolus over here that Miggy
Yes.
on this Gragas could work wonders for Liyab?
Yeah, it feels like Otto's already discussed the solo player stats because he was there. I mean, Gragas, really impeccable from Miggy. We can just call it the biggest cast because he is explosive everywhere, taking those isolation plays, and with how Miggy's controlling the map, the opposing team is having a hard time taking team fights. On the first match, we saw how Gragas is a good killing potential. And then yesterday, we saw a 100 win rate up until the match 3 went on and Gragas started to keep on losing. But I believe Miggy, as the one who's mastering the Gragas with the body slam, even a flash just to surprise the enemy team, Liyab now is well equipped. But what I love about Liyab right now is how Chisto and Coach Eds is playing all around. We saw Annie, we saw Rakan, even Moraita Boy, or that Rakan has been banned by Omega. So they are respecting right now the surprises, the cheese from Chisto and Eds. And I think that's something that we are looking forward, especially Miggy can show a different side of him.
And you know what? He is definitely one of these junglers over here on this Gragas that, you know, we were joking about it in our group chat, that can turn the explosive cask into a casket for his opponents, definitely. And yes, shout outs to Chisto over there. Hello, my friend. And of course, we do have to keep a close eye on our Globe key player clash as well. And it will be Sets versus Gambit. And you know what, guys, I do want to know over here, you know, based on the breakthrough, I guess, that Sunsparks had yesterday, how do you think this clash is going to go down? Let's start with you, Otlus.
Okay. One thing to note whenever you are watching Liyab is that they are not really playing the Kaisa composition. They are happy to just have a well-balanced composition of having a Corki and Ezreal rather than going all in on that Protect the Queen composition, right? On the other hand, we have Sunspark Sets, which is the #1 user of Kaisa so far, not just in South Luzon, but also in the preseason. So there's going to be a very, how should I say this? A contrasting way of playing the Dragon role, right? Or the Dragon Laner role. Still, this both players is very capable in carrying their respective teams to victory, so it's going to be a very explosive matchup.
And what about you, Osiris?
Well, Sunsparks, they may seem doesn't have a really good track record, but you can see that the kill participation and the damage, even the gold per minute, is on par with Gambit. So Sets might be the one who's putting the pedal to the metal, and also a contrasting place. I agree with Autolus as different from the Kaisa of Aizen. We are looking at the Kaisa of Sets, which is somehow mostly present into the fight. That seems doesn't have to be flashy, but putting a raw damage every team fight.
So, guys, which way do you think it's going to go? Is it going to be a 2-0, or are we seeing the first 2-1 of the day? Otlus, what do you think?
I think because of the weather right now, both of them are culprits, right? Liyab is all about those fire thing,
know
and
that.
Sunsparks is the sun, right? But okay, at the end of the day, I have to throw in my prediction. It's going to be 2-1 for Liyab.
I love how we're talking about Sunsparks as if they're like plants, getting energy from the sun. They're so solar powered in a way. But yes, Liyab might be solar powered as well. Osiris, what do you think?
Oh, well, with the photosynthesis, I'll go still
Oh.
with Liyab 2-0 because they're convincingly really good, and Sunsparks really need to work on. But of course, the happy hearts of the underdog, I would love to see them win. It's just that let's go straight to the facts. With Liyab right now is currently good.
And I think it will probably be a 2-1 in favor of Liyab Esports. But you know what? We're going to see how explosive Liyab can get, or if the sun shines bright on Sunsparks today by getting into the second series of the day. Casters, you guys are up.
Thank you very much, Osiris, Mika Fabs, and Otaluz. Welcome back to the Caster Desk. My name is Riku. Together with me again is Kaisaya. Very happy to bring you the action of the Sunsparks versus Liyab matchup. Again, we are already at our third and last round robin, so we're back here again with a new weekend with a new patch. So excited to see how this matchup will go. I mean, Sunsparks was able to get that win last night up against Execration. So they're definitely riding that momentum, riding that wave. And as what the panel have mentioned, maybe it's a sign the sun will give them energy, especially they're up against another heated team, which is Liyab, currently standing second place right after Omega. So, Kaisaya, here's the dreaded question. What are your predictions for this matchup?
The dreaded question indeed. It's so hard. We are all good friends with all these players, these teams, and it's so hard to just place the predictions. But I guess for this time, I'm gonna go for what was promised. So to me, like directly, Sunsparks did mention that they are gonna get a win again today, or they're gonna get the wins today again. So I think I'm gonna go on to a 2-1 score in favor of Sunsparks. I do believe that if they maintain their patience, just like what they did yesterday, then they will be able to snag that win. I mean, last week's run, week 1 from in our South Luzon region was all doing great, starting early to mid-game time for Sunsparks, just that they just needed to close that. And they were able to find that one out and realize it for themselves. And I'm pretty sure just be consistent in A1, be very disciplined, and be very patient, then they can snag this series win up against Liyab.
Exactly. We've seen them sort of shine, sort of be a little bit more confident with their lead, try to finish the game with the power and lead that they have with their composition, and as well as the gold lead and the game state and everything. So excited to see this new Sunsparks, I suppose, coming from last night. They're energized, and for Liyab, they've managed to secure series wins, but most of these wins have like that 2-1 score. So we'll have to see if Sunsparks is able to take it to game 3 and as well as finish that series. We could see a bunch of plot twists. I mean, when we look at the draft, that plot twist story have already completed. What do you think? Are we going to be seeing maybe the Annie again on this series?
I'm pretty sure Liyab is just ready to just be creative and try to shape their own meta, create their own meta, just like how they did it from yesterday, showing up the Annie, showing up the Shinzao even, and that was totally unexpected. Most of the time, you wouldn't even see a Shinzao being played in the high elo ranked games, primarily because you would want to go for either the Camille, the Lee Sin, and things like that. But this time, Liyab was even that confident to put it into a competitive level kind of play. But of course, one thing to notice in here is the diversified picks in the jungle for Sunsparks. So Fate is able to snag that Wukong, Olaf, Graves, and even that Lee Sin and just be creative on what they can do. So I think Sunsparks can match up the creativity of Liyab Esports, whatever they may bring in here into the table.
That's true. I mean, Sunsparks really has a big champion pool as well. So we might expect a few things for sure, especially you're up against Liyab. I think the question is here because Sunsparks, they've targeted Ison on that Kaisa pick last night. So now the question is for Sunsparks, who will be their target next?
It could still be Kaisa, the Kaisa of sets, right? It could still be a respect onto the Kaisa of sets, primarily because sets is very proficient in that champion. So they could go for that in either way. It is not a priority on Liyab Esports picks. We mostly would see Gambit going for either the Corki or the Ezreal. And however, though, one thing I noticed that what works best for Liyab is just that Corki mid and another ADC that complements this one. So they work best in the poke type of composition wherein 3 members are just creating space and just tanking for these 2 ranged damage dealers. I wonder, however, if Liyab Esports have realized that one out for them, or if they will still be playing alone and just be creative. And yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you mentioned the Corki, Exosense Corki, or Gambit's Corki. When we look at Exosense Corki, though, I believe it was 100% win rate up until yesterday when they went up against Omega. But what is 100% win rate so far is the trinity of the Ezreal Corki and Lux combo that we haven't really seen this weekend just yet. It was replaced by a Rakan by Moraita Boy this time around. So I will have to see if that's going to make a comeback. Usually, they use that combo at game number 3. That combination at game number 3. Unsure if it was red side or blue side, but I feel like they do it on both sides. So very curious to see what are your expectations on Sunsparks picks this time around, aside from the usual Kaisa sets. Will we see 5722 on utility, or will he pitch in when it comes to that carry potential?
I'm pretty sure that the Diana will most likely still be respected in this one. Especially we've seen a successful Diana in the previous series. So if they let maybe the Diana go into the hands of 5722, that's gonna be a disaster. Just like how we see it from yesterday. If we can recall correctly, he was just going ham and wild while he was under the nexus of Execration. So that was crazy. So gotta respect that. If not the Diana, also the Yasuo as well. Still well respected. So we gotta take a look at what 5722 has in his stable, in his champion pool as well in the mid. So that's gonna be very interesting. However, I find the Orianna having the less success rate for this region actually.
That's true. I mean, for the Orianna, it's not a very independent champion. You have to pair it with something else, like a Wukong or an Olaf, or something that can set for you. So there's only a few things that would pair the Orianna to be a little bit more effective, to land the shockwaves a little bit more. But we talked about unique picks from both Liyab, from both Sunsparks. What do you think is the contested picks this time around for both teams?
Contested pick, gonna be tricky. However, both of the teams, I feel like they will take a look an eye onto the Corki, primarily because Liyab showed up really high success win rate from yesterday onto this Corki into the hands of Exosen. I mean, this is also the second to the last day of South Luzon region, and I don't think it will be safe enough for Liyab Esports to actually go for an experimental stage that they are gonna go for a utility mage or support into the hands of Exosen. Better let just Exosen also carry the game together with Gambit. They are gonna be amplified if they work towards that. So I guess they have to take a look at either just deny that Corki maybe, or just maybe ban it out.
Oh yeah, I think that would be a really good possibility, putting a little bit more room for sets to grow, less problems for Fate as well to sort of he can control the early game and not sort of press for time. Especially Liyab really loves that mid-game power spike, early to mid-game as well, with that aggression if they're very confident. Especially when we saw yesterday against Omega, the Annie, Xin Zhao, and Rakan combo, which was just utterly devastating, almost disgusting up against Omega, they were able to sort of speed that game up, considering most of our games yesterday were again at the 17-20 minute mark. Curious to see if this series will follow game number 1, where it's just so patient, very calculated, no one wants to fight, they're just waiting for their power spikes, and that's the time they will try to engage.
It is possible, although it's hard to guess right now because, we're not really seeing the draft as of the moment. But they can chill down because both of the teams did experience all 3 series being played, or rather 3 games in a series being played from yesterday. And I'm pretty sure they did not stop from there. Pretty sure they did more homework, studying their opponents, preparing for the next having that preparation for the next day. So it's gonna be maybe, it could be similar to what Execration and Omega Esports has shown us from a while ago. But still, I guess both of the teams are focused and disciplined this time. And both of them, again, is just on fire. And, basically they are on heat because that's fire and that's sun. So, interesting.
The sun and the fire.
Yeah.
Speaking of the sun, Leona, I think, is
yeah.
something that they could pick up. Liyab picked it up yesterday. We'll have to see if Mace will decide to pick that up as well.
But however, though, I think my thoughts about Leona, though, because the power of utility supports are still in here. This Leona or whichever tank support is in here. We've seen it. Alistar also having a bad win rate. Well, let's just maybe take away Braum, because Braum has a way to just poke you out as well. So it's kind of different if we're talking about an Alistar. So they headbutt, definitely it's something that you have to like dash in as well. So you're gonna be risking your life too. Same as Leona, you have to be in front of your opponent, and if you are just getting countered and poked out by your opponents as a utility support, then it's gonna be a problem. So I think for Leona, if we want her to shine, maybe we have to wait for that late game to actually happen, and then just wait for her ability to just tank and just soak in a lot of damage. But it's hard, I guess, right now to just put her into the table, especially if you are not able to see what was the champion pick in the support of your opponent.
Yeah, it's a very situational thing, and the fact that Braum still sort of outshines a lot of the current supports, the fact that especially if you're up against Liyab, you are going to watch out against a lot of the skill shots, the true shot barrage, the mystic shots, the rockets coming from the Corki. I feel like Braum's value would skyrocket a little bit towards this matchup, and for sure Sunsparks wants to take that into their hands. So curious to see what the Yab's focus is going to be when it comes to their bans later on. Do they want to constrict Fate's champion pool, or do they want to constrict sets? Because we've seen how, I wouldn't really say limited the AD carry pool is, but we see 2 kinds of AD carry so far in South Luzon. Either you're an auto attack AD carry or you're a caster AD carry. So what do you think? How do you think this will come into play?
Both of these teams, actually both of the ADCs has this love for caster ADCs as well. The Azrael and the Corki are both in there. Could be either in the hands of Gambit as well as Sets. Now just a matter, again, I guess, onto how they will play. Because capabilities of our ADCs in here, no questions asked, it will now just matter onto how they will go for early ganks, go for that early skirmishes in order to punish whoever will be his ADC into their pickings.
Oh, there we go. Here comes the draft. Game number 1 of Liyab Esports versus Sunsparks. Liyab on the blue side, Sunsparks on the red. And so far, Akali Ziggs being banned out. Meanwhile, Diana is the priority for Sunsparks to kick out of this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I am pretty sure they realized the power of the Diana, and we were talking about the Corki as well. I'm gonna be denying that away from Exosen. Thank you for validating our predictions and wild guesses from a while ago. So now the question in here. Okay, Camille is open, but we're talking about Liyab and Sunsparks. It's gonna be different. Gragas might be in priority, not too sure, but there's a lot of open possibilities in here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It could be flexed into different roles. We've got Miggy and as well as Nixu, who are very, very good Gragas players. So Liyab wants to take that Camille away from Sunsparks. We'll have to see if it's going to be the usual Braum Kaisa or Gragas Kaisa this time around on their red rotation.
Gragas, maybe Janna is also as good as a pick just to add some additional counter, but they're gonna go for the Kaisa, and they do know the power of that Kaisa too, especially if you talk about late game. And I guess that Gragas will be able to provide enough space for the Kaisa to actually free hit from the backline.
Yeah, that is another peel on the board as well. We'll have to see if that's going to be towards Devil J or towards Fate. We'll have to check that out as Liyab already moving towards, again, the Ezreal that Gambit would usually fall onto. We mentioned the 100% win rate of the Trinity. Corki, Ezreal, and Lux, but Corki is banned now, so we'll see how that dynamic changes this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the pokes are in here, but seemingly Sunsparks is actually not afraid to front that one up with a Braum. So no worries if this Braum gets light binded, sure, why not? We rarely see the Galio, but whenever the Galio is here, you gotta wait for the mid-game time to late game time for at least him to be able to create the space, the CC, the taunts, that is actually a contribution. But Riku, what is this?
Well, no, it could be a Xin Zhao. Is this? We don't know what Exocen is gonna play. We don't know if that's gonna be another Annie mid lane. But you're missing the Rakan. You're missing that, surefire on towards that combo. So we'll have to check out, because 5722 is gonna be in that Galio. That means a very air quote neutral lane. So we'll have to check out if it's gonna be a Nanny. It is a Nanny.
It is a Nanny, indeed. It was respected yesterday by, Omega Esports, and I think what they need to be very wary about this one is the sets. Okay, we're talking not the sets player, but the sets coming from Annie. From Annie's Pyromania, the passive is going to be proccing with this, that is going to be allowing summon T-Burst to stun the hell out of whoever target that was. Could be the Lee Sin, whoever's trying to frontline. But we'll see. Very interesting compositions for both sides.
I'm loving it. It's a combination of what Liyab's strengths are, the Pope composition with this Ezreal and the Lux that has worked time and time again, especially on the first weekend of South Luzon. But something that worked against Omega, again, the undefeated kings of South Luzon, they've managed to put in this Annie and in the Xin Zhao. No Rakan this time around. So curious how this is going to pan out. Looking at Sunsparks' composition, most of them are melee or very short range, and this actually plays well into the Annie pick.
Yes, very short range, just like what you mentioned. And I just want to go back onto where Orianna is actually best fit on that one. I think this is where Orianna is actually best fit, especially if we're talking about melee champions. But I think that Annie could do well too, especially if we're talking about initiates.
Definitely. It's an initiate for the mid and jungle duo, Miggy and Exocen. We'll have to see how this game number 1 will pan out as Liyab Esports and Sunsparks will duke it out once more in this third match for them.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like Liyab Esports in here, since they got a Xin Zhao in their composition, I feel like they need to finish this game sometime mid-game. Just around 15-minute mark, I guess. Because the Xin Zhao, however, may be strong in the early to mid-game stage, but might fall off somewhere down the line of this game if they prolong it way too much. And they're going to be most likely just be relying onto what Gambit can do in the Ezreal, and maybe even Camille of our Baron laner from the top side, Nixu. So we'll see how this will further go, but I guess Sunsparks needs to go as well for the ganks and put some pressure to disable Nixu or Gambit on the Ezreal.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. They are, Sunsparks is, Liyab rather, is on a time bomb, as Sunsparks really does have that Kaisa who will scale into the later stages of the game, can get unstoppable. So Liyab, just as you mentioned, would want to end this game earlier than expected, get perhaps a sufficient amount of lead to take them off into the game.
That is so true. For now, they're going to be divided in here in terms of access into the Rift. Scuttler, so everything's just going passive, except for the fact that there is rotation coming towards down bottom part of the map by Fate.
We'll have to see if Fate would want to just get this Krugs and get out, possibly maybe move towards the mid lane. As again, Exosen not wearing a barrier, a very offensive spell. That means just one lacking a little bit on the defense department. Very vulnerable, if you will, if Sunsparks pulls the trigger first.
Very interesting. I thought they would actually go for that early gank down bottom part of the map, but they want to play it safe. But I love how the wards are actually positioned into the dragon pit. I think it's a little bit quite early, could disappear, but at least will help them see if Liyab Esports will come into a preparation stage right before the dragon.
That's true. It's we're talking about maybe they could try something up against 5722 in the mid lane, but it's just so hard because Galio a little bit tanky than the usual. Might not be enough burst to finish him down. And so far, Gambit and Moraita Boy has to defend against a flurry of shots from Sets on the Kaisa.
That is so true. And I do believe that Seth's also just waiting for the upgraded Ikakian Rain before anything else. But however,
A little bit of binding coming from Moraita Boy just to scare off and chunk a little bit of Maze's health. I guess Liyab cannot do anything too much at the moment. Remember, they do have a Galio, 5722, can just fly across the map and join and get that numbers advantage for
this is
Liyab.
just-
Go
yeah.
ahead.
That is true actually, but one thing I noticed in here is that in our mid laners, in particular 5722, he's just always in a play safe kind of position. But meantime, I feel like an action might happen on the top side.
Might happen. Nixu already sorta chunked a little bit as we see the jungler and as well as Moraita Boy moving towards the top portion of the map. Here comes the charge coming from Miggy. Look at the low health people. That's first blood from Liyab, able to eliminate Double J. Is Fate next? And looks like Liyab is not going to be greedy. That's a no. That's the stun. That's Timbers dropping from the sky. And Fate just explodes from the teddy bear damage that Exosen has dealt.
Got a lot of that teddy bear damage from the Tivers. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication between Gragas as well as Lee Sin. Of course, Devil J and Fate on that part of the map. Maybe Devil J was thinking about, okay, are we gonna go for the fight or are we gonna go for this one? Meantime, Riku?
Maybe a tower dive. Nice flash just to avoid that taunt coming from 5722. And that is worth. That is the challenging part about that Ezreal. You got the arcane shift, you got the flash. Another fight could potentially happen. There's Fate diving in, safeguarding out of nowhere. And they're able to eliminate Gambit right off the bat. Miggy might be the next one to fall. All their damage is focused onto him. And that's another kill for Sunsparks. But Exosen coming in with the stun. Where's the final spark? Hero's entrance just for the shield in. But the binding will catch him as he's just still trying to run away. Is nicely done. Coming from 5722. Assassination Nation. But the True Shot Barrage will not connect actually. He actually gets a Honeypot for more HP. The taunt will kick in, but Exosen will eliminate him. And Liyab will be happy about that, I suppose. But at the same time, Sunsparks already managed to take down that tower.
Good enough buy time by 5722 on that one. I mean, this is just early game time. Can you imagine a Galio doing that sometime mid to late game? That's going to be prolonging the team fight even further. But one thing I like in here is that Seth was actually able to free hit from the back line. So, Annie, I think, was just a little bit late to the party, but if Annie did manage to catch up that Kaisa in the back line, maybe the story will be different.
It could be a little bit different. Here comes Miggy charging in towards the crowd, but the rest of Sunsparks already falling a little bit further. No, Fate actually eliminated Liyab, and at least we get to see two members from Liyab already fall. Miggy and Moraita gone. There's the kick. Fate with a flashy Dragon's Rage. And even though Fate is super low, Sunsparks is going to be rewarded with this dragon.
Yes, and now seems like Nixu, is he planning to just be a sacrificial Laminus one? No, not gonna be. go for that. But yeah, I love how everyone coordinated their skills and abilities so well. Most of the part, I think I'm gonna give that credit onto both Gragas, Devil J, as well as Galio 5722. They created so much space for Fate to be able to get into the best position that no one from the side of Liyab Esports will be able to take that dragon for themselves. And they know their assignments. Maze is assigned to just protect sets into that Kaisa and Braum duo laners. And for Devil J and 5722, their task is to protect Fate. So I love that idea that they are bringing onto their composition.
Yeah, Sunsparks winning that team fight with such coordinated play. Their composition is just so suiting for 5v5s and Liyab a little bit more on that skirmishing side, and they weren't able to get a pick before that dragon fight, and it did not end well for them. Sunsparks in the meantime will be happy getting this Rift Herald for themselves.
Looks like there's gonna be a trade, however.
Oh, two-shot barrage! Wait, hold that thought. Miggy entering the fight. He is so low, he just explodes, instantly falls, and the rest of Liyab already wanting to get more. Will the binding connect from Moraita Boy? But it's just too short. Exocen does have flash, but everyone else from Sunsparks is already retreating. Liyab, though, still wanting to pursue this. A binding hit towards Maze, but he is the support, so he will just leave, and that's a retreat from Sunsparks.
However, we can see the problem on the Xin Zhao pick in here. For Miggy, yes, you can dive in, but if you compare that to what Alisin can do on what Fate's been using in here, you don't really have a way out. Yes, Flash is in there, but it's still risky, especially if we're talking about you are facing Sets, Kaisa, and Mazes concussive blow as well on that Braum. So that's looking scary. I think Miggy was caught off guard on the one. He should have not dove onto that part of the map. So, however, though, of course, still, this is just 9-minute game time. Maybe things can still turn around for Liyab.
Yeah, 3,000 gold leash for the side in favor of Sunsparks. And yeah, you mentioned Sets is there for the damage. Nyx is gonna do a face check, but there's 3 members gonna greet him inside the brush hook shot to safety. And he doesn't even need to consume any summer spells. He is fine.
He's fine. However, Nixu lost his ultimate. No more Hextech ultimatum later on for them to be able to find the perfect target later on, which is, of course, they're going to be looking to get either Fate or Sets. Most likely Sets. However, Sets, there's a lot of bodyguards for Sets in this composition. So we'll see about that.
Definitely a lot. Tibbers drop down, but we get to see Fate with his dancing shoes, his spider senses tingling, and that will not amount into anything, and the ult of Exo already burned. Oh, what the kick! What the hey! What's that? It's Fate! You madman! And they're able to pick off Exocen and the rest of Liyab as well. Moraita assassinated alongside the mid laner. And now Sunsparks. What a play there, as Rift Herald already marching towards this tower. Liyab is forced to back away, and now Rift Herald is still pretty healthy for a second charge towards the mid lane, and Liyab lacking 2 more members. With that, and here comes Sunsparks diving in with the Hextech ultimatum to zone away Sunsparks. Look at the Liyab member, super low, but 5722 goes golden, and he just flashes in. They want the chase. Exocen wants the kill. He has flash, but there is no reach. Sunsparks running for the hills as Fate will just safeguard to safety. And now Liyab still with the chase. No, they decide to go for the dragon.
Yes, and maybe Sunsparks might be just willing to give that away instead of giving away their lives. So one thing we'll take note a while ago from where it all started here in Annie, going for the summon Tibers, where the Lee Sin was. Of course, I think that was a bad target, however. Lee Sin can, just like as you mentioned, he can just dash away from whoever is trying to target him, and that was a good reaction. Fast hands onto Fate on that one. He didn't get caught off guard by Exocen with that play, and now I think maybe Liyab Esports needs to find a way to reach the back line to reach out Kaisa. They're losing most of the time Nixu in the engages. Most of the time Nixu is just assigned to just go for the side lane work, and he is not found to actually target sets in the team fights.
However, Miggy almost loses his life actually, but I think Sunsparks hesitated because they don't know where the rest of Liyab is. So now Fate though still lurking around once more, gets the kick, gets the safeguard, the Dragon's Rage connects, but here comes the Brom ult as well. The rest of the squad from Sunsparks already kicking in. Taunt will not connect to anyone so far, not the binding as well from Muraita. Sunsparks will be happy about that, but Nixu all this time has been split pushing.
Yes, and I think Sunsparks stopped from that attempt because they know that, okay, they have been overextending, but one is looking scary down bottom part of the map. In time?
Yeah, scary indeed. Miggy is isolated. He's all alone. He is fine. Activated his ult, but it will not do him too well because the rest of Liyab is far away. Seth using the flash, wanting to get that killer instinct towards Gambit, but it will not reach. And now Gambit is safe for now.
And I think the inhibitor turret down bottom part of the map is still a safe. I do believe so. We haven't. Yes. No. It's down. It has been taken down by Liyab Esports, by Nixu on that Camille. And I think Liyab Esports can still empower their lineup if we find Nixu into the team fight, especially if he gets either Fate or maybe sets into the battlefield, into the 5v5 fight. Not allowing sets to actually go for the 15 range.
That is, hold that thought. The Hextech ultimatum used as the three members of Sunsparks in the middle of it all. Kibber summoned among from hell, and there comes the hero's entrance, knocking towards four-member knockup. But where is the follow-up coming from Sunsparks? As we see 5722 already golden, a lot of Liyabi's killer instinct used by sets. But Liyab Esports says no, we'll back away instead, and we'll be happy about that pick on towards Devil J.
In here, I think there was just some disrespect onto where Liyab Esports might be hiding. We can remember Liyab Esports love ganks. They love bush plays. They wait in the bushes, make sure that they will get or pick off one member from their opponent before they actually go ready into a next objective. But meantime, I do believe that this is still something that can be corrected. Sunsparks is not falling short, especially in terms of the lead in kills and in the lead in terms of numbers. We'll see how this will go, but I think they need to take advantage of the goal that they currently have. Especially, this is the third dragon that is about to come up.
That's true. 4K gold lead for Sunsparks. They are sitting in a pretty good spot, especially that, again, they want sets to get more items. This composition will slowly turn into something, a protect the queen composition, if you will. And now that is the engage coming from Miggy. There's a teleport coming in. No, that's Tibbers teleporting from hell once more. And no one has bursted down so far, but it's actually Miggy bursted down immediately. Fate leading the charge. He wants the kill towards Exocen, but he is golden. But in the meantime, Nixu is able to deal some flanking damage. And now Fate is isolated. Hero's entrance to join the fight once more, but the pokes are enough for Sunsparks to just back away. They've lost 1-for-1 in favor. No, in favor, it's equal. It's a support for a jungler.
And I feel like for as long as Sets is kept alive, it doesn't even have any deaths as of yet, they will be able to win the fight. I think what just happened in that part, though, was that they got caught off guard by Nixu just flanking from the side lanes and just trying to get the backline access too. However, though, this is now a past 15-minute game time. Although we can see Liyab Esports getting the dragons, I'm still kind of scared about the Xin Zhao in this game. Especially if he gets deleted earlier on, right before whatever an objective might be taken next.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. The fact that Miggy is instantly blown up, that means you don't have a jungler, you don't have someone to help secure these these valuable objectives. Elder is going to be spawning in a few. Baron is up. One thing that Liyab is looking at, though, is the fact that bottom is open, so a little bit of pressure is building, at least for Liyab.
Yes, and in here, Gragas is actually pressured to make sure that before they even try to go for a contest in the Baron, they will have to make sure that the minion waves in the bot side will be balanced or at least going in favor of them. We'll see how this will further pan out. Despite seeing the lead in Sunsparks, I feel like this could still be anybody's game. No mistakes can happen from one place to another, especially if they don't get the priority onto the target, onto a free hitting gambit maybe, or a free hitting sets.
That's true. I mean, for Liyab, they're only looking towards eliminating sets. If you eliminate sets, that is the hope of Sunsparks, the light of Sunsparks, basically, for this composition, at least, on towards the Kaisa. So, Liyab will most likely focus their efforts on just deleting sets. But again, this is the point where Sets has a Guardian Angel, has a Phase Brush check, and there's Tibbers dropping from the sky. Mace is able to at least go away, but that's another elimination onto Miggy. Fate again is doing wonders on this Lee Sin pick, and once Miggy is out, that means it's not over. It's not over. It's actually Nixu diving in. Hexacle Ultimatum, Hero's Entrance, and as well as that teleport. Cask is used, but Exosen has fallen as well. And now Gambit, no carries left for Liyab and everyone else from Sunsparks. The carries are still alive. The base is open. This could be the end of the game.
This could be indeed the end of the game. I mean, that 19 seconds before someone actually goes up, then, well, you're gonna be seeing your base dead and down already right before he even wakes up. And wow. I do believe that there were no deaths at all on two sets in that Kaisa. GA was prioritized and he was actually positioning himself and preserving his ability, especially the supercharge, making sure that it will just be pressed right whenever someone is actually eyeing on to targeting him.
Oh boy, that is whoa. Liyab was able to sort of equalize and stabilize, but at the end of the day, again, they were on a ticking time bomb. You have sets building towards being almost unkillable. You have basically 4 frontliners, 4 sets. So what a game for Sunsparks. Again, the momentum that they have achieved from last night, from their win against Execration, is working out pretty well.
I think, especially because, again, we talk about the ticking time bomb for Liyab Esports. It's already past 15-minute game time. The game has not been ended as of yet. And it was so hard for them because, again, we're talking about frontliners, massive amounts of frontliners for sets in here. Not only that, this is a Lee Sin that can just annoy the hell out of you. You are attempting to go for a summon Tibbers onto him, but then again, he's just dashing away. And also that Shinzao, it's late game. He has fallen off already. We did see that happen. The last fight, the last clash, wherein he got taken down first, and that was the end of the story.
Yeah, it was very tough because who else would go first? Either Nixu or Miggy. Most of the time, it would be Miggy just because Nixu is just busy split pushing elsewhere.
Yes.
And yeah, we didn't get to see it snowball, the Annie and Sinzao combo. What do you think sort of went wrong there for that duo?
It's not what went wrong, but it was what went right for 5722 in the middle lane. No ganks has happened in there. Many times Annie as well as Shinzao attempted to go for a gank in the middle lane, attempting to go for a punish onto 5722. So Exosen and as well as Miggy did not find that opportunity. And I'm pretty sure Sunsparks did prepare for this day too, because no ganks has happened in the middle lane. So that is not a thing that what went wrong onto the side of Liyab, but it is what went right onto the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, the draft coming from Sunsparks, just picking a neutral pick, a Galio pick, whatever mid laner that will come your way, especially magic-based champion, then you're in for a ride. 5722 definitely sort of became that stable rock for the mid lane for the rest of the side lanes of Sunsparks to sort of transition well into this, late game rather, especially again when we saw sets unkillable, and yet he had a Guardian Angel and he was never popped, I believe.
Yes, it was never popped, and at the same time, he knows when to press that supercharge as well. So gotta love that. The moment when he made use of the stasis, it was only the stasis that was used, and during the time when it already was done already, then he just went for the supercharge, making sure that he goes invisible and not targeted at all.
Well, we'll have to check that out again as we have the highlights. Play of the game brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
We can see in the highlights in here, I think this is already the past 10-minute game time wherein somehow we can feel the Xin Zhao is already falling short. I think this is the last fight wherein Xin Zhao got taken down first, and it was a nice attempt to go for a gank, right? But apparently Sets was left untouched, and I think it could have been a better gank from the side of Liyab Esports if Nixu was there to actually go for a CC lock target onto Sets. But however, that didn't happen. He even got a chance in here, but I think he prioritized Fate instead of Sets. So I think that was a mistake in terms of priority targeting. So, and there you go. Story happened.
The story of the untouchable Sets with his 4 bodyguards, and of course, no questions asked, as he is the master of the match, Sets on the Kaisa.
Yes, and as you can see, no worries in that one. If we are in this high competitive level of play, when you know that the power spike of your opponent is just early on spot, going for that early game ganks, maybe just go for the GA, sure, why not? You gotta sacrifice a little bit onto maybe just going for that itemization for your upgraded Ikatin ranges. Just follow it up with the GA and just make sure you gotta be safe and you can make it into the late game.
And he did successfully. Sunsparks was able to survive the usual Liyab game where they're super aggressive when they draft a mid-jungle duo like this. Especially if you account into the support as well, Moraita Boy on that lock. So they were aiming for, get that binding in, drop Tibbers, or let Miggy go in first with that engage on that Xin Zhao. But unfortunately, again, we didn't get to see that because first of all, they didn't get to meet Fate at all in the first 10 minutes of the game, and you're up against 5722 on a Galio who's super tanky, so the kill potential has been severely denied.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like instead of Xin Zhao, I'm thinking of a different champion that could have been picked instead. So if they want to go for a CC lock, Vi is in there. We've totally forgotten her this week too of South Luzon somehow. Olaf is also there. We know that it is Liyab that has been picking a lot of Olaf, but I think with a lot of CC that is actually present on the side of Sunspark, Olaf could have been a better choice too. Like, an option between Vi if your idea is to CC lock a particular opponent and then go for an Olaf if you just want to deny the tons as well as the CCs that will be coming from the Galio.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to see again how that draft went down for game number 1 because, we didn't. The Ezreal locks without the Corki, it's just so hard. And Sunsparks, again, kind of similar to what they did against Execration. They banned out Isen's Kaisa. They had a better experience in that series. Now they're banning out Corki, which is Gambit's and Exosen's prime pick. So what do you think? What else can they fall? What else can Liyab fall back to?
Yeah, just before directly going to before I directly answer your question, I think it's the trend. We can say that you really have to adjust that you really have to adjust your bans and picks according to your opponents. Not just we don't say okay, it's because of the top best or top ban for the whole Philippines competitive kind of level play, then we ban it out. And I like how the idea of the teams now starting week 2 wherein they are just respecting the carries. What is making them win the game? Who is making them win the game? Or what particular champion on the hands of who? Which particular player? So I love that Sunspark is actually starting that trend where, okay, we gotta respect the Kaisa. Although Kaisa maybe has just got banned like 1 or twice since North Luzon. No one is respecting the Kaisa. But this time, Sunsparks did actually do that. So, in connection to how they are also respecting the Corki of Exosen and the power of the Diana too in the mid. So, But yeah, going back to your question, still I feel like they have to watch out into Liyab Esports, into respecting what sets can do in the Kaisa. I feel like there also must be a respect on the Gragas, because Gragas, since previous series that we casted a while ago, he is creating massive amount of space. You know, the barrel roll, just place it there and it just explodes, and then poof, you are slowed down, you are into your half-life or your 3/4 of your life. So I think Gragas and Kaisa must be watched out as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think the priority is so different now. It's usually, Kaisa Brom. It's usually like that all the time on red side first rotation, but it has changed now. Gragas is such a huge champion in a way where it helps it goes what do you call this, it can go in different roles. He has a huge amount of impact when it comes to disengage and as well as initiating fights, and the way he's so flexible when it comes to builds as well. Usually his full AP burst build is so effective against a squishy comp like what Liyab drafted for game number 1.
Yeah, and even that Annie will be able to go for a set, then the Gragas is just there to stop you and just scatter all the set that you would want to put into place. And again, that is a Lee Sin. You try to target him, he'll just dash away or kick the hell out of your face. So that's one thing that is annoying. And I think also Camille had a hard time into trying to go for the Hextech ultimatum whenever there's the Lee Sin. I mean, a kick in the face is just the answer. That's why I don't know. My personal experience is also transitioning onto this one. I always get annoyed when I pick up Camille in the jungle and there's the Lee Sin in the opponent's side. Okay, my Hextech ultimate, and then I just get kicked in front of my face. So yeah,
It's the nightmare matchup, I suppose. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it is everyone's nightmare to have to go up against such a talented player such as Fate, especially on such a highly mechanical champion
Yeah.
such as a Lee Sin, and the way that he was able to just assassinate anyone coming from Liyab with such smooth movements. It's one of those things where he looks like he's playing on the PC. Stuff like that. This league PC, the way that some of these Lee Sin players move. So, what a game for Fate, though, for game number 1.
Yeah, well, Fate, very well experienced, League of Legends PC player. He loves Lee Sin even in PC version as well. So no doubt that it was Lee Sin that he has been spamming since he actually joined Wild Rift. So no question asked. So I just don't know, but I love Miggy as well in the jungle. He has been spamming Lee Sin. It's just so happened, maybe, of course, they gotta respect what draft is being placed onto them and just play it along. But yeah, maybe this round 2, they will be coming into a realization that, okay, we gotta respect what late game can do, and let's just maybe draft towards that.
Yeah, I think that is also the possible approach because, again, South Luzon have the longest games. It's so much longer than North Luzon matches. So this sort of composition where you're banking on snowballing, on strong arming the early game, and as well as Sunsparks, who's just so good at turtling the game out and sort of denying any sort of your early win conditions. I think for Liyab, maybe they could draft something that has more protection on who you want to build the comp around with, because this seems like a very segregated comp, like they work in twos. You're relying on Miggy and as well as Exocen to work in the mid lane, mid and jungle duo, while you wait for again this Ezreal to sort of scale up, get that 2-item power spike rather into the mid game, and it didn't work. Those two things didn't get to work. So maybe we get to see the usual. Maybe we get to see the Yasuo, the Wukong, the Gragas. Maybe. What do you think?
Well, we can remember that was the first matchup between Sunsparks versus Liyab during week 1, day 1, wherein they made use of a Yasuo Wukong combination, but they fell short. I mean, they almost lost that fight from that game, but then again, they were just able to make a comeback primarily because Sunsparks was just super excited about ending the game and not not really being very patient. So we'll see how this will go. But one thing I noticed is that I think they need to find a replacement for Exosen's mid-core key. Or if they are not able to realize that one out as of yet, then I guess they need to re-strategize or prepare. Just just show us the next strategy that you have in your book.
Wonder what that strategy is going to be, especially you want to take this into game number 3, equalize the series into a 1-1 and take it to that long haul of a series. So curious to see, just as you mentioned, maybe they have something up their sleeves if they want to sort of end the last round robin against Sunsparks into a undefeated streak, because whenever Liyab and Sunsparks would face off, it's usually Liyab that would come up on top, either a 2-0 or a 2-1. So I don't know, Sunsparks looking really, really solid so far, especially from last night.
They started so well, I do believe they did, but we still, of course, cannot discount if ever Liyabi's person here show up a different set of strategy. I do believe, though, this is something that they just cannot repeat. At least have a way maybe to give that Lee Sin onto Miggy instead and deny it from Fate, because we've seen how Fate is actually doing his Fate things as a Lee Sin. And if we actually just make Fate maybe starve from the jungle options, I wonder how even he will be able to starve, by the way, because he's got a lot of jungle options. He's got Wukong, Olaf, Graves as well. So this is very interesting. But at least, yeah, different strategies. That's what all I'm trying to expect this time for Liyab.
Yeah, because for Liyab, this type of composition that they drafted again felt like it was going in different directions and was banking on the early stages of the game. So we could see maybe a ban, like a sacrifice a ban. Maybe don't ban Ziggs. Maybe let that one slip. And see if you want to ban out the Lee Sin instead. We've seen that before. Lee Sin getting banned constantly. I believe whenever we get to see maybe a Sunsparks versus Omega match, it's usually Lee Sin getting kicked out rather than him kicking someone in the game. So for the Galio pick though, it's actually super nice to see the return of the Gargoyle. What do you think is the reason why we've seen this comeback on this pick?
I think it's just Sunsparks knowing what they want to play into this particular round. Just protect the queen composition, just protect Kaisa in that match. And we gotta wait for the power spike. I mean, he wasn't even fighting the Annie in the mid lane, because again, we can still consider him melee. And that Annie, if you just go in front of her face, and then you're just gonna be poked down, and you're just gonna die in front of maybe even possible a gank that could have happened, and the game going in favor onto the side of Liyab Esports. So we gotta respect what 5722 did that in the middle lane with the Galio. And the Galio, the idea, I believe, even other teams can, of course, apply this one later on if they still want to show him up. Then, you just gotta wait for that power spike mid-game, too late, and just go, taunt, CC, and that's it.
Yeah, the threat of that Galio, especially if you don't have any other ways of engaging in a team fight, I think he does have a lot of value when we're talking about mid to late game. Especially in the early game, you're really good at sort of slowing the mid lane, or sort of protecting the mid lane, basically, not allowing anything to happen there. And he's paired with so many good junglers, especially engaged junglers, especially such as Lee Sin, who can do a lot of solo plays. So it works out. Sunsparks really did an amazing job for game number 1. Biggest question is whether or not Sunsparks can take it, can manage to 2-0 this, because Liyab is pretty good when we look at game 3 series. For Sunsparks, they managed to survive at least against Execration with a 2-1. So there is a little bit of similarities between the series that Sunsparks is able to encounter so far.
With that said, I do believe that there's a possibility that the Sunsparks can even go for a 2-0 series ending on this game up against the Esports. Especially again, if it seemed like they studied again so well, and they are targeting their opponents day by day. But they got 2 series for today, and we cannot just say that all right, they focus way too much onto Liyab Esports, that they will be forgetting about Omega Esports this time. But I do believe that they are full on the lose streak from last week, that they just want to get it here in week 2.
They just want to get it done because
Yes.
it's the last weekend of the South Luzon group stages. They will want to make every game count, and they're already off to a good start because again, Sunsparks was able to get their first win against Execration 2-1. Very, very strong. They were patient. They had we interviewed Fate last night. He said a lot of trust, a lot of patience as well towards his team. And meanwhile, for Liyab, for sure, so far in their journey for South Luzon, they have struggled here and there when it comes to the series. Would end in 2-1s as the tournament goes, but would struggle most when they went up against Omega. So for sure, we'll have to see how this pans out, especially again for Sunsparks. You mentioned they have another game after this. They want to end this series on a good note before tackling the Titans that is Omega.
Yes, so kind of pretty tough road for the day 2, week 2 of Sunsparks in this one. I feel like somehow, I don't know, just doing a guessing game on this one. Maybe Liyab Esports was way too focused about trying to take down the Titans, Omega Esports, that maybe they weren't that super ready onto facing off Sunsparks. The strategy that they have pulled off today was pretty similar to what they actually did up against Omega. So if we're talking about strategies in here, is that they're actually building a generic strategy that can be applied towards up against other teams? And it's not really looking like, okay, the strategy is a target strategy onto Omega. But no, they have actually applied the same onto Sunsparks. So that puts us into a question that, are they ready? Are they really targeting their strategy up against particular opponents?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, okay, Sunsparks, okay, Omega, are you going for that late game scaling composition? Are you going for the classic Kaisa pick? So most likely, this could be one of their pocket strats on what they would use up against those sort of compositions. They're aiming for that early snowball into mid-game domination, which is very challenging to execute when you're up against a team who's really good at slowing the game, has a lot of wave clear, and has a lot of disengage. If you have a lot of disengage, you basically sort of counter any sort of aggressive engage that, again, the aggressive comp is ready to dish out. So I like the battle of concepts happening here for South Luzon. It's very, very cool. So hopefully we get to see something new, maybe coming from Liyab, because again, they want to take this to game number 3.
You mentioned about concepts, and yeah, because that is now, I think, the main battle on this one. Who studied harder, who did their research better, because all of these players are skillful. They have their own, micro play. They are in a team, that's why they are good already. Maybe in the macro, it's now just how disciplined they are. It's now how well did they do their research. Are they just doing generic research, or they are targeting each of their opponents? Different factors like that can also affect how it can result. So onto a match. So we'll see how this one will go. It's still tough, however, cannot discount, of course, the Esports got 2 coaches with them, and that is also got some good source of motivation.
Yeah, for sure. It will contribute to the draft that we see right now on your screens. Game number 2, Sunsparks, will be on your red side, while Liyab on your blue. As there we go, a respect ban against Fate here on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I gotta respect that. And I gotta love how they are targeting now each of the players in this draft. Meantime, The Diana will still be respected, so is the Akali. Now, what will be left unchecked? The prio possible picks that will most likely become available in here. That is also a possible ban. Last ban for Sunsparks could be like that of Wolf. I was just about to mention. Gotta respect again still Exosense 14.
That means Ziggs is open. Will Liyab pick the Ziggs over the Gragas or the Camille? But Sunsparks, that means they will pick a Gragas Ziggs rotation first, perhaps? I'm so curious how this draft is going to go because Kai'Sa Braum can be picked up by Liyab, which we never really get to see them on.
I think it's pretty similar to a while ago. Gragas Kai'Sa could be the first 2 picks of Sunsparks. It's just a matter of priority. But I think what could be different in here is what could be the jungler on the side of Liyab Esports and how Nixu will play in the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see because again, Gragas getting picked up by Sunsparks potentially here. We'll have to see what the next pick is going to be because again, Kai'Sa, Ziggs is open. So I suppose Sunsparks very confident that Liyab may not pick up the Kai'Sa, so they're willing to get the Braum instead on their side.
They are afraid that the Braum might be stolen by Liyab Esports if they just go for that. If in case the Kai'Sa gets picked up by Liyab Esports, I'm pretty sure that Ezreal is a very confident champion that is also in the top pick of Sets. Sets has been, also being an ADC player since League of Legends times, and they're young. They're also very actually both of them. But wait, this is surprising me. I wasn't expecting that. Okay.
yes. Okay, Gambit. I don't think we've really. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. If we've seen Gambit on the Kai'Sa for South Luzon this time around recently, never ever. But Saya, 0% win rate.
We did see Gambit play the Kai'Sa, I think once or twice, but they would win the game. But in terms of, micro performance, he is better off playing an Ezreal or a Corki. Ezreal even, but not the Kai'Sa. But of course, it could be a different story with how the setup now is going towards Liyab Esports in here. But yeah, what surprised me was the Kai'Sa. Sorry, not the Kai'Sa, but the Saya on the lineup of Sunsparks and Aurelion Sol making a show. Double marksman. I was mentioning something about double marksman comp from yesterday as well. Really good way to just kite out your opponents.
Yeah, a ton of kite potentially towards Miggy on the Olaf here. But yeah, this draft from Sunsparks, this means they're ready to go. They're ready to lift the curse out of Saya's 0% win rate and wanting to get this 2-0 against Liyab. Biggest question is, can Liyab deny that, take it into that second or third game rather, get this win on game number 2 with, again, Exosen for the second time around on this Orianna pick. At least they do have that ball delivery system going for this Olaf. Very curious to see how this will go. As you mentioned, we've never seen Gambit as much here on this Kai'Sa pick. So we'll have to see how this Kai'Sa, Saya, and I have Kaisaya casted with me right now on this series. So 5722 though, Aurelion Sol, first time we'll be seeing him on this pick. So I'm ready. Everyone's ready for sure to watch this game pan out.
And the idea of Sunsparks definitely will be most likely to go for an early Black Cleaver to go on to Miggy's Olaf, just shutting down, kiting down that Miggy onto the Olaf as early as possible. And if I see a lot of space created still, despite having 2 marksmen on the in the composition of Sunspark, because again, that is an Aurelion Sol, celestial expansion with stuns, just connecting onto proper target will just create the space for the Saya to connect additional feathers with stuns against opponents. A worry about the Orianna, however, though, because again, there's a Gragas that is in the lineup of Sunsparks in here that could just displace him, and we're talking about ranged champions. Marksman Marksman, Graves, and Saya, that might be not an easy target or a setup or a way for Exocen to find the setup that he needs, unless maybe Camille will connect the Hextech Ultimatum and join the team fight, or maybe even Morite the boys Light Binding.
We'll have to see as we're heading over to game number 2 now. Liyab Esports hoping to get it into a 1-1, while Sunsparks ready to get it into that 2-0 against Liyab.
See, meantime though, laning phase looking standard, looking regular, looking basic. Okay, we find all the possible synonyms, so as long as we don't mention standard too much. So yeah, this is very looking interesting for the meantime. Nothing new. I feel like we can just talk about what isn't up for the matchup in the duo lane, the bot lane part of the map. Pokes here and there, most likely the Braum, Maze, and Sets will have to be playing a little bit safer compared to what Lux and Kaisa can do with the pokes that they have.
Yeah, absolutely, especially just as you mentioned, a ton of pokes, not a lot of sources of sustain as you are with that Braum. You do have that shield though to block out certain things out of the way.
That is true. Meantime, no aggressive invades, of course, but it's kind of fair. I mean, the Olaf is mana hungry, definitely will find an opportunity to go for blue buff as early as possible, which is something he did not do, but instead looking like he is eyeing onto getting that vision and making sure that the Kaisa will not actually be in danger early stages of the game.
Securing that Rift Herald, so it's one Rift Herald apiece for both of these junglers for a start, as Nixu will spot out the Graves. Fate there, already lurking a little bit on top side. Very, actually looking forward to how this execution from Liyab will work, because Exocen, again, not on a carry. He is on a utility this time around. Therefore, the shift is towards me.
That is correct. Meantime, we did see a slight attempt by Fate onto trying to steal away the blue buff, but he was all alone, so good decision to just back away. Meantime, both side, that was a lot of pokes that just Maze ate from the Lux as well as the Kaisa.
Exactly. Maze, for sure, will be a little bit squishy against this duo, Gambit and Morita Boy, with a lot of damage to deal with that Lux. But Morita, no mana, but here comes a potential tower dive here. We see that Nixu will just try to escape, but that auto attack will get first blood towards Fate, and that's going to be an exchange for both junglers of Liyab and Sunsparks. What a way to start the game with that gank from 5722. It's still not over. Nixu is so low, but the shield from Exocen is not going to be enough. Oh dear, oh my. That seemed to be not the plan in mind for Liyab.
You see that Celestial expansion. I mean, that's AoE for you, plus the stuns, and talk about Starfire connecting on your face. So that is very much reasonable. I mean, that was kind of a very small space for them to deal with, and you're dealing with an Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, you're dealing with an Aurelion Soul that is ready to roam and accelerate the side lanes and help out, because it's going to be a little bit tricky. Liyab duo should be a bit careful, especially they do have priority in the lane most of the time. So with good vision comes with great information, I suppose. So Liyab still okay for now.
Okay, indeed. But I love how the wards are actually placed in here in the bottom half of the map. Sunsparks can definitely as to where Olaf is already roaming around. They got this information. I think Olaf just removed that ward in the tri-bush. Meantime, no action. Yeah, everyone's just waiting for each other to be ready. And I suppose they will also wait for 5722 to just be ready, with, of course, the Comet of Legend to be ready for an assist or a backup in case team fights happen.
I think that is the plan, the waiting game for Liyab for now, as Sunsparks just opting to clear the wave in the mid lane, shove it a little bit. We can see that Gambit is still pushing the wave at the bottom portion of the map. So Liyab, a little bit separated for now, but that means Minions already hitting Cass, activated, and now Mickey's isolated. Ragnarok activated and escapes to safety, but we see Mixu in the middle of it all, and he will die first. Sunsparks happy about that pick, but no! Gambit is all alone. Isolated flash used, but here comes the zoomies from 5722. He is isolated, he is all alone, and he will fall. Sunsparks getting a bonus out of that, and now they also get the dragon.
They are so separated from that team fight that just happened. I mean, you wouldn't really love where Gambit was actually positioned. Meantime, Alright the Boy doesn't really have that final spark to actually go for a steal. And the idea in here, again, you just go for that space creation. You just go for the space creation for for sets to actually free hit to back in the backline as well as Fates. And the question is, which one is creating the space? Of course, definitely 5722 Celestial Expansion, Devil J's Barrel Roll, or that Explosive Cask, even that Amaze Winter's Bite. So there's a lot of ways for them to actually go for that TC. And what more, they can just again displace Exosen and even Nixu whenever they try to go for a set.
Yeah, that was an incredible cast from Devil J. He can do it again, and that is the thing that Liyab should watch out for. They isolated Miggy away from the team, but Sunsparks, because they did have the upper hand, 2k gold lead, but map-wise, they have the lead, but Liyab aiming for that first tier tower. At this point, 572 has eliminated the one Liyab member at least. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Miggy to Devil J, actually. It's a good exchange, but that means Sunsparks gets that Rift Herald and even pushing this tower.
Yes, but I don't think this time they're gonna be that, excited about going for a second turret push in the top side. Now they have formed the discipline that they have been looking for since week 1, and they basically outgrew what they were missing as a team. So gotta love that information. And again, the placements of the wards is just well coordinated at the same time. Great vision as to where the possible routes of the members of Liyab Esports could be. Just like this, you can see on the top side part of the map, that is a Kaisa that is, seen by Sunsparks. Okay, Kaisa is right over there up top, but meantime, might this be a potential fight that could happen?
It could be. There's the Braum ult activated by Maze. Does that mean they want to retreat over here, as that's 4 members at the bottom portion of the map as well for Liyab? But in the meantime, Sunsparks already unleashing the Rift Herald, and on top of that, 5722 already pushing mid as well.
Not gonna be pushed, however, but they're fine with it. One thing I'm curious about is that they just let the Kaisa just get the turret all alone onto the top side part of the map. Meantime,
sweep! Hextech ultimatum just to isolate and buy some time against Sunsparks. There's the roof coming from sets. Here comes 5722 unleashing the stun, but no follow-up. And Sunsparks, again, will be satisfied with that as they've maximized the usage of that Rift Herald.
They did, and at least they were able to pick off some targets, and that's totally fine. I personally wish though that they could have pushed up until the second turret down bottom part of the map. If not that, then maybe Aurelion Sol taking down the turret in the middle lane. But again, despite some slight lead in favor of Sunspark, I believe that this could still be anybody's game, especially if they keep that Kaisa just going strong onto the hands of Gambit.
Yeah, that's true. This time around, that scaling Kaisa monster is in the hands of Liyab, so it's a little bit different this time around from their usual, mid-game, let's go, spike. But eventually, though, Olaf might fall off, as that's the stun coming from 5722, but Liyab sees it coming, so they decide to just back away.
Just wait to zone out the members of Liyab Esports as they try to prepare for another dragon take. Do take note that the Gragas is actually far away from the map. Devil J will need to find a way to join the team fight soon. I feel like this time it should be the Aurelion Soul being far away from the map since he's the one that got the Comet deflected. However,
Wait, there's a dive towards the tower. Final spark activated. Hextech ultimatum as well for that zone, but Miggy very low decides to just back away instead. The rest of Sunsparks are already here. Faith meets the rest of Liyab, but that binding will stop him from his tracks, but he's still auto-attacking, and he's almost dead. Will that DOT kick in? That is going to be a no. And now he actually gets away with it, and possibly maybe even the dragon. It's possibly still not over as the rest of Liyab is still here. It is going to be a potential, 5v4? No, 4v4 situation, as that is Devil J going in, but he is eliminated off of that. 5722 rejoins the fight. He is on a killing spree. Gambit is eliminated. Now he's chasing over Moraita Boy, and there is that biting, but he is stunned as well. Demacia to the face on 5722. Nixu might go in. That's 2 members so low. He wants in. That is a no, as Nixu decides to back away.
lots of things happening there. I can feel you, Riku. Here and there, situations just happening from one point to another. Wanting to take no, however, look at that. The dual laners Maze and Sets not even falling down one time, even once as of yet. So gotta be careful about the stuns that will be connecting onto you from that Saya. But I think gotta love how Aurelion Soul as well as Gragas just create the space for Graves as well. So very interesting. You can see we're in. Okay, Liyab Esports might have gotten this. They managed to take down the tier 1 turret in the middle lane and managed to pick off targets. But the moment that the rest of the members of Sunsparks joins in, then they had trouble. They are getting stunned with Sets, feathers, and at the same time coming from 572 as well. However,
wait, Ragnarok activated. There is the redemption for the bunch of heals, but 5722 with a triple man stun. What is that? That is disgusting. And 5722 is looking for more, and Gambit falls as well. 5722 with a double kill. That means Baron
take definitely, and they're very much willing to give away this tier 2 turret down bottom part of the map. We'll see how this will further pan out. They're having a tough time as though they're taking way too much damage. But yeah, just like always said, Yumus as well as Black Cleaver will be prioritized by Graves to target Miggy in the jungle. So they're matching up the jungle in here as to make sure that they're not going to be facing in front of Miggy. So you gotta love that fact. And Miggy actually forced to make use of a Black Cleaver as well. By the way, I think it's for the Braum to be taken down. However, look at that Braum building up, just making sure that he's not going to be taken down at all, having that 0 death still.
Yeah, despite being, one of the tanks, actually the only tank, because Devil J opting again for the usual build of that Gragas with a bunch of damage. Ludens, here comes the stun, the gigantic stun coming in, out of the way. 5722 is coming, and now, the damage is done. Sunsparks again able to utilize this Baron buff.
Yes, they will have to. I mean, this is the lane. This is where they can fight. They can take advantage of team fights. The lanes take down turrets. That is going to be even faster for you guys. And I think this is the pressure. They send out the Graves up top, and that's going to be sending, however, Nixu back. But meantime, what is this?
Woo. Oh dear me, look at that, as that is going to be a dive towards the Tower of Liyab and eliminated. Oh, hold that thought. No, it's Devil J that was eliminated off of that fight. And now, because Sunsparks is lacking that one member.
He dove in too deep. Not too sure what happened there. If that was actually in purpose, or just a way to at least make sure that Sets and the rest of the gang will be safe. So I'm just gonna be the sacrificial lamb. Just take down the inhibitor turret down bot, and let's get this. Let's open up. Let's create some natural flow in that particular side of the lane.
And Sunsparks is happy about that. They're very patient again, just as what we heard from Fate's interview. It's all about that patience from the rest and just ensuring your lead and being happy about where the game state is right now, because look at that. With that gold lead, a 7k gold lead on the side of Sunsparks, Liyab will have to play defense.
they're having a tough time in here whenever 5722 is around the corner. Of course, that Rylai slowing down the members of Liyab Esports as well is making it hard for Olaf, or also for Exosense Oriana in here to back away from safety. And now all of the dragons are just leaning towards Sunsparks. 8k gold lead, almost 9k. This is massive, Riku.
Yeah, it's a massive indeed. And for Sunsparks, for sure, no, rather for Liyab, you mentioned they're looking at Olaf to be that ball delivery system. But at this point, an Olaf is gonna get melted down by sets here, by 5722 as well. So your only chance is from Nixu with that hookshot Hextech ultimatum, but he is busy with the split push. So again, we haven't really seen that killer shockwaves from Exosen just yet.
Just like how we discussed during the draft. I mean, these are two range champions you are gonna be dealing with, and you are just zoned out because of that celestial expansion from 5722. And what more if Devil J is on the fight too, so you are not able to set up as an Oriana. So that's why personally I just did not like. But Holocron?
Oh dear me, are they opting to get this? There's the sweep coming from Nixu, but the disengage coming from Maze is just gonna scare Liyab away. But look, Devil J, he's not on a Fiora, he's not on a Camille, but he is gonna be split pushing at the bottom portion of the map, which forces Liyab to back away from the Baron.
Yeah, gotta love the space created by Devil J down bottom part of the map. Nixu, you know, if he makes use of his Hextech ultimatum onto the Gragas, for sure it's gonna be a waste. If in case team fight is very much needed, he won't be there to commit this one into the team fights. Meantime, let's see.
Hold that thought. Teleport coming in, but the rest of the Sunsparks already diving and smothering Liyab already. As we can see, Fate is on a rampage, and now this is the cleanup crew. Miggy down, Exosen down, Gambit also has fallen. Sunsparks with 3 kills already. Fate unstoppable, and a teleport coming in, coming from the side of Sunsparks. Here comes the rest of the crew. They want to end the game. They want to end it here and now. That means a 2-0, 30 seconds on the death timers. This is Sunsparks with their 2-0, riding the momentum, riding the wave. The Sun's power. Sunsparks takes this game 2-0 against Liyab.
Sunsparks well composed for week 2. They are tired of being impatient from week 1, and they are gonna show that they are worthy being top 2 from the preseason. Now showing up that they can even beat up the top 2 of the South Luzon region.
Whew, what a game from them. You're right. That means they are on a roll. They're riding from that win against Execration, and they even they took it up a notch. It's a 2-0, not giving Liyab that usual 2-1 that they were hoping for, that game 3 win condition of Liyab. Sunsparks took it away from them.
I mean, that's what it gets. If you are motivated, you are tired, you are basically I'm already fed up with all the losses from last week. Then let's just get it on. Let's just give it. Let's just show the true sun sparks. What? The true sparks of this. The true spark of the sun.
I love it. I know what you're aiming for. Who's the hotter? I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's the hotter heat? But yeah, super. I'm sure the Sunsparks fans are very, very happy about this win. A very dominating, a very confident win. Also, you know, Saya not sitting at a 0% win rate anymore. It is Sunsparks taking that curse away, blessing Zaya out of that curse, basically.
Yeah, and even before players of Sunsparks become Sunsparks, like before they got acquired, they have been doing this. Whenever there's an Olaf, if you can recall, people or players, teams they are scared when there's the Lulu Olaf combination, and this is basic. This is what Sunsparks has been doing whenever there's an Olaf. Okay, let's just pick up a Graves and just make sure we're gonna go for either an Exhaust or a Black Cleaver. Let's make sure that there's some sort of armor penetration to just not allow him to just become that aggressive Olaf while he is in his ult stage. So really nice play. They are going back to their fundamentals, and that's how important fundamentals are. Sometimes it is forgotten, especially if you're thinking about a lot of stuff already. You're learning new things that you tend to forget about the basics and fundamentals. So that's really nice, and it's just about placing the discipline. You don't really have to be taking the Baron in front of the faces to your opponent. So gotta love the improvement that was shown in here by Sunsparks.
Yeah, that is definitely a new Sunsparks that we see from, again, what happened in that week? What happened through, I don't know, before Friday? what sort of training and stuff like that did Sunsparks do? Because it's really effective. 2-0 towards Liyab. This is the first time Liyab has ever suffered a defeat when it comes to basically it's usually always up against Omega where they would suffer that defeat. But Sunsparks, again, taking that win against Liyab in a very, very convincing fashion. And it makes me curious how the next series is going to go for sure, because this is good. This is a good morale boost, you know?
yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about Omega next series, so that's gonna be very interesting. I don't know what to feel if they are actually even managed to get a win or a series win up against Omega. Very interesting to take a look at.
For sure, as we're going to take a look here at the play of the game for this match, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Yes, indeed. And here you can see how 5722 is just working on that very confident, in-your-face play. Either, even to the risk of his life, just creating space for the rest of his teammates to just get the play. And more highlights that is actually shown in here whenever the members of Sunsparks are just clumping up together in one place. You can see how they are just putting these guys into the casket. These guys in Liyab Esports, and even we see that fight in the Baron as well. I mean, go! Celestial Expansion is just gonna be the name of the game because you are taking in a lot of AoE damage, and I wonder if this will actually put up Aurelion Sol again in the next, I don't know, games later or maybe tomorrow.
We'll have to see, because, I mean, it is gonna be the master of the match, the Aurelion Sol, controlled by 5722.
Yes, indeed. Look at that co-participation. I mean, 88%, that's massive. That is massive. And again, the Riley Trio in his kit, slowing down the opponents, not allowing them to back away. Hey, you gotta eat my Celestial Expansion here. Slow down. So that's very interesting Trio item for...
Yeah, definitely an interesting priority item. Is able to sort of, last as long as he can with that Rylai's, with a bunch of HP, and of course, to top it all off, his amazing stuns are no joke for sure. And just as you mentioned, it could be a potential threat in the upcoming Sunsparks matches, which again, they still have one today against Omega, and they still have tomorrow.
Yes, I'm just so excited. I don't know what to expect. I mean, even Omega Esports for sure, they are watching. They are taking a look at, okay, could it be Liyab? That's a problem. Okay, they don't know who's gonna win. Okay, are we gonna be prepared for Liyab Esports, or are we gonna be preparing for Sunsparks? Even us casters, we are so confused what is to happen up next. So, I mean, that's the added value maybe of having a coach as well. But of course, it's also different if you are the playing coach. It means you have the first-hand experience, so it has its pros and cons.
Yeah, it definitely has its pros and cons, depending on if you want to play to your own strengths, or do you want to try to fully counter what your enemy has prepared for you, or do you want to do a combination of both? And Sunsparks have found the correct formula for them to sort of skyrocket their points on the standings for sure, especially again 2-1 against Execration, and now Liyab 2-0
What a strong showing for our second week. But of course, Sunsparks may not rest at the moment because they do have another match up against Omega. But before we proceed to our third series, we will take a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be the panel dissecting what happened in this second series. My name is Riku. Together with me is Kaisaya, and we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh,
the sun might have set already if you take a look at your windows outside, but it is high in the sky for Sunsparks with a 2-0 win against Liyab Esports. They will be winning 50,000 Globe Cup points. And man, guys, this momentum is insane. I mean, I couldn't have predicted that it would be 2-0 in favor of Sunsparks, but this is quite amazing. It is a new and improved Sunsparks going into week 2 here at the South Luzon group stages. And just checking out the series highlights over here so that we can check out that awesome game that Sunsparks had. I do want to know, do you think that Liyab were outdrafted in game 1? Because I believe Kaisaya brought this up. The Sinchao versus the Lee Sin, that was it didn't exactly go with what I guess Liyab wanted to do. What are your thoughts on this, Otalis?
Definitely. When I look at their draft, I saw the Annie pick being the last pick, but I think it was already a foretold draft in where they really planned to do the same combo that they did against Omega Esports yesterday, which was to pair up the ability of Xin Zhao to do well and have the Annie accelerate the game from that point on. However, we're looking at the comfort picks of Sunsparks just being handed to them. We all know that Sets is a very good Kaisa player, and now they can just run the Protective Queen composition, and from then on, it's a stomp. I think it's an easy way to say that it was a stomp on game number 1 because, yeah, Annie and Shen Zhao just did fall off, and the time bomb that our casters were talking about, that just exploded onto the faces of Liyab during game number 1.
Yeah, and I was really occupied with why there's an Annie and Jinzao, because when you're going to drop the summon T-Bears and then you're going for the Crescent Sweep, it feels like it's iffy that you already grouped everyone up with the T-Bears and then you're gonna push them away. So another thing is that falling off, there's a big outscale from that part, and that's a big problem coming in from that Annie. And so I think that they really need, and they already shut down Liyab with just one ban with the Corki, and that's a big exploit on their weakness.
And you know what? Going into game number 2, we had Gambit on Kaisa, and he wasn't as untouchable as Sets was in game 1. And by the way, they managed to take the curse away from the 0 win rate Saya. And I do know how very confusing that game 2 was, because we had the Kaisa and we had the Saya and we had Kaisaya. I know it's really, really ironic saying it, but what are your thoughts on game number 2? Let's start with you, Atlus.
Okay, well, game number 2, whenever a Kaisa is being picked, it basically means that they want to reach the backline, and that mainly is the main purpose of why Olaf was picked as well. It totally made so much sense. However, he has to go into a path that has been blocked by Glacial Fissure. Yes, Ragnarok won't slow him down or won't affect him in terms of crowd control, but his teammates, right, that is behind him will be affected by the crowd control that is present with the Glacial Fissure. Now, another point is they are going to pair it up with an Aurelian Soul that is very, very good when it comes to choke points. It's just so hard to infiltrate onto those backlines. And Fate, again, we mentioned about the resurgence of this jungler. Just put him on those carry junglers and he's going to dominate the early game for you.
Yeah, and knowing that everyone got the CC that has been needed, you got the Cask, you have the Glacial Fissure, you got the Voice of Light, even Graves, actually, you got the smoke screen. So whenever Olaf is going in front with the Bromasha, there's no vision. And yes, we do agree about this auto synthesis with the with the Saya as no damage. We saw the 12,000 damage, but it's somehow on par with the Graves with 9,000. It's that close, and that's a 0 death Saya. So we are losing a lot of damage, but one good thing about Saya is the feathers. The Blade Caller, I think that's one thing that we need to consider, that they are not picking because of the damage. because it's the snare coming in from the marksman and the feather storm that can put you in a good spot. So let's put it that way. But all in all, Sunsparks was able really to capitalize on what they have. And Devil J, he may not be on a carry role, but his peeling is really strong with the Gragas pushing everyone out.
Yeah, exactly. I loved seeing Devil J on the Gragas. I love the way that he used the cask to separate Liyab, because Liyab had squishier, comps than Sunsparks did. So seeing one member go flying in the direction of the enemy team, that was huge, because that's essentially what they need in order to get that number advantage. And just checking out, of course, with that Sunsparks win, our standings, of course, have changed up a little bit. So just checking out our Globe Cup point standings over here, and I believe we do have still Omega Esports on top with 350,000 Globe Cup points, Liyab Esports with 200,000 Globe Cup points, Sunsparks now with 100,000 Globe Cup points, and Execration with 50,000 Globe Cup points. Now, this is going to be really, really exciting as we go into the last series of the day, because we will be seeing if Sunsparks can ride the pretty awesome momentum that they have over here into their last series. We will get to that in a little bit, of course, but just to remind you guys just how important every single series is. One Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso, so you can just see how very happy these teams are right now. Most of all, Omega Esports and Liyab Esports over there on the top two. And now, of course, we do want to thank, of course, all of our sponsors for making this event happen. Thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the country, for bringing the Icon series over here. And this event is organized by Mineski and Globe.
And of course, our official mobile partner in Oppo Reno 5. What are you waiting for? Get your Oppo Reno 5, because with getting your Oppo Reno 5, you can enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate, and get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
Lapit kayo mga gwapong gamers, sasabihin ko na yung sikreto. Ito ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG. Fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and help prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
This is probably also Sunsparks' secret as well. They're probably on Master today.
Yes.
But you know what, guys? You can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app, click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated, and get hashtag OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And don't forget, we do have a giveaway ongoing as well, so hope that you're liking and sharing the stream and using all of the appropriate hashtags to get those wild cores into your account. I always say I'm actually really jealous of these guys that get 3 wild cores just by watching the C Icon Series Philippines right over here. But anyway, proceeding of course with our last series of the day, it is going to be Omega Esports versus Sunsparks. Now, the question is, can Sunsparks actually ride this high? Can they ride this momentum to take down the undefeated that is Omega? You know what, you guys? At the moment, Sunsparks, they are looking like the underdog, preseason aside, because I know those stats were quite different in the preseason. They are looking like the underdog right now against Omega. Can you guys just talk to me a little bit about the Sunsparks journey all the way from preseason up until now, today, and yesterday, just how much they've improved? Autolus, let's start with you.
Okay, so talking about Sunsparks in the preseason, many doubted them really in being able to reach the grand finals, but they were there, right? They showed up, and it was behind their ability to center around their gameplay with 5722 and of course the jungler Fate. Now, one thing to note, when it was the preseason time, they did actually elect to put in another Baron laner in the Devil J, and that actually expanded their gameplay. Right, they now have a very good split pusher, one that can duel the best of the best in the Baron lane, and that was their development. Over time, I was carefully looking at Sunsparks' ability, right, to just ride the momentum from that point on, and lo and behold, during the qualifiers, they were the first team to qualify alongside Liyab. So it really just goes to show the development and the evolution of Sunsparks heading into the South Luzon Summer Series. But the thing here is, many really predicted them. Even Next Play did predict them to go and advance to the playoffs, right? Top two. And that is actually well warranted. I do understand the fact and the hype behind Sunsparks being able to advance to the top two. However, during the first week, they didn't show up. It does seem that they were not having that much fun in the game, and it's very important for you to have fun while playing the game, right? If you're not having fun, if you are being colluded with whatever thoughts you have, maybe the pressure did take a toll on them.
Yeah.
But right now, in week number 2, we can see that the Sunsparks have been reinvigorated, refreshed, and is now enjoying playing the Wild Rift.
Yeah, and you know what? That's something that you can see with Omega Esports. You can totally tell when a team, when a player even is having fun with the game. And you know what? Even though you can't see the reactions, you can't see their faces, because we hope to see their faces soon, of course, with the comeback of LAN events. Hopefully, keep your fingers crossed, people. But yeah, you can actually tell in their gameplay and how they play and how they react, whether they're enjoying the game or not, which I find really interesting. But Osiris, do you have any additional thoughts to the Sunsparks journey over here?
Talking about the enjoyment of the game, they are enjoying. I mean, on preseason, we saw an Aurelion Sol meta that has been used by most of the teams. This time, 5722 doesn't need to be flashy. He needs to go back to his comfort pick because everyone is ready for this guy. So we kind of need him to put him on a bit of a conservative type of mage, which is in the hands of Aurelion Sol. And this is the same as Galaxy Racer, that they know how to run an Aurelion Sol team comp, and they are putting a lot of those carrying to Fate. So you see that everyone is amplifying the strong side of Fate right now in terms of early game. And what's worse about the previous match, that's the part of their journey, is that the Lee Sin. This is the first time also that we saw Fate on his Lee Sin all throughout. And he really capitalized on this.
It was clean.
Clean indeed. It feels like he got that 99% to cleans every germs and pimples right there. That's how smooth he is. He's already on the master class of his jungling skills. So I really think that he's one of the big factor right now at Sunsparks. One thing that has been overshadowed by this big players is that maze. We saw a lot of good decision making coming in from Sunsparks right now, and at that point, it was a game time for them. It's just that there are questionable plays that they are burning a lot of resources, especially when they took the bottom tower, that they used the Glacial Fissure instead of the explosive cask only. So it's kind of burned them a lot. And when they got on the second tower, they could have win that fight, but there's no Glacial Fissure, so they kind of need to back out.
Oh, yeah. But again, let's back up and let's congratulate Sunsparks for finding themselves once again. Again, what I was trying to wait for Sunsparks is that one series win. Because whenever, you are facing a slump, all you have to have is that, one series win to get over the hump. And that they did yesterday night. And it showed. Who expected a 2-0 against Liyab? We all know Liyab is a very strong force right now in South Luzon. But Sunsparks did the unthinkable, and I guess it really helped that today is a very sunny day.
You guys, you can blame the heat on Sunsparks over here, but please forgive them. They really did need that energy. But you know what? Jumping off of what Otilus mentioned about, that just one win, I think everybody knows this feeling. This is why we never go to sleep on a loss. I mean, I think everybody knows that you have to win that one game, right? Ladies and gentlemen, you have to win that one game before you go to sleep, before you have your dinner or anything. You need that one win before you do anything else. And you know what? I actually do want to ask you guys as well regarding Sunsparks. What changed though between week 1 and week 2? Sunsparks, version week 1 and version week 2. Was it something that clicked within their gameplay or within their strategy, or was it the new patch that actually helped them? What do you think, Oculus?
Well, actually, regarding the new patch, there has been no adjustments. I think that has been deployed by this team so far from the entirety of South Luzon, right? We have not seen people abuse the buff champions like Tristana. Maybe they still need, a few
Some
more
time.
oomph, right? Or a few more buffs here and there. But the thing here is, I would say that Sunsparks really had it, right? They know how to play the game,
Yeah.
as evident when we were looking at their games during the first week. They were winning the early games, and you can see that they know how to play the Wild Rift early game to a point that we were really in high praises for them. It just so happened that come late game, there were some questionable decisions that now has been corrected, and that is the reason why we are seeing Sunsparks on a roll today.
Yeah, big emphasis on what Otolusa told us, that this is a talented players already. They know what to do. They know how to play, and they are really good and backed up by their coaching staff, which is Sunsparks. Not a big of a question at the organization itself. I'm really happy to see them. I've been vouching for them since day one. Yes, there's a big slump, and let's be honest, with all of those slumps, it made them realize with the interview with Sets, they know that they are throwing games. And right now, they were able to fix that, because the first thing is to acknowledge first your mistakes and then learn from it. So at that point, and what's good about this group stage is, yes, you are learning in the group of death. So it means that you are learning big things from these people, from the let's say the two towers, Omega and Liyab, right there, and they're the Frodo who needs to go past them. So just like that, Sunsparks, the character development of the team or the team development itself, it feels like it's a really good thing to watch right now.
And you know what? Zooming out a little bit, because I'm quite curious about this. You guys might have a better idea of this coming from the preseason, even though we're dealing with almost an entirely different game right now. Zooming out a little bit, talking about the two towers that we have, Omega Esports and Liyab Esports. I want to know how you guys think. At the moment, it looks like they're the top two to advance into the playoffs. So let's just say, if indeed they do that, how do you think they will fare against Team Secret and Next Play Esports right now, with the current state of the game, with the current state of the teams as well? What do you think, Oculus?
I'm so excited to see the matchup between Omega Esports and Team Secret. Right? I know that Omega Esports and Next Play are the rivals, but when we talk about being crazy with the strategies and being fresh with whatever they can come up with, I think that both those two teams will just give us a game within a game from the draft until the Rift. And so how are they going to fare against each other? It's tough to say, but I think I can, just be excited as a fan as well for those collisions come playoffs time.
Yeah, can you just imagine how crazy the drafts will be with Team Secret and Omega? I feel like it's just gonna be the most playful but intense series that we could possibly see. I am definitely excited for that as well. What about you, Osiris?
As excited as the El Clasico will be shown with the NXP against Omega, but we know it. Top one will be currently Team Secret. So we got this modernizer rivalry with NXP, but I'm still vouching for NXP as the best team right now. But Team Secret, they are full of surprises, and I'll let Sunsparks and Liyab do their homework if they get past to the playoffs. That they are the silent assassin per se. But right now, biggest answer to that question is the battle of Omega and Sunsparks if they can go on par in the playoffs.
Speaking of which, you guys are getting smoother and smoother with the segues, by the way. Thank you so much, making my job so much easier. I love it. But yes, going into our last series of the day, which will be Omega Esports versus Sunsparks. And again, our question is, Sunsparks, fresh from that win against Liyab Esports over there, can they actually ride that momentum over to take down, the undefeated Omega Esports currently? And you know what? Sunsparks, yes, they are looking like the underdogs, even though we know that they aren't really underdogs per se. But just checking out the Omega Esports lineup that we have over here. Audelus, how do you think Omega will react to the shiny new Sunsparks right now?
I think they will still play their game. I think they are just having fun and they're very confident as to how to play their own version of Wild Rift. So in terms of adjustments, I think one good thing about Omega Esports is that they will respect the hell out of any team, right? As shown from every series that we have. Yes, they will integrate some experiments per se, but their respect is still there. Being an embodiment of this is JLC. Knowing JLC as a pro player from the longest time now, I've seen him as a Mr. Fundamental guy, the guy that will not troll around. Yes, he will have an experimental build of having a Trinity Force plus a Sterix Gauge on the Akali, but once you delve deep, once you go and analyze what happened with the build, it will actually just show that JLC had a point, and JLC comes in with the respect towards not just his opponent but to the game as well.
Definitely a fan of his Garen plays as well. We all know that this guy, he is one of these players that can actually survive a 1v5 at this point. We have seen it happen before. But now, shifting the spotlight over to our solo player highlight over here, and it will be Arise over here on the mid. And you guys were talking about him earlier as almost playing the mid as almost a jungler. Because, you don't know where he's coming from, and, he just happens to be in the right place at the right time all the time with this, insane amount of damage as well. Osiris, what are your thoughts on Arise?
Arise, this guy, we've seen him a lot, that he's playing different type of champions. Yes, he can play Gragas if you need that explosive cast to be the one who's going to burst everyone. You need the tanky front line. It's pretty evident that he's playing aggressively with the KDA, who's 6, and the damage per minute, which is 1k, fairly high. You saw also the Diana of this guy. He's just sweeping all around, making sure that everyone's is on the cleanup duty again and again. The flank that has been told us by Autolus, you can see that he's gauging or making sure that everyone is being zoned out, and that's another thing that puts a lot of easy task for the other members of Omega, because everyone really can play. Everyone is flexible, especially with JLC. That the letter C right there is consistency, like a John Lloyd consistent right there, because he's really good. You got the Garen, you got the Gragas, and then that's easier for the Dragon lane to do what they're good at. So that's really good.
You just call JLC John Lloyd
John Lloyd consistent.
I love it. Please save that. He's John Lloyd consistency. I love it. But anyway, over here, of course, we do have the new and improved Sunsparks, and just checking out their lineup once again over here. Audelus, what can they possibly bring against Omega right now to possibly, take a game from them to break that perfect record that Omega has right now?
Okay, well, first off, I think they have to take away the Gragas off the hands of Omega Esports. Omega Esports can put the Gragas at the hands of any player, I think, except the Dragon Laner, or maybe they will somewhere down the line. But yeah, Gragas has been very impactful, and if put on the hands of Sunsparks, Devil J, I really loved his Gragas play earlier. Anyone can use it as well, so To me, if they would want to win this game, it has to be at the backs of the Baron lane making plays, and Devil J, I'm looking at you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, a big fan of how he was able to use the cast to just separate Liyab Esports. I'm pretty sure Omega Esports will probably catch on to that, reviewing the previous game if they are watching. But of course, going into our solo player highlight right now on the side of Sunsparks, it is going to be, I believe, Devil J, as we were talking about his Gragas pick over here. And you know what, Osiris, just let me know your thoughts over here on Devil J.
Well, Devil J, this guy with his Fiora getting those quadra kills, and the Camille that has been the one who's controlling the tempo of the aggression of Sunsparks. Whenever that this guy goes online, you can just let this guy do his own job. It feels like Devil J, you can just go ahead and point out which one to be zoned or which one to be punished, and he's already there. You just have to watch him or be the witness of his greatness at that point. So I think Devil J is the one who's really good at the prioritization as a Baron laner, looking at the right targets to take them down.
Yeah, and you know what? Checking out, of course, another key player that you guys might have to watch out, or rather, a key player clash over here for our Globe key player clash. You guys were talking about Fate yesterday and just how amazing his plays were. The question is, how exactly will those amazing plays match up against Impressive over here in our Globe key player clash? Atlus, let's start with you.
This is big, right? Because we saw right now between me and Osiris, every time that we see, Sunsparks win, or even if they are losing, it's Fate trying to will his team to the victory or to a stalemate, right? And Impressive right now, I think it's not that bad to call him the best Filipino player right now. Not even the jungle position, because his game is just so clean and it's just a beauty to watch, a masterpiece to watch. So right now, Fate, if he wants to really be known in the full scene, in the whole country, he has a tough task here to match up against Impressive, and I think there's going to be an explosive matchup to watch.
I think so too. Osiris, any last thoughts on this Globe key player clash?
Yeah, I mean, it's Impressive in Fate. Once again, Fate, we are seeing a lot of improvement. And with what I've shared a while ago, the JLC combo, you see Impressive and the Mr. Consistent. And I think that's one big thing that we need to consider. Objective play is really high for Omega because of those two players. And Fate is the one who's prioritizing mostly, while Devil J is the one who's looking for the kills. So I think this will be a tall task for Fate right now, especially for the whole squad, that this is the top team to beat. So yeah, it's they need to read the map better right now.
It's a lot of responsibility on Fate's shoulders over here as we get into our last series of the day. But of course, we do have our panel predictions over here. Otalus, what do you think?
King Colors, or will they remain flawless and undefeated? This is going to be tough to predict, but I still think that Omega Esports has what it takes to run away with things. I respect Sunsparks' momentum right now, and I'm ready to be proven wrong, but this is Omega's game to lose, 2-0.
Cyrus, what about you?
Well, it has been always Omega, and Sunsparks proved a lot right now, and I would love them to prove me once again that I am wrong, especially with I'm rooting for them ever since, but let's be honest, this is the game of Omega, and a 2-0 for Omega.
It is true. It is a tall order for Sunsparks. You know what? I feel like coming off of Liyab Esports, they already are feeling good today. But Omega Esports, I feel like it's just too much to ask over here of Sunsparks. Although I do think that Sunsparks are gonna give them one hell of a good fight. But I do think it will be a 2-0 in favor of Omega Esports. But as we said, we are so happy to be proven wrong, and we will find that out as we jump into our last series of the day. Omega Esports versus Sunsparks. Casters, take us into the rift.
Thank you very much, Panelist Dusk, and welcome back, everyone, to the very last series for today in the Philippine Icon Series South Luzon group stages. I'm Infinity, in this case Saya, as we are moments away from game number 1 of Omega Esports versus Sunsparks. And these two teams has came in for today with a beast of a gameplay, and Sunsparks is on another level. And Omega Esports from that first years a while ago has played patiently. And I'm excited to see, is this something that they're gonna follow through into series number 3?
I don't know for sure, just like how the predictions are going in here from the panel to us casters. I don't know what to say. Infinity, I guess I'll just pass the ball first for you in terms of predictions. It's hard.
Predictions.
Yeah.
I think with how Sunsparks has played from series number 2, I believe that they can do something massive against Omega Esports. But with how Omega Esports has played it out once again as well from earlier today, I think it will go straight to game 3. Sunspark will take one game and Omega Esports will take it down for the rest of the game. So it's 2-1 in favor of Omega Esports.
I gotta talk to some of the players of this two, in particular Sunsparks. They said they are gonna get a series win. They are promising, they are actually definitely motivated to do that. If I'm gonna put my trust onto them, I think I'm gonna give a 2-1 score in favor of Sunsparks this series.
Alright, it looks like the casters has now predicted their predictions in this series, having a clash when it comes to this aspect of the game. But I think the panelists has talked about a lot of things when it comes to Omega Esports and Sunsparks. More specifically onto the Gragas of Sunsparks and how this could have a lot of potential. And at the same time, panels has talked about how Omega Esports could utilize the same champion. Now, Kaisai, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think about the Gragas? Would it be banned out, or who is gonna be the team that is gonna prioritize on getting this champion?
I feel like it has these chances of getting banned together with the Camille as well. There might be a respect onto the Camille of Impressive as well. Not too sure if they would want to give away the Lee Sin too. I'm seeing these 4 champions getting a priority in terms of banning. So basically, much respect, because we've seen the Gragas. The panelists have mentioned it a while ago already as well, that we have been seeing a lot of Gragas being successful, actually consistently for the whole day today. So might be a good idea to, yes, indeed, take this one out or just deny it from your opponent.
I mean, Omega Esports has used it in series number 1 against Execration. Sunsparks has used it consistently for their 2 games, which has won them against Liyab Esports. And on top of all that, let's talk about the other champions that were picked out throughout the day. We saw an Aurelion Sol from the side of Sunsparks, a champion that we don't see often come out in the current meta because of how it was actually nerfed out in the previous patches, on how the damage was decreased exponentially. And now, Kaisaya, what are your thoughts on this champion? Is it gonna be great, or what is it gonna be played out by Sunsparks in terms of the potential against Omega Esports?
I believe it depends on the type of competition they want to play. A while ago, it was super successful primarily because it was an idea on creating space for either the Graves or the Saya. Mostly the Graves, because that time they knew that it was the Graves that was very much needed in order to counter out the Olaf. So the idea was maybe that Aurelion Sol is much better off to be placed in a protect the queen type of composition.
Now, with all the champions that we have just talked about, Kaisai, we're now jumping into the draft. All eyes on this screen, ladies and gentlemen watching at home right now, as this is going to be a very intense series, with Camille now being removed onto the table by Sunsparks, following up by the Lee Sin of Omega Esports, and lastly with Kaisa from Sunsparks and Brom to finish it all off. Now, Kaisaya, what are your thoughts? What are going to be the priorities here right now?
This could be a Gragas Prio in the hands of Sunsparks. Even the Akali is open, even Diana, just like that, that is actually showed onto our screen. Even Ziggs is open as well. Lots of options. They prioritize taking out what is actually making them placed in their win conditions, just like the Camille of Impressive, just like the Kaisa of Time Lapse, in respect to, okay, if Sets is gonna be losing the Kaisa, so be it. I still got Ezreal, I still got the Saya from a while ago as well.
And like the Punisher from Mega Esports, removing any Baron laner that was left standing into the Rift. Gragas is something that Sunsparks really want to go for when it comes to their previous series. Now Mega Esports has taken it out with Akali as well, meaning that Sunsparks will be left with a couple of Baron laners left. You have the Galio up, you have other champions also up, but they're prioritizing onto the ADC. Corki now being locked in by Sunsparks.
Yes, Corky, which we have been seeing a lot of times when we talk about Liyab Esports. So I gotta love this. We don't see much of Corky plays coming from Sets, but him being an ADC for life since League of Legends time, maybe something that can surprise us as well. And I love the Galio pick in here. This is most likely going to be a support Galio. They just need to be very careful. However, though, in the pokes that is showing up onto this Janna as well as the Draven.
Actually, very interesting pick here from Mega Esports. They knew the nerfs came through already for Draven, but they say, no, it's not gonna change how we think about this champion, and we're gonna pick it up. It's just a little bit of damage when it comes to the early game, and when it comes to the late game, minus 10 damage all throughout for the spinning axe. It still has a lot of potential, and now Sunsparks has now priorities onto the Garen. They want the tanky champions into the front line so that Corki can just go for the free hits, and now Graves is now being hovered as well. Sunsparks has used this champion very well, but Raven, available for Mega Esports, now Vi is going to be the answer from Sunsparks.
Ooh, we got that hover from the jungle pick, supposedly for... Wait, where was that? For Fate, sorry about that. But changed their mind. They went in for a Vi instead. But looking at there is a Mundo jungle. I feel like, okay, maybe they should have just trusted their guts in there. Oh wait, I'm confused. Wait, where's this Graves now this time? Okay, it is now on the side of Omega Esports. Wait, I'm so confused with the graphics. Now there is no Graves. All right. Okay, now we just try to finalize all things out in this HUD down below us. So there is no Graves. It is a Vi onto the jungle side of Sunsparks, and it is a jungle Mundo on the side of Omega. So what I was trying to say is that it could have been a better pick for Graves jungle since there is a Mundo on the side of Omega. But that's totally okay too, because we know that Vi can deal massive amounts of damage as well with the armor penetration that she can deal up against with this Mundo in the jungle on the side of Infinity. And not only that, of course, it can act like a secondary, option. If you don't have the Hextech ultimatum from the Camille, then you still got the Assault and Battery that the Vi can do as well.
And you talked about counters. I want to talk about the same thing, because you have the Galio for the side of Sunsparks, because Omega Esports has the Akali. And I think this is one of the counters because of the taunt. That Radius actually just accepts every single Twilight Shroud that Akali is gonna spawn out. So I think this is gonna be pretty massive for the side of Sunsparks to go to counter picks against Omega Esports. So simply enough, these two teams are going in for those counter plays. They really want to get ahead against their enemy team. They want to get the advantage. And these two teams are looking toe-to-toe, and to really set their eyes onto the win for today. And Kaisaya, what is gonna be the winning conditions of these two teams?
Definitely win conditions for the side of Omega. They need to find a way for the Akali to go online onto the Baron lane, and for that Draven to get the League of Draven proccing from time to time by going for ganks into the bot lane part of the map. And talking about ganks, definitely it's something that they can take advantage, because that is a Galio, still a champion that we can consider melee to a point, especially in the early stages of the game. He is maybe not that strong, gonna wait for some time need, so as is the Quirky, so they can take advantage of that for the side of Omega. Meantime, for Sunsparks, we are seeing in here a potential for the late game stage on their side, making sure as well that this Vi is gonna visit the Garen in the Baron lane, shutting down the Akali as early as possible. So it's gonna be sometime early to mid for Omega, But for mid to late, it could be Sunsparks win condition. Now it's just all up to them in terms of execution.
Yeah, I mean, the late game potential of Sunsparks is just onto the roost. And I think you talked about a lot of these champions, and I do agree with that statement. Because you have the Corki, you have the Diana, you have a lot of engages. And we have the Galio as well. It's just a massive type of synergy that can come through when it comes to the mid-game, late game fight. The 5v5, I think, is something that is going to be very important for Sunsparks. But I also do want to take note that Omega Esports also has the Gragas. And that explosive cast with alongside Janna with the Monsoon can potentially actually have those counters up and running and have the protection for his teammates. So I think this is a matter of timing and positioning for these two teams, and alongside with the winning conditions as you stated, I think that will be something that these two teams need to look out for when it comes into the Rift. And now, speaking of the Rift, let's jump into Game 1 of Sunsparks versus Omega Esports.
Yes, and don't get confused with the graphics. It was not a Graves jungle on the side of Omega, but instead a Mundo. Access onto the objectives, definitely an advantage onto Fate's Vi, because he can just go for that dash, and meantime, for impressive, he has to make sure he is just within the pit in order for him to utilize the objective take. But so far, this is gonna be interesting matchup, especially as well into the mid. But just like usual, seems like Sunsparks is actually forced to go for that early swap lane, just like how Omega is playing it around.
Definitely. I mean, Omega Esports was thinking, you know what, let's battle it out against Garen. We have the Draven, we have the Janet. This is going to be very strong. And now Sunsparks is forced to do this. I think it is already something that is expected for Omega Esports, because 80%, 70% of every single game when it comes to their series here at South Luzon group stages, they do this every single time. And there are some couple of instances that they don't, but they're bringing it back again. And I think Sunsparks really wants to go in towards matching it up, especially when they have Galio. This, I think, has a certain advantage up against the Draven to really just go for the combos. And considering that Draven is actually a squishy champion, they could burst it out easily with sets, having the Gatling gun and having those damage over time, damage DPS type of potential against the enemy team. So pretty much, I think they're pretty much even, but we have Gang coming in from Stronger, going in for the roam, as we have Devi, went in for the smite, secures the Scutter, and Sunsparks take it home for the information onto the top side of the map.
Balance between the vision access on the top side as well as in the bottom side part of the map. But gotta love that, very good reaction play coming from Fate. Seems like he is pretty much hyped to actually just win this game as much as possible. Talking about the differences in terms of gold, not much high as of yet, but we can see an invade happening onto this Mundo. Seemingly like the Mundo is just buying time as well, because he just needs the power spike for himself, maybe the Sunfire being created earlier on for him to, just be in a balance mode, dealing some amount of damage. But hold the fun.
Oh, explosive cast actually went in for the body slam, but not gonna be enough. But that will force out the barrier and the flash from 5722. What a nice move coming in from Arise.
Definitely nice move. That was like 2 summoner spells that has been used by 5722 alone in the mid, and apparently though Vi wasn't there to actually go for a fast reaction. Maybe there was some miscommunication that, okay, I'm gonna go aggressive in terms of play in here in the middle lane. Let us try to shut down Arise. But in turn, it was him who was actually almost shut down, or rather become the first blood on the hands of Omega Esports. Gonna be very interesting. We can see everyone just preparing for an early reset, or maybe not, especially for Corki, by the way. Gotta wait for that 4-minute timer before anything else.
Omega Esports, where their famous build on the Draven, double B of Sword, I think is something that the Draven is now looking forward into. Time lapse with big brain damage type of setup against your enemy team. I think that is gonna be pretty devastating when it comes to the team fights, if especially the Draven goes for some free hits. Regardless, Kali now building up for the Trinity Force. This has been done in the past, and they're doing it once again. The Mega Esports is just going in for the type of setup that they did on an Akali tank type of play. But regardless, now Sunspark has seen Omega Esports now going in for the initial setup onto the Infernal Dragon. Now Galio went in for the con. Actually connected onto 3, but the rest he has laid onto the Infernal Dragon. Omega Esports gets that permanent Dragon buff as Galio will be the first blood coming in for the side of Omega Esports, making it a 2-0 as Vi is gonna get melted down with double PS Sword coming in from Graven. Now that Spinning Axe, even though if you're nerfed, you're just gonna spam out those damage, and Sunsparks will be forced to back away. Impressive. It's just gonna go for the flash, but will be melted down with the Gatling gun of Sense.
The Smite God is still in the name of impressive, securing that dragon, first dragon of the game, even though there was a contestant point from the side of Sunsparks. One thing I noticed though is that there is still a difference in terms of trying to pull off the kind of early swapping lanes from the side of Sunsparks. They copied Omega Esports strategy into going for a swap lane right before a dragon, but they did not manage to go for an early return onto the dual lane right before the dragon goes back up. So that is, that's some kind of difference in terms of getting used to, in terms of the strategy that they want to play. Seems like Omega Esports advantage in that one was, okay, they have been doing this from time to time, even in this kind of high level play in Icon series. But Sunsparks still in a point wherein they are still adjusting, maybe still need some time into perfecting this kind of swapping.
Oh, but now it's going to the Galio into the bottom lane. We have Maze actually went in for the top, but JLC is still going to be alive. We have the dash in ultimate onto Maze by Assault and Battery onto Akali. Dash in, dash out. Well, we have the Tiana. 5-7-2 went in for the flank and killed off JLC. Now the turret has been secured by Sunsparks in the Dragon lane.
However, though this is a better position or a contestant point in the map by Omega Esports, as they are very much near in the Rift Herald objective. So that is a plus for themselves, thus also the lead in terms of gold that we can see. But still though, we'll see about this one. For the meantime, I'm also thinking about, okay, this is an Akali that has been opened. Trinity Force is in place in hand. I wonder how he will actually further build up this Akali. Is this gonna go onto a balance between just like being like not that of an assassin, but more like a fighter? Balance between damage and sustain.
And speaking of damage and sustain, I think that is exactly what Omega Esports is doing. You know what? Let's have a very squishy backline, which is time-lapse onto the Raven, but let's have something more of a sustainable type of champion when it comes to the front lines. Like impressive with the Dr. Mundo. Something that is going to be set up right now, but a 1v1 though, impressive versus Devil J. Not going to be enough damage to just bring them down against each other. You know what? Let's just chill out. But Devil J is actually gonna get a lot more damage than usual against the Dr. Moon. The Rift Herald is now gonna be spawned up. Dragon Lane, we have triple roam coming in from Sunsparks, but it's a 4-man roam coming from Mega Esports. They're looking to go for the turret. Akali has lane sets into the Baron lane, as another turret is gonna be secured by Mega Esports here onto the Dragon Lane. A lot of things happening all throughout the map, but Mega Esports is now going to secure a lot more map control when it comes to the 7 minutes of the game.
Big guys!
Maze going in for the taunt. Triple taunt to make it elite. Diana went in for the ultimate though, but difficult to cast actually to make it a delay for the side of Sunsparks. Galio ultimate knocking up the Gragas. Not gonna be enough as we have to buy actually getting melted down, but driven into the backside is impressive with the impressive play with attacking capability flash away, but Corky with the package knocking up. Impressive. And that will be the 1-for-1, but Mega Esports will take it a third against Sunsparks. So basically it was I buy one, lose one, take one.
But however, Fate is actually dead right now. I thought the Mega Esports will not respect that information. Instead, we're gonna go for that early second dragon take, but they instead just go back away and still will be respecting what 5722 and of course Mice can do in their champions. One thing to take note in this one is that during the drafting phase we were discussing, or right after the drafting phase we were discussing about the win conditions, and definitely win condition of Omega Esports, they are showing it us to they are showing it to us right now, because again, they know that their capacity is to just go for early to mid game and to as much as possible end the game as soon as possible, and not give a chance for Corky to get his power spike, or maybe even that Diana in the hands of 5722 and Mazes Galio as well. So gotta love how Omega Esports is seemingly just going all out. Okay, let's just fight, and just go in front of their faces while they don't have their power spike as of yet.
But Akali already securing the force of nature, already securing the 24s. This is Omega Esports' Akali. This is the tanking Akali when it comes to the Baron lane. This is typically not seen when it comes to the meta, but Omega Esports, as we all know, keeps on breaking what is known to be the meta, quote unquote. Regardless, Omega Esports is looking to be a very good situation right now at 5k gold lead, having the Inferno Drake, Ocean Drake as well. Now Sunsparks is a little bit behind, but I do believe that they still have a chance when it comes to a good setup coming in from Galio and coming in from 5722. If they synergize these ultimates, I think this will be chaotic from Sunsparks.
Definitely chaotic. We'll see if that will actually happen. Maybe some overextension mistakes that will happen from the side of Omega Esports will allow Sunsparks to just find that a moment. But meantime, gotta take note how JLC, no, not JLC, but rather Devil J is not actually that much of a Singe, Garen type of a player. You know, those tanky Baron laners. His playstyle is relying more towards to Camille and a Fiora, but Fiora, by the way, surprisingly, haven't seen her in a while for week 2. But meantime, I wonder what will happen in here. Will there be a contestant? Let's see how it will go.
Mega Esports with Baron Nashor potentially going for the bait. Galio goes for the flash. Tuton against Mega Esports. Now impressive, actually trying to sustain. It's 1k HP remaining. Who is gonna win the Smite Wars? Omega Esports spinning axe actually secures Baron Nashor. Vi is gonna get killed by the Dragons with a flash body slam, but Seth is gonna get melted down as well. They are gonna get raised from the face of the earth as Diana will follow through. It's a 3-0 in favor of Omega Esports. They're making it a 4 as Maze is the only one alive from Sunsparks with Omega Esports. Now with Baron buff going in for some pressure.
Raga seemingly is like winning games this day, but at the same time, gotta see what Kali JLC has been doing. He is building tanky in this match, and despite that, he's able to just poke out and create so much space for his, even that allowing time lapse as well, or impressive to take secure into objectives. Very interesting.
I like the recent here from Omega Esports. The time-lapse already secured the GA, already secured the Infinity Edge alongside with a Stinger, and also going through the Mortal Reminder type of setup. And Gragas, Infinity Orb, Lich Bane, Rabadon. Omega Esports is bringing back history up against Sunsparks. They've used this exact same draft and exact same item build against a different team in the past, and they're doing it once again against Sunsparks to try and beat them down. I mean, 11k goal lead. This has a lot of potential, and the Gragas going in for the flash body slam with a Leech Bane. This is massive amounts of damage from for the side of Mega Esports, but Maze actually going in for the scare away when it comes to the mid lane. But 3-man roll Mega Esports, you should not belittle this, but Assault and Barry just not gonna connect because of the Stasis Enchant. 2-man knockoff coming from Mega Esports. Diana's ulti is gonna connect onto 2. Draven is gonna get melted down. Timelapse will fall. Omega Esports is now crumbling down, but they have a counter attack. Seth will fall down. Maze will get fallen down as well, and Omega Esports will take the ace against Sunsparks.
That was a pretty messy team fight, but I think what Sunspark should have not done in that particular clash is to fight up Omega while they are in the lane. They should have just been shoving the minion waves that is actually buffed by the Baron, and I think this is gonna be it. That was the mistake. Do not fight, of course. The damage coming from the minions itself is actually super hard, or it hurts so much rather.
Ring around the Rosie, and Omega Esports take game number 1 against Sunsparks, and they're bringing back history and taking the lead when it comes to the 3rd series.
We've seen how Sunsparks tried their best to the best ability. I mean, the draft was okay. We did mention about the win conditions, and it's now just about finding that perfect timing wherein they will allow their win condition to happen.
I love what's happening right now. Omega Esports really breaking the meta still. I just love it. I love seeing it happen. But Sunsparks, I like how their process actually went through as well when it comes to the mid game, late game. I think the late kill on the time lapse, I think would have been great if every single one of their members actually survived. They could let the tier 2 turret fall down into terms of the mid lane, just let it through. With time lapse actually getting killed, they could come back when it comes to more type of capabilities. But unfortunately, they were getting picked off by Omega Esports one by one until the ace, until the team wipeout just came through from Omega Esports. And if you saw the damage bar a while ago, JLC 16k damage compared to time lapse with 11k damage. I don't know how that works because if you're looking in the item build of JLC, he went in for the Trinity Force, he went in for the Force of Nature and the BF Sword as well. It's an AD Akali. And I don't know what's happening with this type of an Akali build, but it works. And Omega Esports is not changing what is not broken.
That is so true. But meantime, this leads me back to the idea where, okay, we talk about the Gragas once more. Are you not going to be respecting this big guy with a happy hour in his pocket? So I think this time they should try to consider about, thinking about the Gragas. Are we ready to give him out to our opponent or not? Because at the same time, the splash damage that he can actually deal in terms of the fights is contributing a lot, especially in terms of space creation. And space creation, we did mention about, okay, possible bans. They maybe should still respect the Akali, because a while ago we did see a losing Akali in a game, but that was a well fought match. I mean, it was super hard. It wasn't an easy thing to pull off and just take him down into the battlefield. Very slippery. And you did mention about him having a high damage output despite the the itemization that was built. Well, hey, because most of the time he was just, trying to poke out whoever he sees in his pathway. So that was JLC showing up that he is not just a Gragas, he is not just a Garen guy or a Sinch guy. He can also be that space creator, which is in the form of as an assassin, but not really build that much of an assassin.
Yeah, and Omega Esports is doing their tactics once again. It's the similar way they did in the past, right? They went in for the swap lane, they let their dual lane just scale out when it comes to the damage, because that typically happens. I think the reason why you actually lane swap is for one reason is you have a very strong Baron lane, and he can go for the 1v2. And on top of all that, you have a very strong when it comes to their early game type of setup, and that is what Omega Esports has checked out. They have the Akali. When you go for the Dragon Lane Akali, aside from making the 1v2 type of setup, I think that would be not that hard of a deal, because you have the Twilight Shroud from Akali that could just go for the escape route. And on top of all that, Draven is just too strong when it comes to early game, and punishing the Baron lane in that early phase, I think would have been great. But talking more about game number 1, we have the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And in here, you can see lots of splash damage from both the Gragas, from both the Akali as well, and even that sustain that Stronger has provided for his teammate. And that was just a free hitting, time lapse in the back lines. Even securing that Baron from a while ago. Now this particular fight could have went onto the side of Team Sunsparks, but however, we did see Gragas arise coming from the backside, flanking from the corners, from wherever he is, something unexpected. I do believe that the panelists have mentioned this a while ago. The playstyle of Arise is, you just won't expect him wherever, basically he's unexpected, unpredictable.
And the master of the match is gonna be Stronger onto the Janna as the support.
Ronaltan and that Janna. Look at that heal, look at that shielding, look at that protection from not only for of course, for his teammates, but also in the turrets. Gotta love that kill participation. He was basically just all throughout the map, and despite the itemization in here getting nerfed down a little bit, still, this is a strong way to give protection to your teammates, having picked up a real good itemization in here to give more shieldings. Like, it's like shielding for like. Just be tanky, and we're just gonna be free hitting from the backline with the Draven.
Yeah. Harmonic Echo, nerf. You know what? No worries. We're gonna go for a different type of build this time. We're gonna pick up Arden, and we're gonna go through as well onto the other type of item build. So just a pretty massive play coming from Stronger, really supporting the dual lanes. Time lapse. He just let him scale like to the top level. He went in for the double BF sword in what? 5 minutes of game, 6 minutes of game, and at that point he was just producing a lot of damage, and that nerf just simply 10 damage, no problem. We're gonna alleviate that nerf of damage into the double BF sword. We're gonna bring in the stinger, we're gonna then bring in the Infinity Edge, the GA, to just produce massive amounts of damage. So pretty much, I think Omega Esports really did a good job when it comes to scaling, when it comes to the early game, get a lot of objectives, and even when it comes to the first 6 to 7 minutes of their first matchup against Sunsparks, they have cleared 3 turrets already, and they secured the map control against Sunsparks.
Gotta love that. It was just, I think, Sunsparks just missed out about punishing Draven into his lane, but at the same time, I think it's more of Omega being ready for that kind of attack that might come out from Sunsparks too. When we did see there is that Dr. Mundo also roaming around that corner, trying to go for a prio on making sure that the Draven will be safe. But then again, the poke time from the Janna, it was quite hard to deal with, with the Galio being a melee champion as well.
Definitely. I mean, the poking capabilities, the in and out type of capability of Akali, I think really just did a great job from JLC. He was just going and playing around with the fancy footworks, right? Go in, dash in, produce a lot of damage, Twilight Shroud, go for the basic attack, then back out. I think that is highly utilized with JLC going in for the Trinity Force, just spamming out skills and going back out. I think that is the reason why he went in for the Trinity Force, right? Go for the skill, basic attack, that's extra magic damage. So regardless, let's now look at the draft. What had happened? Why did Omega Esports just wiped out Sunsparks in terms of game number 1? Kaysaya, I want to hear your thoughts when it comes to the pattern of this draft.
It's still the idea of space creation. Actually, both of the teams attempted on that kind of play. Sunsparks raiding space or just trying to go for the protected king or queen composition onto this Corki, same as the Draven. But the thing is, the difference in terms of their power spike, when is it gonna go up? It is of course definitely much earlier on to the side of Omega Esports, wherein they got the Akali, they got the Gragas spokes as well, and not only that, especially in the dual lane, that Janna is just gonna be poking the hell out of the Galio, so that the Galio is gonna be having a hard time just being in front of the opponents, just creating space for the Corki. And by that time, though, I think they just did not find the space. They got taken down in the early stages of the game, and that was the downfall. Not really the downfall. I mean, I think we did find some light of hope from the side of Sunsparks sometime mid-game time, but because of how Arise rotates into the map, how he actually flanks from unexpected corners, right? That's what you have to be wary of. So it's not just the draft, but mainly I think it was how it was executed. Do you know how to stop your opponent's win condition? So I think that was basically it.
100%. I do think the same thing, and I do believe that Omega Esports did a great type of mind games when it comes to their draft as well. Because if you look at the bans here, you have the Camille ban, you have Kaisa, Lisa, and Braum. But I do want to take note onto the Camille, because you know what? Take the Camille. What is the champions that are left when it comes to the brand lane? Gragas, Akali, Galio. These are the bands that these are the picks rather that are actually left for the side of Omega Esports, and Sunsparks to pick up. Maybe Sunsparks, you know what, pick up the Diana, we're gonna remove the Baron lane against you, and pretty much you're gonna be forced to pick up the Galio and take another champion like the Garen to go against Omega Esports. And considering you have a lot of damage output from Omega Esports, and Garen is not going to have an easy time when it comes to the early game, especially against Kali, as we've talked about when it comes to the escape route. in and out type of gameplay of Mega Esports. So pretty much, I think the overall storyline when it comes to the draft is really just pressuring in, smalling down, and downsizing the amount of Sunsparks could pick up when it comes to the champion pool. And when Sunsparks actually banning out the Kaisa as well, they're forced to go to Corki, and Mega Esports is going back into the OG type of draft wherein they're gonna pick up Draven in patch 2.2 way.
Yeah, and by the way, there's the siege that was available, so gotta be surprised in how they still respected what the Akali can do. And not only that, Fiora still not making a showing or a show in here in week 2 since day 1, since from yesterday and today, no Fiora at all. And I feel like now the teams have realized the importance of number games, not just about split push. Again, we can remember how the turrets in during the first 4 minutes of the game time, wherein they got damage amplified and also the resistance amplified as well. So in terms of going for early pushes, that could not happen anymore. Very as much as possible, you try to win the clashes as well. And yeah, that is gonna be it. Number games for life.
Now, game number 1, Mega Esports has won it. Sunsparks, you still have an opportunity. You did it in the past, and yesterday I think we saw a lot of reverse sweeps, right? You know what? Take game number 1 and straight 2 games, and then we just went into game number 3. So I do believe Sunsparks still has it. Now with a switch inside selection, Mega Esports is now going to be the first pick, the blue side selection. Now Sunsparks has the opportunity to ban out those priority champions, the Camille of Impressive, the Gragas, the Akali, whatever that may be. Sunsparks has the reign to ban out those priority champions of Omega Esports. Now, speaking of the same thing, Kisa, I want to hear your thoughts on what do you think are going to be those hyper priority champions that Sunsparks may potentially ban out.
Still, they gotta respect the Camille unless they are ready to pull that one off. Well, Camille is something that Devil J actually make use of. But at the same time, I think the Gragas must be taken away. But we're not too sure which side they are going to be. But if they will not be able to get a hand of either of the two, Camille and Gragas, I feel like they must be banned out. They don't really need to ban out the Kaisa. A while ago, they managed to deal with Kaisa up against Liyab Esports. I mean, they got an Ezreal, they got a Corki in their composition that they can use up against the Kaisa, so they don't need to be wary of the Kaisa, even if that is actually time-lapse one of best picks. So I think Gragas must be respected, must be deleted, as well as the Camille. At the same time, you gotta, if you are not ready to have an opponent like that of an Akali, just ban him out as well.
Yeah, and I think with Omega Esports now going for the second side selection, I think this is gonna be very interesting. I think they have the opportunity to pick up the Diana. I think in the past, they did it as well, right? You know what, Sunsparks, ban out Camille, ban out something that is very, very strong, but Omega Esports, you know what, well, let's pick up the Diana. They did it in the past, and I see a reason why they could pick it up once again. But of course, there is a lot of potential. If Sunsparks, you know what, doesn't ban out the Camille, there is a potential that Omega Esports is gonna pick it up.
That is so true, but this is gonna be something very interesting to take a look at, because the place, I mean, there's just a lot of strategies in the pocket of Omega Esports. Since week 1, day 1, they showed us up that Kaisa, Braum, and Garen combination, and they were even ready to match up that kind of composition. They pulled off some poke type of strategy, and they also have this strategy where they will ban out a Lulu Lux up against Liyab Esports. So that was interesting, and they were actually even almost going to show us that double smite strategy. So what is up with Omega Esports? I mean, if they manage to take away again this 2-0 series up against Sunsparks in a dominating way, then they just deserve to be there on top. So, but then again, still not discounting what Sunsparks can do in here. Maybe they just need to realize what must be banned and respected up against Omega.
Yeah, definitely. And I like your question on how Omega Esports is gonna battle out Sunsparks. And I do believe there is an opportunity that Lee Sin or a Jungle or Fate could be targeted from Omega Esports against Sunsparks. Because Fate has showed a very, very well of game style coming in from yesterday up against the enemy teams. Right, so I think Fate would be something that Omega Esports will be looking forward into aside from 5722 of Sunsparks. So I believe Omega Esports, when you punish Fate, a lot of opportunities open for your side of the team to just scale out when it comes to the early game.
Yeah, not just Fate actually. It's more like if you will see other teams are also respecting 5722's champion pool in here, the target bans are in here, but the more they try to punish or deny champions from 5722, the more he's actually showing up new champions. Not literally new, but you know, something that is okay, that is kind of nostalgic for our eyes, like that or Relin Soul from a while ago, and it did work out. So we'll see how this will further go, but I'm not so worried about the champion pool of Fate in Sunsparks as well, because he still got the Wukong, Olaf's, and a Graves as well. So if in case Lee Sin gets banned, it's just so happened that whenever he is in the Lee Sin as well, just like Impressive, they just know how to play this champion so well. I mean, just go aggressive, punish one lane from another. So we'll see how this will go.
Now that we talked a lot about champions, now let's talk about the strategies. Kisaya, I want to hear your thoughts on what the strategies might be. Omega Esports is the meta breaker. These are known to break the meta and go aggressive and gain the advantage when it comes to the methodical play. And Sunsparks is known to be more of the aggressive type of setup when it comes to the early game. Try Fate and punish the mid lane. So, Kisaya, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think is going to happen when it comes to early game, mid game, and late game fights?
I think for the side of Omega, they will just be consistent on what's working up against Sunsparks. Just punish the mid jungle duo, because they are the ones creating plays, going for the jungle plays, and most of the time we'll see Maze being in that protection most of the time for sets. So these dual laners, they will just be found in the same lane, so wherever you find Maze, there probably is sets as well. So they just go for the punish. If we cannot reach earlier on your ADC, then we'll just go for your mid laner that is also contributing onto the gank. So I guess the play will still be kind of intact for Omega Esports. They don't need to change anything. They can still go for that early lane swap that they are actually able to pull off, like really in a really smooth way, you know, not really failing that late back to the standard laning. But for the side of Sunsparks, this is what I'm curious about. I think what they need to do is to just try to go for a poke type, or just try to deny the type of strategy that Omega Esports gonna be putting into the table. Like for example, Omega Esports go for that in your face type of comp, or the dive comp, then just be consistent on the poke type. A while ago they hovered out the Graves. I feel like that could have been a better option. I mean, just kite that Mundo, but they changed their mind. Anyway, we cannot blame them, because it was first an opportunity for Sunsparks to pick up a champion in the jungle before they even knew what the jungle pick could be for the side of Omega. So can't blame them for that, but that instinct was already up in there. Nice try. Still, maybe Vi could have done something about it, but with Vi going into the fight, just made it probably hard for her to just go back away and just reserve for his life. But yeah, gonna be for Sunsparks, basically it is just reacting first, or just denying, going for the counter picks up against what Omega Esports might bring into the table.
Omega Esports, Sunspark, it boils down to what will you leave as a champion against the enemy team, as Kisaya has told us, and what will be the mind games on who is going to be better when it comes to this aspect of the game. With Omega Esports now banning out the Lee Sin, Fate's jungle is now gonna get targeted by Omega Esports, now hovering onto Braum as well, locked into the banning phase. Omega Esports will remove the Braum to the hand of Sunsparks, while Sunsparks will do the same thing and target into the mid lane and ADC of Omega Esports, banning out the Diana and potentially the Kaisa.
Oof, we were talking about how they do not need to ban the Kaisa out, and I feel like they are just opening up champions into the hands of Omega. So I think this is a mistake that they have banned out the Kaisa, and again, that is not needed. Camille is now open. Again, give that to the hands of impressive, then it's gonna be looking scary. But of course, they still can deny that one out. They keep it out both the Gragas or maybe even the Jana to provide that creation of space and just to stop Camille from, just diving in and going for the Hextech ultimatum. But okay, they decide for the Galio. So be it.
I like what I'm seeing right now. And I like your point as well. I think Sunsparks could have just banned out the Camille instead because they could pick up the Kai'Sa for their team. They're the red side selection. They can pick it up from the first two and prioritizing this ADC into their favor to show up big time into this ADC. And Mega Esports is unlikely to pick up an ADC first pick. But regardless, now that we are in set, Camille alongside Ziggs and even Ezreal is going to be locked in by Omega Esports, and Sunsparks will now go down into the Akali. They're bringing down what has been brought up by Omega Esports from game 1.
Akali into the hands of Devil J. Gotta trust him out on that way. Well, we still don't know where this is gonna go. Most, if you assume that this Akali is gonna go into the Baron lane, then this could be a Gragas in the middle lane and Galio in the support role. Okay, this is why we're already somehow, lacking in terms of the other available ADCs that we have in the pool. And sometimes whenever I do those stat chase, what is the most hard to complete top 5 list in terms of per role is the ADC. It's just mostly Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Corki, and that's it. And then the rest of the picks are just, sometimes cheese picks and such. But anyway, going back to my point, I feel like Sunsparks could have gotten a hand on that Jana, which they did not do. I'm not liking the Saya still in the current meta for a reason that I feel like I don't feel her damage. But now that we don't feel her damage, maybe they will just have to rely on more onto maybe the Gragas, the Akali as well. But yeah, I guess for the draft, I think I might have to go on to the Omega draft this time.
And I'm thinking the same thing. I think in this game number 2, I'm going to the side of Mega Esports because they have a lot of counters onto the side of Sunsparks. Singe is there, grounding down the enemy team, which is actually a lot of mobile champions, is gonna affect how Sunsparks is gonna play this out. You have the Akali, you have Yasuo, you have Saya, and you also have Galio. And if you have Singe just going in grounding these champions available for Sunsparks, I think they're not gonna have a great time when it comes to the 5v5 type of team fight. So I think that will be the answer for Mega Esports. Get everything that you want. We're gonna counterattack with certain champions that is untraditional and conventional, but it will work. This is a comfortable champion when it comes to our Baron lane. And on top of all this, we saw how impressive Camille has played out in the past series. And Camille, impressive, is synonymous with each other when it comes to the aggressive type of game style.
Yeah, that is so true. But they still got their win conditions in the type of comps that they have placed onto the table. Like, for example, of course, Devil J. But hold the thought, because, what is this? That was so early. That was an early poke. Okay, I was just talking about Devil J and to the top side part of the map, the Baron side of the map. Okay, win conditions. Going back onto that, there's a lot of way for Sunsparks to go for assassination plays, especially we're talking about, the species targets on the side. But hey, actions happening already. Few seconds of the game.
Fabs with 2-2, you know what, a typical Yasuo from Sunspark. Just go in and out, just dash in and out, and go for the poke. And the Rise is not gonna have a great time, forcing out the Honey Fruit immediately. And a while ago, they forced out the Satchel Surge as well, just go back to safety. But now, Mega Esports is going for the lane swap because Sunsparks went in for the lane swap. So it's pretty much a lane swap of a lane swap of a lane swap at this point in time for the side of Mega Esports. It looks like they really want to go for the 1v2 type of setup, and Ezreal and Jana wants to grow when it comes to the items.
This is where Omega Esports is good at, confusing their opponents. Okay, are you going to be planning on to lane swap? I mean, I think the delivery of information is just way too fast in terms of transitioning that to their teammates. So, but yeah, going back onto that transition stage, the swap stage, they just made it work.
Lane swap again? It's a lane swap of a lane swap of a lane swap of a lane swap. Now it's 4 lane swaps in this game number 2, Omega Esports is taking the mind game to another level. What typically this is not something that we see from Omega Esports, because typically what happens is, you know what, Omega Esports goes for the lane swap, feel free to do whatever you want. Go for the lane swap as well. We're gonna stick to what we have come and prepared initially when it comes to the team fight. But now Omega Esports is acting reactively against Sunsparks, and they really want to punish on a 2v1 type of setup. But Galio is here though, potential punish from Sunsparks.
Not gonna really go for that, but it is quite obvious now this time that Sunsparks is actually reacting to what Omega Esports wants to dance in the dance floor. So we'll see how this will further go. I mean, we don't even see the first dragon as of yet, and we've gone through a lot of lane swaps already. But I guess sets a start. I'm just gonna be staying here down bottom part of the map. It's now just Galio that is just gonna be transitioning from one lane to another.
Now, it's going to be impressive. Here, hovering into the top side jungle, bottom side jungle, impressive, went in, Hextech Ultimatum, 5722 is gonna get all the damage from Mega Infernal Bomb, and he is gonna get decimated from Omega Esports, seeing the first blood against Sunsparks.
Just as expected, they go for a punish on either Fate or 5722 in the jungle or in the mid. So that's their main priority from the side of Omega in Esports, and that was well coordinated. Even did we see that just bahal the pot?
JLC, 1v1 against Devil J. A lot of damage is now coming through, but impressive. It's gonna go for the quick response. JLC receiving a lot of damage. Devil J though, getting all the poison. Flash is now gonna be burned as Camille is there. Impressive plays with impressive response and impressive kills.
Oh my goodness, I mean, this is why you don't give the Camille too impressive. I mean, it's just impressive to see. Anyway, to see this fight.
Oh, again for a bomb. Are you there? Not gonna happen. The Sunsparks secures the Ocean Drake with no contest coming in from Mega Esports.
Okay, that was the Ocean Drake, which they're actually pretty much looking like willing to give off, and that's gonna give some, of course, lifesteal, some VAM for their, especially that will be very much useful later on for sets, but they don't find it useful. They are willing to give that one away because, hey, these are caster type of ADCs, like the Ezreal, so he doesn't really need that much. They don't really have that DPS connoisseur, so they are willing to give that Ocean Drake to Sunsparks and just transition to a different objective like that of maybe securing the flow of minion waves, or maybe even that Rift Scuttlers for their side.
Omega Esports 2-0, 2k gold lead already against Sunsparks. This is pretty massive when it comes to their game, but it's 5-7-2-2. Secure the static shiv already. Massive damage is now coming in from Sunsparks at this point in time. And this is the classic League of Legends type of strategy, right? The Gragas Yasuo duo. We see it from time to time. I think Sunsparks wants to implement it into Wild Rift. And I'm so excited to see what will happen into the late game type of setup, because this duo I think is going to be very devastating when it comes to isolating each and every champion of Omega Esports. But impressive actually doing a gank here from Devil J. Hextech Ultimatum gonna force out Devil J, gonna receive the True Shot Barrage. He's gonna get melted down. A stronger takes the kill against Devil J.
You know, I gotta love how he did not make use of the Hextech Ultimatum earlier on while he was much nearer on that turret up top on the side of Sunsparks. He waited, he baited the Akali, he baited Devil J onto moving towards the tower of Omega Esports up top, right even before he go for that. But for the meantime, to see the fight.
JLC actually goes in for the knockup, and Fade is now going to be forced to flash away, but impressive actually just dives in, but the cable is connecting through. 5722, a lot of damage. 2 flashes is going to be burned from Sunspark to just kill 1, and now at this point in time, they're going to lose a lot of spells, with JLC going to force down, back away. He's going to get melted down, but Ziggs with a lot of damage, going to get those 2 kills in that team fight. As Devil J just flashes in, takes the kill, as Janna goes in as well. It's a flash for flash. The fight is not going to be over as 5722 tries to get the kill, goes for the knockup, goes for the ultimate as well. Stronger is gonna get decimated, erased from the face of the earth. And the Rise is happy to just go back away and respect how 5722 has a lot of damage.
For sure. I can't remember. I mean, this is the well-respected Yasuo on the side, in the hands of 5722 for Sunsparks, and I think that's also the reason why the early gank was made in the mid. So gotta respect that. Do not let that Yasuo get his power spike earlier on as much as possible.
Smart move, actually trying to get the Rift Scuttler, getting them information. If ever Mega Esports prioritizes going to the Rift Herald, but Mega Esports says, you know what? Sure, go ahead. Take the Rift Scuttler, because we're gonna initiate the Rift Herald. We don't care about the information that you get. Regardless, Mega Esports is staying back for now, respecting each other, and going back into the mid lane to try and secure the tower first blood.
Yeah, and this is another strategy that is being showed up by Omega Esports. They love going for resets, fake takes of objectives, and in here, maybe this is something they did not expect, really going and taking advantage of where our Rise is. The Ziggs taking down turrets really that fast. You know what? I do hope we can actually see the I don't know, the spells, or rather, yeah, yeah, but meantime, we take a look at this one. Will there be... Okay, that was an early smite, but at least Ziggs will get the secure.
Omega Esports with a lot of advantage and with a lot of pressure when it comes to the mid lane. I think Sunsparks was forced to back away, let Galio go for the recall, 5-2 went in for the recall, and at that point in time, Omega Esports just had the advantage when it comes to initial setup onto the Rift Herald. With the jungle not going to be available to go for the contest, pretty much Omega Esports just had free time going for the Rift Herald. And sooner after, with the Ziggs in their lineup as well, they could utilize the Rift Herald as well when it comes to the mid game. After they date Cloud Dragon, this could be used in taking 2 more turrets in terms of a lane, which is, I think, going to be the Dragon lane, as Omega Esports has now spawned it in the same lane.
Yeah, that is so true. Yeah, well, I was referring towards the runes. I mean, the sub runes that was present. I was thinking about, okay, is there a mastermind being utilized in here by Omega Esports? You know, it's not just maybe a mastermind onto impressive. But meantime, I wonder if there will be a contest in this one.
Oh, Dragons actually just went in for the explosive cast. It's not going to be enough, as Dragons is now going to fall down. Galio goes for the ultimate, goes for the 4-man knuckle, but no follow through when it comes to the damage. They got 2 kills though. It's a 2 for 2. Omega Esports is matching it up against Sunsparks, as Galio will fall down. Maze, you shall not go for the return, as we have Double J now gonna be the next target with Hexacore, and made him just to secure the kill, as 5-7-2-2 went in for the ultimate just to delay the fight, but they are gonna get decimated, and 4 kills will come from Omega Esports.
That was amazing. I mean, you do not respect. Look at that highlight for impressive, really close up plays from the Camille. I mean, meantime, I'm gonna go for that back away, because you still gotta respect the low death timers that we've got in here.
Yeah, and let's look at the items. I think this is something that we could talk about, because when you're looking at Sin, technically how Omega Esports does it, Rayleigh, then immediately go to Tornmail, immediately go to Deadman's Plate. But now it's gonna be a different type of strategy. You know what? Let's just go over the damage over time type of setup with JLC building Rayleigh and Leandris to go in for more of the bruiser type of setup and deal massive amounts of damage when it comes to the fight. But impressive though, gonna go for the response into the Baron lane, going for the 1v1 as Faye rather goes for the support, goes for the spawn, and we have impressive goes golden, knockout from Janna, Hexio Ultimatum, knocking back the enemy team as well, as Dragons will fall down. It's gonna be the double kill, but we have the Kali going in for the ultimate, getting the kill onto Camille. But Golden once again from Arise. Better Storm just to go for the root, but Satchel Jar just enough time to bring him back to safety. And Devil J went in for the recall. No. We have the information, and we're gonna get teammates from Omega Esports against Sunsparks. Brought to you by Oppo 5.
That was the second ace, just like 1 minute apart from when it happened first time. Gotta love how JLC created space for his teammate in such a way they will not be, they will not get bullied by Devil J's Kali. So this is how we come to a point wherein mastery of a particular champion is just super important. It doesn't have to be in the meta. For as long as if you have mastery on that one, then just go for it. If you know how to play it, just perfectly time all the flings and stuns in the mega adhesive sure, why not? And that is what is happening onto Omega Esports. We just can be in our comfort zones like that of Ijana onto Stronger, Sage onto JLC, and of course that Camille onto the hands of Impressive.
And Impressive is just the highlight right now from Omega Esports, doing a lot of things, just spaces, the kills that he does for his team is absolutely insane. Impressive right now, going in for the mid lane, trying to go for the kill, but regardless, Sunsports now hovering into the top side of the map, trying to punish JLC. The taunt is now going to come through. Maze goes for the initial setup with Devil J coming right up, but goes for the knockup. JLC has a little bit more time as Kaldi potentially gonna get killed. Ezreal just go for the finishing blow. Mega Infernal Bomb, half HP from Sunsparks, make it a 3. Impressive, gonna fall back away. It's some cap just to bring him down. It's gonna be double kill coming in from Timelap. It's a 2-4-1 in favor of Omega Esports as they take 1 kill lead against Sunsparks in that certain engagement.
Shut down onto our Camille in here, but still, though, map control onto the hands of Omega Esports. Gotta respect on that one. Now, okay, Mountain Drake is about to come up next, and if this is actually secured by Omega Esports, then we're gonna be seeing JLC into the scene, just, you know, prolonging team fights, buying time. So this is gonna be looking scary if in case Omega Esports didn't manage to take it for themselves too.
And I want to highlight something from Omega Esports, specifically onto Impressive. They have bought the max of Malmortius from Camille. And this gives you extra shield, especially when you have a lot of AP champions to the side of the enemy team. And I think they just looked at the enemy team draft. You know what? You have Devil J, you have Fate, and you have Mace with a lot of AP damage. So let's just bring in the max of Malmortius. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name, but it's just something that provides you extra sustainability, and I think that just provides Impressive with more of the aggressive type of play style. He's not too afraid to just dive in terms of team fight, and considering that they have a lot of advantage, he doesn't need to go for the typical type of build from a Camille when it comes into the ring. So Omega Esports is just planning out their items, just a massive play coming in from them right now. But Omega Esports going in for the initial setup onto the Baron Nashor. JLC into the backside, zoning out the enemy team. But we have Bing going for the taunt onto JLC. It is going to get a lot of damage. But the Galio went in for the double man knockup. Yasuo went in for the ultimate as well. Moves in just to sustain the fight. But the Akali is here to decimate the enemy team. Camille's gonna fall down. It's a 2-4-1 trade-up. His favorite Sunspark. Thunderstorm is now gonna force down. But in Mega Infernal Bomb with the prediction shot, he is gonna bring down sets and make it another kill from Omega Esports. They really just want to go for the trade-off. 1-0 against Sunsparks.
Though, however, it feels like that item you mentioned, more of Malmortius, wasn't that enough to actually just go in and take in all the damage that is being in here for Devil J, even 5722 and Fate as well. And we talk about, again, there's some taunts that you have to deal with up against with Galio on the hands of Mei. So at the same time, I feel like somehow, even though we can see this massive lead on the hands of Omega Esports, the win condition might still be in place for Sunsparks. We can see, take a look at what Devil J is doing. 572 in KDA, not to worry, but he's been being very slippery and he's trying to go for some cleanup plays. It so happened that maybe they need to find the perfect start target before anything else.
When you're looking at Omega Esports as well, you know what? We talked about max of Mortius. I think I said it right this time.
Yes,
you
congrats.
look at Ezreal. You look at Ezreal's items, right? This is not typically what Ezreal happens to go for, because the Manamune went in for the 24. This is typically what happens, but Omega Esports says, you know what, let's go for the CC potential. Let's go for the Iceborne Gauntlet to just punish Sunsparks when it comes to when the time that they're going in for the retreat in a 5v5 type of setup. Iceborne Gauntlet just gives you enough time to go for the CC potential, goes for the slow as well. So we have the Maze, actually went in for the stun, Mega Infernal Bump, massive amounts of damage, just a quick time for the better storm, but Impressive just went in, decimated Dragon, make it a 2-kill as Sets falls down as Galio is gonna force out the ultimate to just go back to safety, and Sunsparks is in a massive disadvantage.
Here we go again with the tactical sweep. Flash in again with with Impressive's Camille, this is just so much. This is just way too much to take in. However, okay, there you go. I mean, I'm just so impressed with what he has been showing us as a Camille in here, but we're not yet done. This is already past 15-minute game time, and slowly Sunspark is diverting their play because we can see they are now trying to, okay, we seems like we can no longer go them in a 5v5 in your face fight. We should start going for a split push work. Anyway, they got 2 assassins, quite mobile, quite slippery, not to mention Devil Jace, Akali too. Maybe they can just go for that kind of play.
Definitely. I think impressive is just too impressive. You know what? It just is something that is synonymous to his name exactly, because his game style just reflects how he gives space, he gives time for Omega Esports to just go all in the team fight and win every single time. But once again, impressive, going for the aggressive play. There is a potential for Sunsparks to punish this one, but they don't want to handle impressive with how stacked he is in terms of the items. They're not going for it. And Omega Esports is still going to be safe, but JLC is going for some split push with Infernal Drake going to be alive, Elder Dragon form. Sunsparks potentially needs to contest this. 9% damage bonus and 2 damage as well. And now this is it. Maze actually went into 2-man taunt, but not gonna be enough as we have Maze gonna be decimated by Omega Esports, and that will be something that Omega Esports is looking forward into to get that winning condition spot on against Sunsparks. And Sunsparks just wants to go for trade in terms of the mid lane, while we have Devil J trying to go for the contest in terms of the Infernal Drake. Devil J tried to go for the 1000 HP, but with the smite finishing it off. 5-7-2-2 though is not gonna be enough. We have JLC going in for knockup, decimating how the initial setup of 5-7-2-2 was, as now Fate will be the only one alive, but not for too long, as Omega Esports takes another ace. Presented to you by Oppo Reno 5.
I mean, you just gotta go speechless. Now you have come to a realization that this is impressive. This is Impressive's Camille, and he is just so overconfident about what kind of play. Look at where the poison trail is. It's just going around everywhere. And oh wait, they are. Here we go, and that was it. Godlike, indeed. The Smite God is gonna get that closure into this game.
I love the sportsmanship of Sunsparks, but Omega Esports will take the game number 2, take the series home, and they will remain undefeated in the South Luzon group stages. What a beast of a series that we have just seen, Kaisaya. And I do commend how, you know what, Maze just followed through with the trippings of Omega Esports. Ring around the rosy, we're just gonna follow through and just have fun in the rift. And I think that is the main key, having fun. Because if you're not having fun, I think that's gonna be difficult when it comes to the pro leagues. But I do believe these two teams are just having fun at the end of the day.
Sportsmanship, e-sportsmanship, if we want to call it that way. But in the end, what the early play that was pulled off by Impressive, the pressure that he has given, the ganks as well, the confident Hextech ultimatum, and the tactical sweep flash up against particular opponents. You cannot discount what he can do, but at the same time, we cannot discount what JLC created in terms of space, and basically space creation for JLC coming from JLC as well as Stronger, the pokes coming from both Arise and Timelapse. This team is strong. They are cohesive as what JLC can do in his Singe, the mega adhesive that he can fling onto his targets, and gotta love it. I think what the Sunsparks miss out in this one is their capacity to go for split push play, and they realize it kind of late.
And speaking of speed push, I want to talk about the same thing, but on a different topic. the lane swaps of Omega Esports. They were playing mind games against Sunsparks. So they went in for like 4 lane swaps. And I think at that point, after that 4th lane swap, you know what? Sunsparks just stayed put into the Dragon lane. I think that is what Omega Esports is really looking forward into. And I think that was the disadvantage as well from Sunsparks, because Saya, when keeping on going in for the lane swaps successively, just reacting on Omega Esports, is not going to have a great time when it comes to farming. They're going to lose a lot of minions. They're going to lose a lot of waves. And I think at that point in the early game, I think Omega Esports already had this certain advantage when it comes to that aspect of the game. The dual lane didn't really have enough time to just farm in and just level up when it comes to experience. So when it comes to the individual matches, they got the disadvantage.
You know what? This also brings back memories from alpha stage of League of Legends Wild Rift, wherein Camille was just super powerful. Go rank up, get your grind up to the top with the Camille in the jungle, and she's actually back. Even from North Luzon, she's also well contested in the Baron lane, however. But still, the capacity of that Camille to just create space, or rather find the proper targets, lock him in, and, you know, go ban the Listen, and then we got him. Just deny all the possible ways that a particular target can be safe from that Hextech ultimatum. So very interesting play. Again, we feel like during the draft itself, it was already a mistake, or somehow a misban from that Kaisa.
Now let's look at the Game 2 highlights presented to you by Oppo Reno 5 and how Mega Esports defeated Sunspark.
And most of the highlights we can see in here, just a very, you know, most of the time it will all start with impressive, going for a confident Hextech ultimatum. Many times, however, to be fair, Devil J attempted to go for some good assassination plays, but with some AoE damage, just roaming around the map, you know, his presence as well will just be out there because of the AoE damage that she can still get. And in here, we did see a really good play with a tactical sweep and a flash followed through with that Hextech ultimatum. Gotta love it. No questions asked. This is Omega Esports, the pride of South Luzon.
This is it. Omega Esports taking another series in their favor with the undefeated series, undefeated run currently in the South Luzon. Now the question would be is if they can come through tomorrow and just fully wipe out every single team in the South Luzon group stages. So currently we're just waiting for the master of the match to be seen on screen, and you know what, it's just a lot of things happening all around from these two teams. In case I want to hear your thoughts, what do you think was the thing that Omega Esports did from game number 2 to really just punish Sunsparks?
Yeah, I feel like the thing that they did was just to basically just be themselves. I mean, I feel like even before the start of Icon series, they have a lot of strategies prepared already, and they come to a point where okay, whatever you try to go up against us, we are ready. You cannot discount us. They fell short to a lot of community tournaments up against Next Play, which is our top 2 team from North Luzon. And I think that was their source of motivation onto just going back, coming back stronger, just like stronger IGN, and just going for some really impressive play that you can put on the table. And I think all of their IGNs is just speaking up to what they want to do. Even so, rise from the top once more. And this is what they're showing. They are just being themselves, doing their research, doing all what they can do, and just basically applying it, doing it in the actual scene. So I guess this is Omega just being very consistent for this region.
100%. I believe that as well. And when it comes to the draft, I think there is something that I want to take note, because if you're looking at the overall draft of Mega Esports, they went for the Ziggs, they went for the Ezreal, they went in for the Jana. Typically, they are going in for the poking type of composition that they did in the past. And they banned out the Braum, they banned out the Lee Sin, the 2 champions that could really just counter them when it comes to the draft. So I think I do commend that aspect of Omega Esports taking the lead. You know what? Before the game, let's think of what our draft is going to become, and let's base it on to what the bans are gonna come through. So I like how Omega Esports drafted for game number 2.
Yeah, it's more like they made Sunsparks dance into the tune that they would want to do. But I mean, if we are Sunsparks, actually we will actually be forced to be in that plays as well. So still a good match or showing still coming from Sunspark. And anyway, they did manage to get a win from Liyab Esports and a 2-0 score as well, but nice try up against Omega.
Nice try indeed, but another series from the undefeated team, taking another game in their pockets. And I'm Infinity, in this case Saya. We're gonna step away from now with that intense game, and as we go back, it's gonna be the panelists desk discussing on what had happened on series number 3.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know stand be strong. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn around, take it up again. Keep up with me, come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow? May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now. Yes!
League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no! Our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it.
Well, it really truly was a valiant effort, and Sunsparks gave it their all. But the sun has set, and so have Sunsparks and Omega Esports. They keep their promise of an undefeated run with another win, another 2-0, and 50,000 more Globe Cup points
Yes.
to their winnings. I mean, there might be some truth to Sunsparks being sun-powered. We don't know. We will see, of course, tomorrow as the games resume. But first of all, they look quite good. I feel like this is one of their best fights against Omega Esports, actually. But Omega Esports, they're just on a whole other level. I mean, we were just, we were gushing about the plays that we saw, especially on Impressive. Odaluz, break this down for us. What did you think about Game 1 as we check out the series highlights?
Okay, game number 1, I want to echo the sentiment or the what Kaisaya was saying about the Kaisa ban. It was actually a bit questionable for me as well because we know that Sets is a very good Kaisa player. So maybe there is some internal discussion related to the previous games, and we know that Timelapse is a very good ADC player. But when it comes to favoring the Kaisa pick, it's more leaning towards Sets rather than Timelapse. So all in all, game number 1, it's not the end all be all. Okay, I just want to make sure that I get that point across. Now, Omega Esports was just on a whole different level. Yeah, you're right. We saw Dr. Mundo being picked on a very heavily nerfed state, and yet they still was able to win. The Gragas on Arise is so clean. You take away my Diana, it's not going to be a problem. And you can see, even during the laning phase, the mastery of Arise on Gragas was in full display. He also knows how to play Diana. And if you know how to play the champion, you know what to do when you are facing off against the said champion. So Gragas versus Diana, you would think that maybe Diana can take this 1v1, but Arise is just on a different level. And from that point on, mastery wise, macro wise, everything was in favor of Omega Esports from the get go.
You know what? That kind of just brings up how Omega Esports are really just challenging the meta constantly, just because, okay, Riot says we're going to nerf Dr. Mundo over here, and Omega Esports says that's okay, we don't care. And then Riot says, you know what, no more lane swaps, and Omega Esports says, you know what, we don't care, and they continuously do that. But you know what, Osiris, I want to get your thoughts also on game number 2. Can we also talk about how annoying JLC Singed was? I am not a fan of Singed. I know you are, Odaluz, but believe it or not, now I believe it, never ever chase the Singed. Do not take the bait, especially not when it's JLC's Singed. I mean, I am personally not a fan of Singed, so I was so annoyed, but that's a huge compliment to JLC just because it shows how effective he was. But Osiris, let me know your thoughts on game 2.
Like, he's bullying everyone out. It feels like he's still playing on a Garen, but much more poisonous, much more toxic. We are seeing once again JL Singe. With that play, everyone is having a hard time making plays because of the mega adhesive. We saw that. Me and Autoluz was laughing because there's so many surprise play from JL Singe. That's you got the dashes from Yasuo, and once you drop after the last breath, there's this mega adhesive that puts you in one place, and you're gonna have a hard time escaping. At that point, it was the JLC show, but there's the showmaker, which is impressive. Even our director then told us how sharp this guy is with the feat of Camille, who's jumping all around from hook shot, flash, and then crescent sweep mid-air, casting everything all along, and then hextech ultimatum just to isolate the proper targets. Impressive. And everyone actually from Omega right now is really on the next level, and there's no doubt that this might be the undefeated South.
Oh yes, and you know what? We are very, very lucky that we have some special guests with us for the post show. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arise and the rest of Omega Esports. We can ask all of these wonderful questions ourselves. Hello guys! Congratulations on yet another win here at the Sea Icon Series Philippines. First question, we were actually just talking, of course, how great you guys all are, but also, thinking about going into the playoffs, which, you guys have a considerable lead. So, going up against the teams from North Luzon, I want to know, you guys have this rivalry with Next Play, but it would also be fun to see you go up against Team Secret. I want to know which team you guys are looking forward to facing in the playoffs.
Ngayon pong 8-0 kami, masaya kami kasi para sa akin, hindi ko expected na ganito po yung mangyayari since nung mga past tournament po namin, medyo sloppy po yung result ko. Pero yun nga po, naging confident kami ngayon kasi tuloy-tuloy po yung panalo namin. Kaya ganun. Tapos dun sa Team Secret versus NXT, pareho po namin tinitignan talaga yun since sila po yung parang tumalo din po sa amin ng mga nakaraang tournament. Kaya pinaghahandaan pa rin po namin sila kahit ganito po yung naging result po ng past series po namin na tournament.
I just want to say, it doesn't seem like the rest of Omega believe you. I saw them looking at each other while you were answering. But thank you for that. Autolus, do you have a question for Arise over here?
First off, congratulations to the whole team, Omega Squad.
Thank you.
Man, you guys are on fire. Huge fan here. Just a quick question, a normal one, right? Not really related to the game or whatnot. Just want to address the elephant in the room. You are being often referred to or being related to NXP's Horizon because of the similarity between your IGNs. Talk to the fans as to how your IGN was built up. Are you really Arise from the get-go? And where can we see you moving forward?
So yung Arise na IGN, daming nalilito dun sa Arisen tsaka Arise na IGN. May mga nagko-comment din dun sa page ko na ang lakas ni Arisen pero nalilito sila yan, parang gano'n. So yung Arise na IGN, dati kasi naglalol PC ako. Nung naglalol PC ako, isa lang talaga yung ginagamit ko na champion doon na nakapag-reach sa akin ng challenger, yung Azir na hero or champion.
Wow!
One trick Azir ako dati. Tapos, yung second abilities ni Azir, ang pangalan nun is Arise. Kaya Arise yung IGN ko. Yan.
Even they did not know!
One trick Azir dati. Tapos, yun, doon ko na rin po nakuha yung IGN ko sa second skill niya. Yan. Kaya hinintay ko rin yung yung paglabas ni Azir Malay natin, malakas. Yun yung i-spam ko. Yan. Yan. Yun lang po.
Thank you.
I guess we know which champion Arise is definitely waiting for to come over to Wild Rift from League of Legends. We actually have a question over here from our production, from behind the scenes. Just because this was just too good. Why is Impressive so impressive? That's a legit question from our production. Why is Impressive so impressive?
Para sa akin, kasi sobrang confident ni Impressive maglaro. Hindi siya natatakot gumawa ng play. Parang nagtitiwala siya na kapag gumawa siya ng play, laging may follow-up sa akin. Kasi ang napapansin ko lang sa ibang team na natatakot silang gumawa ng play, yung sobrang aggressive na play, ganun. Na kasi baka pag nag-fail, parang masisi, ganun. Si Impressive, sobrang tiwala niya sa amin. Sobrang aggressive niya kasi tiwala siya sa amin na kapag ginawa niya yung ganung play, may follow-up kami. Yan.
Is that also why his IGN is impressive, or is it because of another reason?
But daw impressive yung IGN.
Makikita na sa galaw yan.
Let's go!
Wow!
Well, Osiris, do you have a question for Arise?
Well, Arise, yes, I'm a fan of right now of you because I'm a Zero fan as well. So yeah, want to ask if with all of the champions that you use, is that your personal decision or is that everyone's mindset going in that they wanted to see you in this type of team composition?
Yung hero ko po kasi is binibase ko doon kung saan mas maganda yung fit yung champion na to. So hindi po ako yung nagde-decide kung ano yung champion ko. More like nagsasuggest lang ako kung ano yung maganda ko pong gagamitin na champion para sa composition na to. Yan.
Oh.
So nag-work po kami as a team, parang gano'n.
Wow.
Well, that is wonderful to hear indeed, and it really comes out in your gameplay and the Omega's gameplay. And I want to know, just before we head into our shout-outs, what are you guys having for dinner?
Ano ba ulam natin?
Bulgogi. Pwede mo nakikinit. Bulgogi
daw po.
Wow! Korean night.
Kakain na!
Oh my gosh, that is good. That is good. Oh no, I'm craving for Korean now. And last but not least, do you guys have any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Ako muna po muna. Shoutout muna una sa family ko. Sila yung ginagawa ko inspirasyon para galingan ko pa yung mga laro ko. Tapos shoutout sa mga pinsan ko doon sa Cavite. Sila Hobby, sila Ken, sila Jen. Yan, pagbalik ko, alam niyo na yan. Shoutout na rin kay Crush.
Oh my gosh, and that is...
Kayo, may papashoutout kayo?
Shoutout kay Kim Domingo. Ay! Kim Rodriguez pala yun. Mali. Kaya sa mga sa pamilya dyan.
Kayo, shoutout.
Sige, na.
Shoutout sa family ko dyan. Tsaka sa mga friends ko na sumusuporta sa akin.
Shoutout sa sponsor namin. Maraming salamat. Matalinong pagpilian.
Sa akin shoutout sa family ko tapos sa friends ko. Shoutout rin sa'yo, leader.
Ayun,
sa akin, shoutout sa pamilya ko, tsaka sa mga professor ko. Sana pasan niyo pa ako.
Shoutout sa boyfriend dyan. Shoutout sa'yo, Binance.
Congratulations! Thank you so much, Omega Esports.
Salamat. Sayang, enjoy yung game.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again, Omega Esports. Always a pleasure talking to you guys. Have a good night and enjoy your Korean food.
Thank you.
Yan.
Oh, it is always a pleasure talking to those guys.
Yeah, it's always fun.
Yes. I hope they all pass their homework and do well in school and everything with all this going on as well. But you know what, you guys? We, of course, do have some giveaways. We do, I believe, have 4 sets of 380 wild cores to give away to some 4 lucky winners for today. So thank you so much for liking and sharing the stream. But before we go over to that, just a little bit of suspense for you guys as we, I guess we're just still deciding who the lucky winners are. But going back to Omega's interview, which was really, really fun. I really did like that they were, really interested to go up against Team Secret and Next Play as well. And Impressive and his IGN. I love that.
Really
I love
hype
that
up.
there was no origin story to Impressive's IGN, but it was more of like a statement in every game that he plays on the loose. You were just saying how he could very well be the best player in the Philippines at the moment. And you know what? I guess that IGN really does speak for itself right now. But of course, you know what? We did ask how they were going to, how they were reacting going up against maybe Team Secret or Next Play Esports. Let's actually check out the standings to see just how far ahead Omega Esports are in our Globe Cup point system over here. Right now, they are standing in first place with a perfect record so far. This is once again. Oh, I hate that we keep bringing this up because it's really redundant, but this is really impressive over here. And of course, Liyab Esports in second, Sunsparks in third, and Execration in fourth place. Now, this is quite different actually. Sunsparks has managed to take that third spot away from Execration. And looking at the overall standings over here, including the standings of North Luzon, we have Omega Esports over there with a considerable lead. And it looks like they will be in the running, of course, to qualify for the playoffs. But is it possible that, second place could be contested? We're gonna have to see tomorrow, and Execration as well. And as we know, guys, each series still does matter quite a lot because it's still 50,000 Globe Cup points at stake. Speaking of which, let's check out our Globe Cup point standings. Right now, we have Omega Esports with a whopping 400,000 Globe Cup points. Liyab Esports with 200,000 Globe Cup points. Sunsparks with 100,000 Globe Cup points, and Execration with 50,000 Globe Cup points. And again, each Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso, so you can just imagine how happy these teams are already just to be competing here. And just, of course, to get one win is actually, quite considerable. It's 50,000 already, so every series does matter, and every series does have a very, very rewarding prize at the end of it. Now, of course, speaking of rewarding prizes, we now have our 4 winners up, and let's pull out their names. We have over here Dwayne Dizon, Kai Mauricio, John April Dura, and Ross Matthew. Congratulations to you guys. You each win 380 wild cores. And thank you so much for participating and liking and sharing the stream. We still have that major giveaway to ongoing, which will be announced tomorrow at the end of the broadcast week. That will be announced tomorrow, so hope you guys still stay tuned to that. We also do have 380 wild cores to give away once again tomorrow. So do keep liking and sharing the stream and following PPGL on all of our platforms. Let's actually take a look at tomorrow's schedule, the last day of the South Luzon group stages. As we have it over there, it's the last chance for our 4 teams over here to really make a statement. So this is really, really going to leave an impact on how they want to leave the South Luzon group stages. Will Omega Esports continue their perfect streak so far? Up first, we do have Execration versus Liyab Esports, and then we have Liyab Esports versus Omega Esports, and finally, Execration versus Sunsparks. And guys, I do want to say that this is quite a series because these are quite serious because this is the last day of the South Luzon group stages, and you know what? Match number 2. Those two teams are going to be, that is going to be really, really hot, I believe, going into tomorrow, especially since, again, this is the last chance for these teams to make a statement here at the South Luzon group stages, whether or not they advance into the playoffs. So now, of course, before we wrap up, we do, of course, want to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon series here. And thank you to Mineski and to Globe for organizing this event.
And of course, to our official mobile partner, experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches Full HD Plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live live at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours for only 13,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG. Fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Never gets old. Never gets old.
Yeah.
The show might be over for today, but we can still hang out. We can hang out virtually via Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And, that about wraps up week 2, day 2 of our South Luzon group stages. Tomorrow, we find out who advances to the playoffs. We find out how the South Luzon group stages close as we get into the last day. Mika Fabs over here with Osiris and On the Loose on the panel, and on behalf of the whole production, thank you so much for watching. We will see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never